I thought I was dead. A Salvia divinorum 13x extract trip report by Frodel, posted to earwid.org May 4th, 2007. It's now been just over a month since I had my first encounter with Salvia divinorum. I've spent the last 5 weeks trying to put my thoughts together on this experience, which has not been an easy task. My experience was truly profound, enlightening, and utterly horrifying. Coming to terms with exactly what happened in those 6 to 7 minutes of my life in this human form is difficult, as I am left now with nothing but my human perceptions and recollections of the event. I understand that this is a feeling common with the drug, and I write this with the certainty that only those others who were on the same stuff truly understand, now enlightened. The following account is my recollection of the experience. Setting: I was spending New Year's with some college buddies in my home state of Georgia. One of my friends offered me the chance of trying some salvia, having tried it once and shared it with a few others. I was at the time under the impression, as many still seem to be, that it would be something similar to marijuana, which I've become very familiar with over the past few years. Maybe this is due to its legality, which is absurd considering the paranoia of being a pothead, which is completely taboo nowadays. Anyway, I was curious, and I'll try anything once. Understanding the environment is essential to understanding the events which unfolded. So, the important things are these. We had just finished smoking a joint of high-mid marijuana. I was peeking on this while myself and 3 friends present were talking while listening to Pink Floyd's The Wall. Of the 3 others present, 2 had taken the drug previously, one being the friend in possession, the other a housemate who had only achieved mild visual effects. I am still uncertain as to the level of hallucination, horrible term, forgive me, achieved by my provider, if he broke through as I did. However, remember that at this time, I had absolutely no idea what was to be expected from this drug, having been misinformed as to its nature. Ingestion. Since I was the most experienced smoker, I took the task of constructing the water bong. I used a 2-litre cola bottle, filling the bowl about half full, the suggested amount, also an incredibly large dose, with 13x Salvia divinorum extract. In the kitchen sink, I filled the entire bottle with water, and proceeded to hold the flame to the bowl as a muddy light brown smoke filled the bottle. With my very excited friends just behind me, we quickly skipped our way back into the bedroom. My friends began to speak with raised voices, instructing me, "Huff it, you've got to take it all, the whole thing." I told them to start the record, and I took the biggest breath that I could, inhaling almost all of the contents in the bottle. I coughed, but it wasn't too intense. I prepared to take the rest as my ecstatic friends yelled at me, "Take the rest, just do it!" I finished the rest in the second hit, but my friends weren't satisfied, still instructing me to take even more from the bong. So, just to satisfy them, I breathed in one more huge breath of dirty air, now tasting the bitterness of the extract, and vomited. Luckily, there was a trash can right in front of me, but needless to say, there was some excitement over this. But I was at this moment distracted, almost as soon as I started to feel an intense tingling running up my body and out of my mouth. My sitters and I all recognised that the drug was taking effect. I sat down trying to relax, a little embarrassed, as my friend said, "This is it." I remember a little more at this point, as in a few seconds, and then I was gone. The breakthrough. This is the difficult part of the account where I attempt, as many others have before me, to describe the end of life and identity, the ego death. There's nothing but a sensation at first, not of being ripped apart, but having been ripped apart. I couldn't say that I'd been ripped apart, as in a million pieces. There were no pieces because, well, there was nothing the pieces would consist of. I had no physical body. The sensation now gave way to awareness, and I had a sense that I had been something with a physical body which was suddenly extinguished by a strong force pulling to the right. There was a sort of 2-dimensional plane which I was pushed through rightward, and as I went through, I lost all perceptions, memories, and sensations of my life in human form on this earth. There was no pain. It was instantaneous. But still, I was only conscious in the most basic sense. Aware, not consciously thinking these thoughts, but perceiving them. It is not unlike the state of waking up from a dream with the memory of it still very present as the body adjusts to the state of waking life. Except my life was the dream, and as I was suddenly awakened, all sense of that life was gone. Death and hell. Within the void, I soon began to see an image, that of my 3 sitters looking at me, smiling. It's very hazy at this point, and there is a green aura present. I recognize them, but they have no names to me. I cannot identify them. But I know them, and I can sense that they know me. They are sentient beings, and they are communicating with me. And they are me. Rather, we are of the same existence. Here in this void there is nothing and everything. Everything that is, ever was, or will be is perceived and seen for what it is. Ours now existence in its purest form. A part of everything that exists, and time was irrelevant. The entire history of human existence is, in reality, just a moment in time. I was now seeing this firsthand, and time was revealed as the illusion that it is. Here, in this moment, there was all the time that had ever occurred, and I felt it, and knew it. Some of you understand, but for those who don't, think of something you know to be true, and someone trying to convince you otherwise. If someone told you, you don't have a hand, you'd think them silly. You look at your hand, you move it, you know it's there, what it feels like to have it. The image of my 3 sitters became increasingly clear. There was just this image, moving, spinning, and soon the image expanded and was not just an image, but an actual moment in time which I was perceiving. I came to understand that this was an impactful moment, bearing some significance. What was it? I tried to concentrate on exactly what it was, but I could not put together a single thought. I was still in a state of total perception, gaining information as if being shown and not by conscious thought. I became aware that this image was from a time I had spent in a life which no longer existed. This was accompanied by an immense feeling of guilt, that I had somehow been foolish for living as I did. However, I still had no recollection of life or why I should feel this way. But yet I did nonetheless. At this point, as this one moment expanded, I was becoming quite rapidly aware of my state. I had lived this moment, and I was living this moment. I was contemplating this fact when I became aware that I was contemplating and that I was. I realised that I was me, or that I had been and wasn't anymore, and the first crystallised human thought came to me. I've died. I tried to speak this thought, forgetting that I didn't have a mouth, and I found that although I couldn't form the words properly, I could communicate to these smiling faces before me what I had felt. My friends were delighted, telling me later that what I actually said was, It was very hard to communicate this because as this moment occurred, it was only a moment, and it was repeating itself over and over and over. As soon as I could crystallise a thought and attempt to speak the moment, it would revert back again and I was stuck. It was not simply feeling like time isn't passing, it was like nothing else is happening. Just this, over and over. This is it. It was accompanied by the intense fear of never being able to experience anything else ever again. This is the closest thing to hell I have ever experienced. It is the most intense déjà vu, which cannot be described in words. It's as if you're reading a book when you're really tired, and you can't help it but you keep reading the same line over and over again, and you can't help it but you keep reading the same line over and over again, and you can't help it but... Understand? Some of you do. Coming back. It is interesting to note that at this time, Pink Floyd's Comfortably Numb was playing on the turntable, with the haunting guitar solo screaming out as the moment of my death stretched out into forever. With each harmonic chordal change in the music, the moment in time began its repetition. My friends were at the time telling me to relax, that I didn't die. I wasn't getting any of this, except for the knowledge that these people who appeared as friends, which I knew in that life, wanted me to feel okay. that there was nothing to worry about. At this time, I thought that what I was experiencing was a sort of fleeting memory of life, one that would soon vanish as quickly as it came when I was hit by the freight train to oblivion. But the moment continued expanding, growing longer with each repetition and each time, revealing more to me. I felt as though I was coming back from a future point in time, back to where I was me in this life. I was remembering more and more what it was like to be me, and the thought of having lost it all was actually heartbreaking. I had not done anything, not referring to how it ended, but to my life as a whole. My whole life was nothing if not just a grain of sand in an endless desert. I couldn't believe it. I was coming back. There was a sense of relief, not being dead, go figure, but I had trouble convincing myself of my own existence. The place that I was coming back to was the same place that I'd left. The bedroom, the music, my friends looking and smiling as if nothing had happened. But something had happened, and I then realised what it was. Salvia divinorum. Until now, I had completely forgotten about taking the drug. I had to do something, anything to change my settings, to make something else happen. I had come back, but to when? I felt my body again, I ran my hands over my chest, feeling again for the first time. When did I come back to? Where is the vomit? Didn't I throw up? Is this before that happened? These were all actual thoughts that I was having at the time. I moved over to the bed. I had to leave the spot where I sat. I had to see something else. I asked how long I was gone. Just a few minutes. As I sat there watching my friends' delight in watching me freak out, I harboured horrible thoughts. That my friends knew what had just happened. That I would experience what I did. I had the sense that they had known this all along, and it was terrifying. It was as if by taking this drug I had become aware of some huge, cosmic dark secret, one that was truly horrible, and yet totally ironic. The joke was in being forced back into this reality after having stripped it completely from myself. Forced back into nothing but limited human perception, and the delusion which it is. I was completely in shock at this point, and I looked at my friends expressing something like, "Why did you show me that? I didn't want to see that." Although I harboured these hostile feelings, especially towards the provider, for a couple hours afterwards, I now understand that this is a common symptom of salvia. As the effects of the drug slowly wore off after about 15 minutes, I tried to talk about it and tell my friends what had happened to no avail. All I could really get out of my mouth for a while was, I thought I died. Forever Changed. An LSD, MDMA and cannabis trip report by Nagy J. Posted to earwid.org June 11th, 2010. Before you begin reading this story, there are certain aspects of my life that you must understand. First, this was my first encounter with LSD and MDMA. Second, I am writing about this experience after experimenting with LSD 4 additional times following this trip. Third, prior to this occurrence, I have limited my drug use to what I will call more organic methods, i.e. ganja and mushrooms. My subscription to this school of thought has changed into a quasi I'll do this but not that for X and Y reasons, which will become clear later. Finally, I shared this journey with a dear friend, who we shall call R, who has explored his mind with both MDMA and LSD on various occasions. Let us now investigate how these drugs came into our possession, an aspect of this story which unintentionally brought the MDMA into our space. While preparing for our journey, R and I planned on taking 2 tabs of LSD each. After calling up R's friend, we were enlightened to the fact that he had both LSD and MDMA in his possession. Because I had only planned on experiencing LSD once, I agreed to try both. We met R's friend and picked up 4 tabs and 4 pills in total, in hopes of experiencing these drugs to their full potential, which I will later realise was a naive assertion. R and I headed to New York City, where we would attend the last sets of a music festival and a DJ set after party, and then ultimately crash at my apartment. Before heading to the events, we made a pit stop at my apartment, where we would prepare and consume our newfound delights. R cut up the tabs and we placed them under our tongues. The time was approximately 8:30 PM. We continued to get ready to leave. Approximately 30 minutes after taking the tabs, we ingested 1 MDMA pill each. It should be noted that throughout the onset of both drugs, we smoked approximately half a gram of ganja from a vaporizer. To pass the time, I opened my computer and selected an eclectic selection of music: Mr. Oizo, Franz Liszt, Flying Lotus, and Animal Collective. Approximately 20 minutes passed and I looked over at R. His pupils were extremely dilated and he expressed odd sensations throughout his body. My pupils remained a normal size. My body felt completely normal, although I became aware of various instruments and sounds in the music which I had never before noticed. I was enjoying this already. R continued to revel in his newfound high as the intense sensations of the MDMA and visual hallucinations from the LSD crept into his body and mind. During this period, I was overcome by an intense chill and slight nausea. I was quite aware of what I had just ingested, and had thus allowed these feelings to enter my body. I knew if I was to attack or suppress the feelings, I would lead myself down a dark path which would only lead to a bad trip. I put my nausea on a pedestal and revelled in the power of such a silly feeling. Without notice, R turned off the lights in hopes of changing the mood. It worked. This is when my experience began to truly sprout. I turned up the music and closed my eyes for a moment, and just as I did this, I felt a pleasant energy growing inside of me. This energy continued to develop as a wave of happiness and joy fell over my presence. The energy felt like a candle glowing in a dark room where its light filled the room with a subtle glow of serenity. As I examined the feeling, R suggested that we dance in the darkness. As the words rolled off his tongue, there was nothing I would have rather been doing. I jumped out of my seat and began a trance-like dance to Rat-a-tat. As R and I danced, I felt my emotions follow the build-up of the song, Cherry. As we reached the climax of the song, I closed my eyes as the energy inside me intensified. Finally, as the song exploded, my body was filled with a raw, beautiful feeling which can only be described with one word: ecstasy. I now understood why the drug was given its name. In effect, I was gripped by feelings of pure, unadulterated bliss and happiness. The music rippled through every molecule in my body as I swayed back and forth. Each sound wave brought new feeling and emotion into my heart. R and I continued to dance as I focused on this amazing feeling that had taken hold of my body. At 10:15 PM, we decided that we should probably get ready to go. R turned on the light, and I walked over to the computer. I noticed that I had a difficult time focusing on the pulsating words of my music library. My attention shifted towards my recently bookmarked website as I attempted to pull up some art to feast my eyes upon. As the picture, artwork by Alex Gray, appeared in front of my eyes, I was intrigued by a feeling that it was actually alive. The painting grabbed my attention and sucked me deep into its consciousness. While I had previously tripped on mushrooms, I had never witnessed such an event like this. The hallucinations began to intensify as I lost myself in the pulsating colours. I found myself creating the story of the image in my head as I walked through its journey in our world. I thought, who really created this image? No man alone could create something so powerful. God must have been involved. The image raised itself from the screen and came to me. I could do nothing but chuckle. I felt humbled by the artist's talent. To this day, 1 mushroom and 4 LSD experiences later, I have yet to experience art in such a way. By and large, this was one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen. I continued to stare at the image until I was brought back to reality by R. R expressed a desire to leave, and I expressed a longing to stay for a bit longer to enjoy the artwork. To appease us both, he said we could stay longer if we ingested the second MDMA pill. I agreed. As R prepared our second dosing, I began to feel an odd quirk in my jaw. I noticed that as I was speaking, my bottom lip, jaw, would shift to the right. While not alarming, I was certainly intrigued by it. I began to discuss the many feelings I was experiencing with R as they continued to blossom inside of me. During my examination of the ongoing shifts in my demeanour, I noticed that my trip was about to take a new direction. My general behaviour shifted dramatically as I had an increasing desire to sit and speak with R for no other reason than to discuss varying matters in our lives and how they relate to the world around us. This desire quickly grew into an obsession. I was unwilling to do anything but sit and open our minds to this new portal which I was previously blind to. Before I fully discuss this part of our trip, I must give you a disclaimer. Many of the actualizations that R and I experienced during this part of our trip are specific to R and I. Thus, I will refrain from discussing them all. I will, however, say that I have never had such an enlightening experience in my whole life. While my mood continued to shift, I could feel my body reacting to the oncoming experience. Aside from the quirk in my jaw, parts of my body began to feel foreign. I've discussed this feeling with R on numerous occasions, and I've come to the conclusion that my movements and general demeanour were extremely passionate and unrefined. In effect, my unreserved movements directly reflected whatever emotion or feeling I was attempting to express. After a final back and forth regarding the second pill, we each ingested the MDMA and began on a spiritual journey into the depths of our minds. Despite our original agreement, R continued to plague me about leaving so we could go to the party and smoke a cigarette outside. I told him that I would allow him to smoke the cigarette inside if he just permitted me to sit with my thoughts for a moment. R sat across the table from me as he quietly enjoyed his cigarette. When he was finished, he set it on the table in front of me. As he did this, I felt drawn to the butt of the cigarette. I picked it up in my hand and held it between my pointer finger and thumb. As I held the cigarette, I began to feel a strange force transfer from the cigarette to my body. I looked at R as I expressed this odd sensation, and with a puzzled look, R said, "What are you talking about, dude?" I replied, I don't know how to fully describe this feeling going on, but this cigarette right here, it's extremely powerful." Once again, we looked at each other and were at a loss for words. All of a sudden, I realised that the more that R and I interacted, the more intense the force from the cigarette felt. Instead of relating this, I asked R why he enjoyed smoking cigarettes so much. Instead of being authentic, R declared that he enjoyed smoking them because, well, they get me more messed up. I knew he was telling a half-truth. After a short confrontation, R became a bit annoyed at my prodding. I then noticed that I was squeezing the cigarette tightly as my body rocked back and forth. As I observed my peculiar movements, I had a realization concerning R's metaphysical relationship to finding his next high, and constantly wishing he was somewhere he wasn't. While I thought this over, I was subconsciously crushing the cigarette until I was left with just the fibres and glue of the filter. I stood up and walked over to R and asked him to sit down on the couch with me. As we sat on the chair, I took his hands and grasped them as tightly as I could. He returned the gesture. While gritting my teeth and sliding my jaw to the side, I passionately posed a rhetorical question. "You know, man, why can't we appreciate the space we're in right now? Why do we have to smoke more weed? Smoke more cigarettes? Is there some objectifiable feeling that warrants such selfish desires like these?" We stood up and started squeezing each other's hands, and with even more force than just moments ago. My voice and demeanour became more ferocious as I continued speaking. "Unless we can appreciate the moment we are in right now, we will never be able to appreciate the next cigarette or next pull of weed, because we're always yearning for what's next, no matter how satisfied we may or may not be. Instead of actually living, we're constantly preoccupied with what we have convinced ourselves will make us live more. The only result of such an absurd mindset is that we end up not living at all. R and I continued our back and forth for a few moments until I finally felt satisfied with my short tirade. R and I sat back and ingested what had just happened. It quickly became apparent that our plans for the night were about to change. The goal of tonight no longer was to trip balls and have a good time at a music festival. Instead, R and I were about to take a journey that would transform our lives forever. While attempting to digest this reality, I realised that I had to urinate. I got up from the couch and meandered over to the bathroom, often stopping to observe the newfound intricacies of my surroundings. After relieving myself, I turned on the faucet to wash my hands. Although the water was gushing out of the sink, I felt as if I could feel each individual droplet of water slide off the palms of my hands. It was delightful and intriguing at the same time. I splashed the water on my face, accompanied by a refreshing and slippery sensation over my eyes and cheeks. After this delightful encounter with water, I looked up into the mirror. At first I was most intrigued by the angularity of my jaw, something which I had never noticed. My cheeks were quite flush and my facial hair was extremely pronounced. I studied this for a moment until I looked into my eyes. Expecting to be greeted by two dilated pupils, I was alarmed instead to find that my left eye was almost completely closed. As a side note, I must mention that I have a severe astigmatism in my left eye, a struggle I have dealt with my entire life. When I'm extremely tired, I can look in the mirror and notice a slight dip in my left eyelid, but never anything as extreme as what I had just witnessed now. At the time, R refrained from informing me as to not alarm or frighten me. As I gazed at myself in the mirror, I realised why this was occurring. This experience was not about looking at the pretty visuals. Instead, I felt as if I had been employed by an external force to look inwards instead of outwards. Although I felt that I had partially had this realization, this solidified my original hypothesis. I've also theorized, in retrospect, that perhaps my left eye closed and my third eye opened. I continued to stare at myself as I leaned closer into the mirror in hopes of studying the eye that remained open. Before I discuss this eye, I must first mention that I have witnessed my own dilated pupils before in their own definitive glory. However, as I looked into my eye, I noticed something different. Not only was my pupil the size of a small coin, but it seemed to contain an entire new dimension. I looked deep into my pupil, and it seemed to go on forever. There were no objects to allow me to perceive the actual depth of what I was witnessing, but I had a feeling of infinite space. This sensation of immeasurable space quickly translated itself into limitless potential. I realised that my sight, up until this point, had simply become a distraction to my life goals. I have often noticed that my physical and mental bodies have been deeply distracted by the more tangible realities of my surroundings. Instead of appreciating the spiritual importance of every object, I see what is in front of me. I study it for its physical properties, then attempt to move on. I then told myself that never again would I be so quick to judge anything I encountered, whether that is a human, an object, or otherworldly force. Instead, as I stood in front of the mirror, I made a vow to do my best to retract myself from my own distracting obsession with the more tangible. While I came to grips with my new reality, I noticed that I'd been in the bathroom for quite some time. I exited the bathroom, briefly looked at the clock, 11:20 PM, and found R patiently waiting for my return. I sat at the computer and lowered the music. It was at this point that I had yet another realization. It was acceptable for me to use drugs that didn't necessarily grow from the ground. While I had no intention of abusing them, I became aware that these substances were just as significant to personal growth as some of the plants I had ingested. It was ridiculous for me to bar them from my body, let alone judge those who use these substances. While I still refrained from using purely feel-good drugs, I've come to the conclusion that LSD and similar substances can be used without the threat of entirely ruining my spiritual connection with the earth. What happened next was much to my expectation. R and I sat and spoke for a continuous 5.5 to 6 hours until the intense effects of the LSD subsided. Within this time frame, subjects of varying subject matters were discussed. These included our relationship with drugs — I'd smoked ganja almost every day for a few months — our familial relationships, ego battles, and many other subjects that we felt were holding us back from fully appreciating and engaging in life. The issues that we discussed were not fully resolved, but they have allowed R and me to point our emotions and mental capacities in a new direction. And for this, I am eternally grateful. At some point later, R and I went outside. Colours were extremely pronounced, but the rain and cold were holding me back from fully enjoying the experience. By 7:30 AM, the trip was over, and I fell asleep around 8 AM and woke up at 12. I was certainly still feeling the afterglow, and my brain felt somewhat out of place in my head. This feeling continued until 3 PM that afternoon, and while not an entirely pleasant feeling, it wasn't really uncomfortable. Throughout the day, I was filled with feelings of intense joy and love. After returning home, I attended a family gathering at my family's house. There was no place I would have rather been. Here, I found myself connecting to my family on an entirely new level. I was much more engaged in our conversations and had a deeper concern for everyone's well-being. This afterglow lasted throughout most of the day, the next day, and continually subsided throughout the week. I will never be the same after this. Anyways, peace and love to you all. My addiction has left me. An LSD trip report by Pascal, posted to earwid.org April 19th, 2006. I'm 19 now, and I'm a law student. I come from Germany, and I live there again now. But when I was 17, I went to university in London for a year, and there I got very badly hooked on cocaine. I basically was bang on it for about 8 months before I stopped it. I was doing a gram per day, every day, more on weekends, and I was doing other drugs as well. Ketamine, ecstasy, and speed mainly. Cocaine, in my opinion, is the most intelligent drug there is, because you will never realise that you are actually addicted to it. I was totally convinced that I did not have a problem with it at all. I was very logical, giving other people advice on their life, and I was always the first when it came to helping others. But I didn't realise that I was a complete mess myself. The drug tricked me into believing that I did not have a problem. When I compare it to any other drug, I see the difference. With alcohol, when I drink, I feel that I get drunk, and when I drink loads, I am very drunk, and at some moment I reach a point when I am wasted and puke, and I know that you have overdone it, and probably will stop drinking more. When I take ecstasy pills, I will drop a few, maybe a few more. I'll be buzzing, but at some point I'll be buzzing so hard, or I'll mong out as the evening goes on, that I know that you don't do any more pills, because they won't have any effect anyway. Same with weed. There's only so much I can smoke, and at some point I'll be lean and stoned and will have had enough of it. So there is a saturation that happens with these. Well, this did not happen with cocaine. When I take cocaine, I feel good, I get a kind of buzz, but I can't really tell what it is that makes me feel good. The buzz is subtle and I don't actually feel the buzz as much as I might have expected. I think, oh, it's not actually that strong. And this is where the drug's intelligence comes in. Because the buzz is not that overpowering, I can do more. In fact, I will want to do more because I think I can increase the buzz even more. I want the buzz to be 100%. But as you do another line, Yes, maybe the buzz is 100%, but the drug increases my expectations upwards, so that again I don't feel 100% buzzing. I kinda want more. I want to increase the buzz to 110%, for example. And this is the difference. I'll never reach a limit where I know, enough, no more of this. At the beginning when I had coke sessions, my body put a limit to it as my nose blocks and it's hard to snort more, but when I get used to it, my nose will stop giving me too much hassle after a while, or I will just get used to it. So in fact, there is no way of me realising that I've done enough coke, or gone over the top, because my brain gets tricked by it. I could swear I was okay, just like I can swear now I'm typing on my PC. Now, after this rather lengthy introduction, which is as long because it is important for me to realise the way that coke works and because it shows that some addicts have very, very little chance to get out of it by motivation alone as we are controlled by the drug, I'll come to the part how LSD has saved me out of this heavy cocaine addiction. I went to a psychedelic trance rave in London. Psytrance is acid music. It is trance music with a different beat pattern, a very atmospheric feel to it and a lot of twisted and trippy sounds. Plus a psytrance song is built like an acid trip. It doesn't follow the usual pattern of intro, breakdown, drop, main part, breakdown, drop, lead out like normal electronic dance music. But it starts somewhere, evolves, changes, the melodies keep changing, the sounds change, and it takes you on a journey and you don't know what to expect next. And it ends at a point where it makes sense, and the story of the song is finished. If you're interested, I suggest to listen to the tracks by the group Infected Mushroom. So anyway, I went to this psytrance rave, and I didn't know anyone there because my mates are not into this kind of music, and I was impressed by the atmosphere there. Everyone was so friendly, open, and quite obviously many were on acid or shrooms. They were even selling mushroom tea. It was a nice setting. I dropped a pill or two, and I went dancing in the main arena. The lasers and lights were amazing, and the music was banging and intriguing all the same. I was dancing next to some young guy with his girlfriend, and I got talking to them. I subsequently found out that he had acid, and I had done it before, and I wanted some in the moment. Little did I know how strong his stuff really was. He put a drop on my hand, and I licked it off. I continued dancing, and remembered that the last acid I had had wasn't actually that strong. So after about 20 minutes, I asked him for more, and took yet another drop. I was enjoying the rave loads, but apart from a few little colour changes, the acid didn't seem to have much effect on me, even after 1.5 hours. I went to sit down in the chill-out room, and there was a nice light in there. It was a very warm atmosphere. I was now seeing a few more colour things, and I realised the acid probably was doing its job. Suddenly, some guy that I'd never seen before appeared from nowhere and sat down in front of me on the floor. He pointed a finger at me and shouted, "Pascal!" I got a weird feeling creeping up on me. It felt quite weird, and my skin was tickling. I couldn't believe there was a guy there who knew my name. Baffled, I asked, "What?" "Pascal," he said again, in a very sharp voice. He was about my age, and he had dark hair like me, a bit skinny. In fact, he looked a bit similar to me, I suppose. I noticed that he was very edgy, kind of moving his body in an edgy way while talking to me, and he frequently touched his nose too, like someone who had just done a big line of coke would. In fact, he was quite aggressive even in his way. He was looking me directly in the eyes, with brown eyes like me. "What the... How do you know my name?" I said to him. I was very intrigued, and I wasn't sure where this was going. His answer made me shiver. "Well, Pascal, I know a lot about you. In fact, I know everything about you." He had an evil look and a slight grin at the same time, and I didn't feel comfortable at all. He continued, "I'm a hallucination. Yeah, Pascal, I'm part of your brain. I'm part of you. I'm inside you. Only you can see me." I was scared, but I didn't want to show it. I tried to remain on top of the situation. I tried to be clever, and with the firmest voice I could put up with, I asked him, "Well, if you say you are part of me and only in my brain, then what's your name?" And his answer was, and I will never forget the way he said it, "My name is Charlie." Now, how did you know that, Pascal? Charlie, for those of you that come from different parts of the world, is a common English name for cocaine. I was staring at him. I couldn't say anything else. My whole body felt weird and buzzing, and I felt so weak at the same time and scared. And then he said something which was incredible. "Now tell me to fuck off, Pascal. Tell me to go away, and I will go away. I think I managed to stumble a weak, "Go away." He grinned at me in an evil way, got up and left through the door as quickly as he'd come. I sat back down and it hit me instantly that I had a problem with cocaine. That cocaine was in my brain and was controlling my life. I kept thinking that and panicked even more and realised that I was not in control, that something was happening with me that I could not control at all. I couldn't take it anymore and I knew I had to get out of this room. I looked up and around me and it was all weird. I couldn't hear any music and the light seemed kind of pale. It was bright but dark at the same time, and I could not see any faces at all. It seemed to me like people were looking the other way, and in fact, when I actually looked at someone, the head turned the other way, as if I was someone that they don't want anything to do with. I got up and hectically walked around in the chill-out room, looking at the people thinking, what the freak is going on here? But everywhere I was passing by, I could hear people whispering about me. Pascal's losing it. Pascal's going crazy. Pascal's changing personality. Pascal, Pascal, Pascal. Oh my god. I panicked and ran into the corridor and downstairs to the front entrance of the club where things were looking a bit more normal again, but I was still tripping hard and panicking. I ran up to a bouncer and begged him to put me into a safe taxi. It was in one of the roughest areas in London, so I could get home. When I was in the taxi and the surroundings had changed, I was kinda okay, and another phase of the trip had begun. I was seeing nice colours, and the road, which was kinda wet, was looking awesome, as if diamonds were all over it. When I arrived home, my friends were there, and I was actually okay. In fact, the second part of the trip was well nice. It was on that evening that I realised that I was addicted to cocaine, and that it was controlling my life. That evening, it was my subconsciousness telling me and showing me what is going on inside me, even warning me. I realised to the core how much Charlie was messing with me, and how intelligent it was, and it was a big experience to me admitting that something had managed to control my life like that. And for the very first time in my life, I had to actually admit defeat to something. It was cocaine 1, Pascal 0. Realising that was the first and most important step towards stopping taking it. And I owed that to LSD. It opened my eyes in a sense. I did not stop taking coke instantly, but whenever I did a line after that, I knew that I was feeling Charlie. I did, however, make the decision to move back to Germany, out of the druggy surroundings that I was living with in London. Clubs, friends, and dealers. I did move back to Germany about a month later, and I actually stopped taking coke. I'm so glad that LSD actually helped me out with that. It was quite ironic actually that one drug helps you come off another, lol. I know I've talked a lot about cocaine and little about LSD in this post, but it is the essence of my encounter. However, there is something about this that I want to say, and about the way I see LSD. My LSD trip was amazing because there's something very philosophical to it. I take a drop of liquid, and when I do it, I'm still in reality. Let's just leave the term like that, I don't want to go too far. But the trip actually starts the very second that I take the drop. However, I don't feel it. It can vary how fast I start feeling it, usually after half an hour till 2 hours after I dropped it. So I'm still in reality. Everything is normal. I feel normal, I see things normal. But slowly, very slowly, I enter another world. I see small shadows where there aren't supposed to be any. I see small movements where there shouldn't be any. And as the trip goes on, and I look around myself, I'll find that there is nothing that really stands still. Everything seems to be active. Be it subtle colour changes, shadows, anything. A plain white wall could appear like there is liquid on it or something. It's really hard to describe. But as all these things came about very, very smoothly, I don't realise the transition from normal to trippy. I forget I am on acid. And now, this is my reality. And then, suddenly, I will see something which does not fit into the image. Something happens which you know cannot be true. Like when I met Charlie. My rational thinking tells me, oh, this isn't possible, this isn't true. But in fact it is possible, because you see it. He was there. I could see him, and I could hear him talk. He was 100% credible. And this, at that moment, redefines your standards of reality and possible. I know that this cannot happen, but yet it has happened, and as I believe what you see, I increase my horizon and I accept what I see as part of my reality. I am baffled, I am stunned, because I would never have imagined that everything I've been told in life, all standards that have been set and all my logic that I have acquired, is in fact wrong and irrelevant at that moment, and there are things which I didn't think could coexist. I realised that in fact 1 + 1 does not always equal 2, but it can equal 3. And that is amazing. When I see a hallucination like that, which doesn't fit into my thinking pattern, it is really, really important that I accept it and that I face what I see. I get the chance to deal with it, kind of thing. Sometimes, like in my case, it will be an inner self, something subconscious talking to me. It might scare me, but it is important that I accept what I see and that I am open to see more. Not trying to be on top of things and to control the trip because, well, I can't. I can play with it when I am more experienced, yes. I can challenge my hallucinations, but only to see where it's going, and not to be stronger than them, because if I do, it can go horribly wrong, just like it nearly did. LSD to me is a very rational drug. That means that anything I see makes sense. This is where the credibility of its hallucinations is based on, and if I see something which seems to threaten me, I need to be strong. I must have a strong personality, and I need to step back and say, hey, how is this actually threatening me? It's there, it's real, yes, but it can't hurt me. I always hear the advice that people give, you have to remember that it's not real and that it's only the drug. I find that to be a bit of a stupid piece of advice, because at that moment it is real, and at that moment I am on the drug, and even if I realise it's the drug that is doing it, it's still there, and I'm still controlled by it. So, the best way to trip is to be open for what is coming to me, and to be prepared for something amazing. Let go of the ego, and let the drug take me on a journey, on a trip. At the end of the trip, however, I have always experienced the same feeling. I arrive at a point where I realise the trip is over, and it all makes sense. Anything I have seen on the trip is gone, but it actually made sense, and it was all part of it, and it was necessary for me to see it. Every person has different trips, and they're all made for each individual. And at the end, it will always make sense. I'll feel good most of the time. And even if it was a horror trip, I will admit that what I saw was all part of it, and belonged there. It is like a trip that made on holidays. I leave my home or whatever, I travel somewhere, I see things, meet people, do things. It moves on. And when you arrive back at home, it is like you have been round in a circle. I arrived where I started, and it all worked out. My 20-tab journey. An LSD trip report by Pepperoni Playboy 20, posted to earwid.org June 20th, 2019. This happened about 8 months ago, and still shakes me to the core every time I think about it. Mostly about how grateful I am to have had such an experience, let alone mentally and physically survive it. Anyway, let's just start from the beginning. I was at a music festival at my local amphitheatre, and ended up buying really good doses for a cheap price outside in the parking lot from my friends, who were already inside. I didn't get any for myself, since I had tripped the day before and I prefer to space out my trips, but when I walked inside the venue, nothing could ever prepare me for what was about to happen. I met up with my friends in the pit, gave them the doses, and we were all grooving and moving as anyone would at a music festival, when I spotted my Lucy plug amongst a sea of people, and he spotted me. He started dancing his way over to me, and when he was close, he started dancing with me and told me to open my mouth. Now, I know what you're thinking. I really should have known why he asked me to open my mouth. But in that moment, with everyone sharing off such incredible energy with no time to think, for some reason I justified that he was going to give me some water, Lamau. I opened my mouth and closed my eyes, and tasted what felt like a goddamn sticky note on my tongue. Immediately, I knew what was up, and what was about to unfold. But then again, in that moment, I didn't think to try and spit it out, so I asked him how many he gave me. And he said, about 20 or so. You got it, brother. I did that for a reason. And he continued to dance like nothing had happened. I continued to dance as well, taking some of my friend's water to wash down the tabs, attempting to prepare for what only people should witness right before they die. Within 15 to 20 minutes, I had already felt it kicking in. And everything beyond that loses all meaning of time, logic, and really, any sense of the reality that I once knew. Immense energy surged through my body, as waves started to ripple in the atmosphere from the sounds that came from the stage and the crowd, and they began to take up my entire field of vision. It dumbfounded me in a way that, with time, I found I could no longer dance, and for a couple of minutes simply just stood in place, completely in tune with everything and nothing at the same time. As it got more and more intense, I had to sit down, and immediately, when I sat down, it all kicked in right there. I was completely and utterly gone from reality, and my own self as I once knew it. The minute I sat down, each thought that I had, I ended up being completely immersed in each and every one of them, where they'd continue to grow and flourish and become their own parallel universes that I'd lived through until I died in that thought, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Whenever I died in those thoughts, I'd come back to my body and back to the amphitheatre, only to be blasted off again with barely any room to breathe into another thought and another universe. I don't know how long I was sitting down in the pit area, but it must have been long enough for other people to notice and take concern as to how tripped out I was. At some point, I thought I'd gotten back up and started dancing again. I started to hear people around me talk about, "Oh, hey, there's some dude in that chair over there. He's really fucked up. I reckon somebody should be looking after him." And I looked over and saw who they were talking about. Only to see myself. God, to see myself in that state was unreal. I literally was outside of my body, looking at my shaking, drenched body grip onto a seat for dear life while my mind continued to blast off at full speed. When I came to the realization that that sweaty, quivering body was my own, I managed to leave the pit, and at this point, experienced what I think was sensory overload, and I regained consciousness in a grass area outside the stage, surrounded by my friends. At this point, I was grasping at straws, trying to recollect where I was and who I was and what was happening. But all I felt was that I had done something terrible. Several thoughts began to flash throughout my mind. Did I kill someone? Am I dead? Does the FBI know where I am and what I'm doing? Am I going to go to jail? One thing that stuck out to me the most was how much I felt like a failure. I felt a necessity to try and be in control of my trip, not for myself but for my friends, as some of them that were tripping for the first time. They kept trying to talk to me to see if there was someone they could call to get me out of there. But I kept saying that I was sorry, over and over and over again. I started to cry. If any of you have seen the movie Get Out, I felt like I was trapped in the sunken place, merely falling yet also floating, surrounded by a sea of black while I watched a small projection on a screen of what was going on around me. I couldn't talk clearly, I couldn't move. I just lay there in that field while I tried desperately to make sense of something, anything. Now, I'm a very experienced psychonaut, but nothing could have prepared me for that. Normally in times of distress on normal doses, I'm able to go with the flow and overcome it. But I couldn't this time. I kept trying so desperately to be in control, And the more I think about it now, I realise that's a crucial character flaw on my part. I felt I was obligated to be in control of the situation and look after my friends. But I couldn't. And most of all, I couldn't accept that I was anything but in control. And in the end, all I wanted was for someone to understand. Someone to try and reach out to me. To connect with me on the level that I was on. But none of my friends could. Until an unnamed stranger came up to me, moved my friends out of the way, grabbed my hand and said, "Bro, I've been there. You're gonna be okay." I looked at him with a shock of relief and screamed, "You know!" And then, I didn't feel so isolated. I felt cared for. I didn't feel alone. And then, and there, the stranger had me take a Xanax. And thank God he did, because everything actually mellowed down after that. I honestly don't know what would have happened if he hadn't done so. Anyway, long story short, my roommate picked me up and drove me back home to ride out the rest of the trip, which I ended up finishing with Fight Club and a well-deserved mango. Sometimes, even today, I feel like I've actually never left the amphitheatre. Like, the life I'm living now is merely one of the thoughts that progressed into its own universe, and I'm going to live this one out until I die, and I'll wake up back at the concert venue. It took me months to cope with depersonalization, flashbacks, and to learn how to act human again. But I managed, and I'm ultimately grateful for the experience. I only wish I could describe it better and in more detail. But having said that, I'm sure you guys know how difficult it is to detail the unknown, let alone the psychedelic experience as a whole. Healing and Insight, an Ibogaine trip report by Sharon, posted to earwid.org December 14th, 2024. I recently participated in an Ibogaine ceremony. My intentions were to heal some sensed but undefined trauma, as well as opening emotional and energetic channels, getting insight into the nature of craving, exploring my psyche, and to follow my curiosity. I was inspired to write this trip report to share the visions that I saw, hoping to connect with others whose Ibogaine journeys led them to similar places of healing and wonder. I also wanted to memorialise and honour the experience, the medicine, and the people who made it possible. The process of writing this has been an important part of recalling and integrating the insights into my life. In summary, working with Ibogaine helped me better understand and accept myself. I felt compassion for children in early developmental stages and a calling to make the world safer for them. I saw a vision of humanity without conflict, where people cooperate, love, create, and are connected to nature. I saw how the earth participates and contributes to the greater universe. I saw aspects of how the mind works, how thoughts generate, and the role of awareness. Lastly, I interacted with what seemed to be a higher intelligence through a game of riddles. The Arrival and Fire Ceremony. The retreat was held at a comfortable, spacious house with scenic views. There were 6 participants with ages ranging from late 30s to early 50s. The staff included 3 facilitators, a cook, and medical personnel. We arrived on Friday afternoon, with the Ibogaine ceremony scheduled for that night. Upon arrival, we unpacked, explored the house, and started to get to know each other. The house had multiple levels with big rooms, comfortable furniture, and engaging art. There was a library room stacked with interesting titles and several balconies overlooking natural scenery. After settling in, a facilitator invited us to gather in a group circle and explained how this was an opportunity for transformation and connection. Each of us took a turn introducing ourselves and explained what brought us there, as well as our struggles, aspirations, and intentions. There were moments of vulnerability, stories of personal challenges, and an overall sense of being heard and supported. She invited us to create a series of drawings. The first two represented what we wanted to let go of. The third was what we aspired towards. I drew two abstract pictures representing blocked energy and a future state picture symbolizing radiant, flowing energy. Others drew pictures representing transformation in important personal relationships. Later, we went outside for what was called the fire ceremony. The sun had just set. We circled around a small fire, and one of the facilitators guided the group in an indigenous-style prayer to the six directions. We were invited to cast our first two drawings into the fire, making a symbolic break with the past. We were given capsules of ibogaine, a piece of hematite crystal, and a candle. After some time for reflection, we took the ibogaine and walked up to the ceremony room, where the real journey began. Just before the ceremony, a nurse had taken our vitals and weighed us to calculate the ibogaine dosage. We received IVs for hydration and electrolytes. Now, as we lay down on our mattresses, she hooked us up to EKG machines. Ibogaine can present heart risks for certain people, and the medical staff wanted to monitor us for safety throughout the night. The journey. The ceremony room glowed with candles surrounding the perimeter. Music played, ambient, spiritual, and world beats, with minimal vocals. The door was open to a cool, dark night outside. It was an impressive ambience. I looked around the room as my fellow travellers put their eye masks on and got comfortable on their mattresses. I've worked with a variety of plant medicines in the past, but didn't know what to expect with ibogaine. I was told the journey could last 12 to 36 hours. I'd heard stories about long, intense trips, but I'd also heard about the entheogen's power to heal. I brought my intentions to mind. I'd picked 4 words to help guide and ground me, and journaled about them leading up to the retreat. Acceptance, presence, love, and abundance. In that moment, acceptance resonated the most. I'd signed up for this months before, journaled about my intentions, travelled far, and the moment was finally here. I had some trepidation at knowing I was in for a journey into the unknown, but I felt safe with the staff and environment. It was time to lay back, focus on my breath, and be present with whatever came up. Onset and effects. I first perceived ibogaine through bodily sensations. It came on perhaps 30 or 40 minutes after I took the capsules. A light wooziness passed through my body, not unlike the initial subtle shifts I've felt with the onset of other plant medicines. Shortly after, I sensed an unfamiliar buzzing sound in my ears. It wasn't pleasant or unpleasant, but it was pronounced and unfamiliar. Interesting. In my imagination, I saw a white line against a dark surface etching back and forth, similar to the pattern of the letter Z. The journey was underway, and throughout the experience I was conscious, could direct my thoughts, as well as move my own body. Physically, I felt a sense of oscillation, as though awareness had weight and swept back and forth across my body, heavier on one side and lighter on the other, scanning side to side. My normal sense of stability was altered as well. When walking to the bathroom later, the staff had to physically support me with an arm. Some experienced physical purging, but I never felt the urge. Mentally, I felt awake all night, but my awareness relaxed into an inner world of intuition, visions, felt sense, and imagination. The visions I describe appeared in the way I see things in a dream, except I was fully conscious. My eyes were closed and I wore an eye mask. Typical mental chatter was suspended. I was alert and present. I could hear the music and occasionally one of the other participants, but it was mostly quiet and introspective. The rest of this report is an attempt to describe the visions and insights that came up during this journey. The entheogens seemed to identify the most important issues in my psyche, guiding my attention to those areas and helping me reframe my understanding for the better. My attempt to put this into words is inadequate compared to the experience. It was incredible. Healing the past and self-acceptance. When reflecting in the weeks leading up to the ceremony, I couldn't point to any particular life event that I'd call traumatic, but I sensed that there was some underlying stress from my past that was inhibiting me. Ibogaine prioritised this and took me directly to the root of what it was. Keeping the description general, it related to very early childhood development and had to do with safety, generational patterns, and freedom of expression. This part of the journey was lengthy and deep. I saw myself, others, and my environment in those earliest years of my life, and for the first time recognised how they shaped who I am. I'd never intentionally thought about or integrated my early life with who I've become as an adult. I've lived much of my life influenced by ideas about self-determinism. While acknowledging that genetics and nurturing have some role, I focused on trying to shape myself into what I thought I should be without much attention on what I'd already become. Initially, it was unsettling to realise that there are aspects of myself that are more or less fixed from very early on. It felt limiting to realise that we humans don't get to choose the foundational ingredients in the recipe that forms us. Gradually, I came to see that this is the way of nature, and is therefore something to accept. With that acceptance came relief, knowing that I don't have to apologise for who I am, hide, or try to re-engineer myself. To reconcile the past with the present was very healing. Next, I saw images of my current self, physically and energetically. Maybe they represented how I perceive myself or how I imagine others perceive me. It wasn't flattering. But later that night, when I was in the bathroom and happened to look in the mirror, I felt relief. I saw that I wasn't the distorted images I'd fabricated about myself. I saw myself as upright, capable, and worthy of acceptance. Children and development. The journey transitioned onto the next phase, which was less visual and more contemplative. The insights about the significance of childhood development generalised beyond my own situation. These are not topics I normally think about or study, so while I imagine these are mundane insights for many, they were rather revelatory for me. I saw that how we're nurtured shapes important aspects of the fabric of our personality. Our disposition towards feeling safe, feeling heard, and feeling free to express. We carry this early imprinting through our lives. It impacts our capacity for harmony with ourselves and others, and therefore the extent to which we suffer and find joy in this life. In those early stages of life, I saw a natural cycle where babies depend on their mothers for safety and love, and where the mothers in turn depend on their partners and community for safety and love, so that they can focus on nurturing. A mother's disposition towards rewarding and punishing a child's behaviour is influenced by how she was raised. A father's willingness to provide support to the mother and child is largely a function of how he was raised. I got the impression that everyone was doing their best with what they had, doing what they thought was right. I thought of people I know, how their childhoods shaped them, and felt compassion and joy. I began to extrapolate, realising that our world is made up of billions of people shaped by the first few years of life. Humanity's capacity to cooperate is largely a function of how each individual was raised, how much love and attention they received, how they were encouraged to express themselves, and the values they learned from watching their parents or guardians. What issue could be more important than getting childhood development right? I felt a call to action, but wondered how I could actually help. As someone who doesn't have kids, it occurred to me that the most direct thing I could do was to find a partner, have our own child or children, and dedicate myself to their well-being. I recognised and accepted that this may or may not happen. If it didn't happen, that was okay. I could find a path that leads to making the world safer for children anyway. Mr. Rogers came to mind. If it did happen, for the first time in my life, I felt comfortable with the idea of being a father. Humanity. Next, the entheogen seemed to recognise the weight of certain existential questions within me, and led me to some insights. From a young age, I've been struck by a sense of wonder about what we're doing here. What's behind the power of a thunderstorm? What's the significance of my life when there are so many people on this planet? What are any of us doing here, in a world that seems could be peaceful but often isn't? Where do we come from, and where do we go? This part of the journey was again more contemplative. I realised that humanity has a natural tendency to evolve towards greater cooperation with each new generation. Parents learn from how they were nurtured, wanting the best for the children. They're inclined to improve upon that experience. In individual cases, this might not always play out well, but in the grand scheme, generations naturally tend towards better nurturing over time, leading to greater harmony among people. This insight transitioned into a macro, dreamlike vision of humanity through a zoomed-out image of the Earth. It was a joyful place, alive with humans creating, cooperating, living happily, breathing, loving. The Earth was vibrant, bumping and thriving. I didn't see individual people, but had a sense of unification and harmony. People were connected with each other and with the Earth. There were no wars or divisions. Buddhism appeared in the dream as an abstract guiding symbol of a brown cloth on Earth, a blending of imagery and concepts. The whole planet, humans, plants and animals, flourished. I felt these images as I saw them, emotionally and physically. The joyful vision was balanced out with insights about some of the things that divide people today: poverty, racial discrimination, misunderstandings from language, the narrow way women are portrayed in porn. I didn't choose to pick these issues, they came to me and I just felt a sadness. I reflected on the consequences of poverty, on households and children. I saw that fixating on differences between people, skin colour come to mind, unnecessarily inhibits our ability to connect at a personal level. On language, it occurred to me that conflict often arises from misunderstandings between different languages, and from imprecision within any single language. How can all humans communicate with each other, regardless of which part of the world we're from? How can we more fully and clearly express what we feel? I didn't get immediate answers during the journey, but language has come up in other plant medicine ceremonies, and it felt like another call to action. Interlude. Writing about the journey hardly captures the essence of it. I was experiencing dreamlike visions along with embodied emotions that accompanied them. I was seeing life through a new perspective. Things were being reframed. In retrospect, it was as though I was being guided by one of those spirits from the Christmas Carol on a journey through my psyche. There were moments to pause and reflect on the visions, often leading to insight. Throughout, I was on my mattress with my eye shades on. I'd get up occasionally to have a sip of water or gently stagger to the bathroom with the help of one of the staff. I didn't have a precise sense of time. I knew it was the middle of the night though. Sometimes I'd hear one of the other participants, but it was mostly quiet apart from the music, which was supportive and reassuring. Lila by Benji Wertheimer was on the playlist and brings me back to the experience. I was in awe of the journey, fully engaged with it and wanting to continue. As it progressed, the vision zoomed out in scale and became more abstract. It started with my own situation, broadened out to all people, and now it moved into the scale of Earth and the cosmos. The next lesson was a continuation of the existential questions theme, and showed me that humanity and the Earth have a role to play with the greater universe. The great gig in the sky. I had a perception of looking at space. It was like the inner space sometimes perceived in the stillness of meditation. The space was featureless except for the content of the visions. I saw an image of the Earth in the context of the overall universe. I realised, or received a message, that the Earth performs some kind of compositing or recycling function. There is a featureless conveyor that connects the Earth to the universe. Each human's breathing and love somehow exchanges with this system. Plants, animals, and the rest of life play a role in the theatre of the greater cosmos. The imagery was abstract without details, but the implication felt significant. Earth isn't just an arbitrary rock spinning in space that happens to have humans on it. We're part of a bigger system that we don't directly perceive, and each person is contributing just through being alive, breathing, and participating. Next, I saw a platform in space that generated one colourful shape after the next at a high but effortless volume and velocity. I saw it from a slight bottom angle. It didn't seem to be an entity or have a personality though. I was astonished at how it created without pause, without thought or editing. The created stuff flowed constantly. There was no hesitation about what to create or why, it just created. It was always creating, and it would always create infinitely. It was inspiring. I thought about my personal inclinations to plan and edit, which can get in the way of just creating. I wish I could describe more about these two visions. They were breathtaking. Felt like I caught a brief glimpse behind the curtain. I speculated on what they might mean, but to honour the insights as they came to me, I'll leave this description with the open sense of wonder that I left with. The mind. Looking again into an otherwise empty space, an image appeared. A post-it notepad with pages whirring off, one after the next. Each note contained random ideas. It symbolised the part of the mind that generates thoughts. The thought generator, or meme generator, was the name that came to me. Watching it, I realised that I don't have immediate control over which thought arises next, an idea that I've read about but was now visualising. I realised that the thought generator is informed by what goes into the mind. The people, environment, ideas, entertainment, sensory information. The thought generator pulls from that content and presents it to conscious awareness. I thought about the significance of what we put and let into our minds, and how we become like the people we spend time with. While watching the thoughts fly off the thought generator pad, I realised that I am distinct from my thoughts. I've had some sense of this before from meditating, but this was a more visceral perspective. I perceived a delineation between the chatter of my thoughts and the more relaxed open awareness that observes them. If the thought generator was in the front of my mind, awareness was in the back, non-judgmental, observing. While I don't always, or ever, have a choice about what thought comes up next, I do have the ability to observe it and not get caught up in it. I saw that I can practice just being aware of the thought generator, zooming back and quietly watching it. I sometimes identify with the thoughts about myself, perhaps a memory or self-perception, as though they are me. I realise that really they're really just incomplete aspects of me from a particular frame of time. This meant I could let go of judgments or emotional reactions to spontaneous thoughts about myself by remembering that they're not me. Practice doing this in the moment. Thoughts about identity transition into thoughts about what if anything persists after death. Perhaps dying involves letting go of the sense of self I create and cling to from all the fragments of memories and thoughts. Maybe I merge into that quiet space of awareness. I felt some trepidation about the idea of letting go of my sense of self, but also some hope at the prospect of continuing on in another form. I perceived a source of light or energy in the back of my head. It can brighten my perspective, and it's the place where smiles originate. It is always there to help me. I just have to be aware of it. Riddles. In the last chapter of the journey, I interacted with something that felt like a higher intelligence. It presented me with a game of riddles. We went through multiple rounds. My recollection of details even immediately after the journey was blurry though. However, I was presented with a riddle, tried to reason through it, and couldn't. It occurred to me that I could ask for help. I felt some emotional resistance to this, but eventually I just did it. Asking for help led to solving the riddle, or was the solution to the riddle. I was rewarded with celebration visuals and sounds, and feeling as though I was being launched up to a higher level. After several iterations, I reached a point where I was presented with 2 cards that seemed to ask if I'm ready to accept death. I felt fear. It didn't occur to me to ask for help. As I resisted and disengaged from the game, it felt as though the spirit of the Ibogaine began leaving me. It was as if someone flipped a switch and power was gradually dimming down. In my final vision, I looked up into the darkness at the 2 cards. The content of these messages is a mystery, since I don't recall specifics, but I saw that my initial assumptions about the cards, about death, were not accurate. There are more possibilities than I realised. My fear was misplaced. I felt relief, curiosity. I was ready for the journey to continue, but sensed it was over. I'd seen what I needed to see. It began with the wonder infancy, and ended with the mystery of death. Winding down. By this time it was early Saturday morning. I laid there until mid to late Saturday afternoon, awake, exhausted, exhilarated, and processing everything that happened. I replayed the visions and insights, knowing I'd record them later. The range, depth, and significance of what I'd seen and contemplated was profound. I didn't want the journey to end. There was so much still to explore. But I also recognised that I had a new sense of purpose in life, and knew that I have a role to play back in normal reality. When I finally got up, I walked downstairs and sat on a balcony overlooking the ocean. I shared my experience with one of the facilitators, a skillful listener, and began writing down what I'd seen. As I looked out at the world, I felt sensitive, emotionally open, and innocent like I was a child. Afterward. In documenting this, I've tried to be true to the experience and insights as they came to me during the journey. I'm writing about interpretations elsewhere. Some of the visions were incomplete, like the Earth's recycling or compositing role in the universe, the architecture of the mind, and the content of the riddles. In retrospect, it seems like I was being shown just enough to walk away with a sense of meaning and appreciation. Returning home and re-engaging with my career, hobbies, and relationships, I have a new curiosity about why I'm doing the things I do. What purpose does this or that activity serve? I want to make the best use of my time in this life. It seems more precious now. I still get impatient in traffic, but have a bit more equanimity about it. I have more compassion for people, recognising that our behaviour is largely shaped by how we were raised and by the people, content and environments that inform our minds. I recognise that my perception and understanding of reality is limited. I express gratitude for life and ask for help in living it. I feel more purpose in practicing meditation and yoga. The vision of humanity cooperating on Earth comes to me regularly, and I stay open to the possibility that there's something I can do to nurture that harmony. For now, that means being a little more open and generous to others, and accepting life as it is in this moment. Thank you, reader, for your valuable attention. Swept up into the everlasting orgasm of life. A 20-gram mushroom trip report by On the Beach, posted to Irwid.org June 1st, 2006. Earlier in the day, I'd consumed 15 grams of fresh cubes and had a most pleasant second experience with mushrooms. Rather arrogantly, I decided that I wanted to repeat the experience right away. My morning trip ended around 6 PM. By 9 PM, I'd begun munching my way through another 20 grams. I remember walking to the bathroom to purge my system and asking, praying that the mushrooms would show me their dark side. My reasoning for doing this at the time was that my first 2 trips had been happy and philosophical, and I know that the reality of psychedelic usage was that bad trips can and do happen. So I thought it might be useful to try and induce one intentionally, to see if I could understand what was happening to me. Bad mistake. Bad mistake. I'd created an uplifting playlist consisting of trance and mid-tempo chill-out, and it was a truly extraordinary thing to be listening to as I was coming up. I began to feel ripples of energy flowing through my legs, and it was the most pleasant sensation imaginable, sexual in a way. I didn't feel sick as I did earlier on in the day, so I gently lay back and let the music guide my soul. The first hour and a half of the trip was simply heavenly. The music soared to ever greater and brighter tones and lifted me up with it. After a while, the feeling I'd gotten in my legs had spread throughout my entire body, and I was feeling orgasmic. I got up and wrote on the PC, swept up into the everlasting orgasm of life, and lay back down once more to continue in this heavenly moment. I kept gently moving my body and torso around. It felt as if I was making love to the music. By that I mean the music was making me feel sexual in a spiritual way. It was so damned perfect. The best feeling I could ever imagine. I kept having to get up to turn the music down slightly, as I didn't want my housemates to come in and ask me to turn it down, which would have also let them realise I was tripping my balls off. I knew this was building up to some sort of spiritual climax. Time slowed. Time slowed. Time stopped. I was looking up at my ceiling and saw a bright white light moving towards me. There was a heavy aliasing effect as the light descended. I interpreted this as being God itself, and immediately thought, what if I find God on only my third trip? How could I ever integrate this experience into my normal concept of reality without going mad? I quickly made the decision to stop this, and as I did, the light disappeared, and I was left in darkness. This is when the trip dramatically gained an overwhelming edge of evilness. After a while, I had to get up to take a pee. I knew I wasn't coordinated enough to get to the bathroom. The only two things I had to hand were a Coke can and a Pepsi can. I saw this as a kind of the reverse of the Pepsi challenge, as in which drink I would rather pee into. I chose the Coke can to pee into and chortled to myself at how ironic the situation was. As I sat back down on my bed, the most mind-blowing thing happened. I rested my head in my hands and had a vision of every thought, memory and feeling that was stored in my mind. They were all arranged in a completely random, spherical fashion, and displayed as words and numbers crammed together in a 60s style trippy font. It looked a bit like the font used in the Monkeys logo. I remember thinking to myself, wow, you're actually seeing the inside of your mind. I had a thought along the lines of, I'm the master of all of this now. Once I snapped out of this, I managed to lie back down and hoped I wouldn't experience anything else so unsettling. No matter what I tried, the same vision kept appearing to me. Random words, random numbers, random feelings, all jumbled up into a paradoxical mixture of insanity and genius. After a while, I lost all sense of rationality. My mind would get stuck in cyclical thought patterns, and no matter what I did, I couldn't stop them. I kept thinking strange, nonsensical thoughts like, the difference between all this sameness is all the same again. And the beginning of the end is the beginning also again. It was now just after 11 PM and I had lost my mind completely. Rationality was impossible because my mind was stuck thinking meaningless thoughts. I kept getting up and looking at the time on the PC, and what seemed like hours and hours was only a minute. It took like just an hour for 5 minutes to pass. All the time I was thinking complete gibberish. Back to bed. It was then that several terrifying thoughts catapulted themselves into my mind. I thought that time itself had stopped, and that I would be left insane forever. I thought either that I was God and that I was playing a trick on myself, or that God was playing a trick on me, and that life, reality, was in fact a construction of my own mind, and that I was, in fact, God. I started trying to do reality checks in an already insane state of mind, and everything I thought of confirmed the fact that I was, in fact, God. Earlier in the day, several of my Greek friends had told me that today was St. Nicholas Day in Greece, so in my delusional state, I thought that I might be a saint as well. I'd recently gotten in contact with an old female friend from my childhood, and soon found out that when we were young she was crazy about me. I was crazy about her as well. But in talking to her recently, I found out that she had a boyfriend and that we could never have a relationship. She had told me that she was studying to be a teacher. I was browsing online earlier in the day and saw a face that I imagined was like she would look like nowadays. In my delusional state, I went back to this page and read it again. It said that her key words were teaching and learning. In this state of mind, I equated this with her being God and teaching me a lesson. I realized that this was in fact the end of time. Perhaps I had died. I kept trying to remember how I had died, but I couldn't remember, so I concluded that I must still be alive. I knew that time had stopped though, and that God was waiting for me to make a decision. My options? Number 1, terminate myself. This would end the nightmare immediately and reveal myself as God who had constructed this thing known as reality, as a puzzle that only I could solve. I thought of lots of ways to off myself, like wandering out into the road or throwing myself into the sea. Number 2, live, reproduce. This would involve me contacting my female friend and telling her that I needed her in that way for the human race. I thought that as I had identified her as God earlier on, perhaps this was what I was supposed to do. And I thought once I had said that I needed her, that she would in fact tell me that she was God, and that all this was a puzzle I was meant to solve. After an eternity thinking about what I should choose, a third option popped into my mind. Number 3, do nothing. In the back of my mind, I still had the capacity to doubt what I was experiencing. I thought, hang on, this can't be real, can it? What if you just wait to be sure? I kept thinking about Bill Murray in Groundhog Day. I know it's not the same situation, but I was trying to think what he did to get tomorrow to become today. I realised it was because he believed in his mind and soul that he was on Earth to help others with little regard for himself and stop being such a selfish bastard. So, naturally, I thought that this is what I need to do in my life also. Laying there, I managed to utter 4 words. I decide to wait. This was about 5 hours after ingestion, and finally I found some relief. Soon I fell asleep, but not after realising that I had peed all over myself. Remember, earlier I'd practically met God and almost realised that reality is a puzzle meant to be solved. I woke up the next morning very unsettled and confused. I tripped later that day also. It was an amazing trip where I dreamed of being a rock star and saw the brilliance of mankind. My reasons for tripping was that I didn't permanently equate the mushrooms with insanity. I did manage to integrate my thoughts about Groundhog Day into everyday life, and it has actually made me a wonderful, caring person. DMT Experience Report. Feminine Orchid Being and Mantis Teacher. A post by Flexible Orbitals, posted to the DMT subreddit 5 years ago. This flash was my first and only experience I ever had since writing this post, and it happened more than a couple of years ago. It was so powerful at the time, and I continue to think about it nearly every day since then. I now figure that I may as well do a post to share it with others. Keep in mind that this report should be recognised as an attempt to describe what I experienced. An experience that goes beyond description not only because of its complexity, but its exotic relationship to our conventional understandings and use of word association. That being said, I try to be diligent in my word choice to honestly portray what I experienced in a way that is translatable to others in accordance with my memory. I'm not sure about how much I took, but a well-experienced friend of mine, who has broken through plenty of times, prepared it for me. I vaporised it out of a bong, and the substance was sandwiched between 2 beds of parsley, to receive the indirect heat of parsley versus being directly burned by the flame. Sitting on a couch in my friend's quiet and comfortable home, I was reluctant to dive in. I'd been experiencing wonderful psilocybin and LSD trips somewhat regularly during that year prior to the DMT flash, and one of the many qualities I have gained from those experiences is a deep reverence toward these substances. So much so that I really have to work up the courage to consume them and convince my body to allow it to happen. Navigating the psychedelic terrain on relatively high doses all comes down to the purity of intention and strength of mind and heart to deal well with the intensity and intricate handling of the multi-leveled dynamics of it all. As I was sitting there focusing on my breath and clearing my mind, my friend was right by my side and had the bong ready to go. After what seemed like 10 minutes of him giving me occasional words of encouragement, he said, "Oh, you're completely safe. It's okay." And I understood that to be all anyone could say, while respecting my decision process and edging me towards doing it. I sat up straight, put my hands on my knees, took one last big breath, and gave an affirmative nod to my friend. He handed me the bong and lit it for me. As I was milking my first big hit, not harsh at all, a kind of comfortable sensation began to fill my senses. After holding the hit in for 20 seconds, my friend calmly instructed me to blow it out and take another. As I blew it out and was going in for my second hit, I really was just watching my body act on its own. The physical world looked porous and felt more open. The final view of the bowl being lit by the flame looked honeycomb, with its porous qualities, and a stillness was filling me from within as I watched my body act out its function. With that hit held in, my body instinctively knew to lean back in the couch and shut my eyes. The darkness from my eyes being shut was accompanied by my mind becoming more and more quiet and calm, so much to the point where I eventually came to pure peaceful awareness, and a slight ringing sound gently rose and fell into the quiet. Those final moments of the slight flare of the ringing and my mind becoming more and more quiet was matched by light entering my vision. A single eyelid, as my 2 regular eyes were shut, was opening to a marbly wash of pink and blue colours, and I felt like I was laying down. My vision was coated in a seam of moisture, like the eyes of a newborn waking from sleep. I sat up on the table I was laying on, and looked out into the dome of marbly pink and blue swashing colours. I definitely felt like I was in a domed room of some kind. Then, from the other side of the room, I saw a being. The being was looking in a different direction and seemed preoccupied with an unknown minor task. After a second of me looking at her, it turned to my direction and noticed I was awake. She made a small gesture of excitement when she noticed my presence and began bumbling towards me, in the words of Terence McKenna. She really was similar to his description of machine elves consisting of disjointed, self-dribbling bouncing ball-like ligaments, but was less machine-like and more like an organic orb-like being of a variety of shifting colours. She moved with a disjointed sway but with an energetic grace, coming directly toward me like a mother to an infant. "Hi, welcome," she greeted me with love. "You're okay, it's alright." Nothing was being spoken, but it was in a telepathic language. That doesn't mean that there was just an immediate, unlinguistic understanding though, but a kind of time-based sequence of communication conveyed through emotion and meaning without the associative medium of sound as the bridgeway of communication that we typically use. There was a sweet hush to her telepathic voice, and her excitement for me being there was gentle. Perhaps that greeting was best fit for my condition entering the space. I hear it's usually more wild than that. My vision was still a bit blurry and remained so for the duration of the trip, but it wasn't a hindrance. I could still make out a great amount of detail. A necessary amount, to say the least. When she greeted me, she was close up and was blooming expressive forms with her body connected with her language. Her morphology had characteristics that were similar to an orchid, and each of her ligaments as well as her head were like highly expressive, blooming, rotating hand gestures, mesmerizing and prone to capturing my attention. Her overall form continued to unveil greater complexities as the experience transpired. While my attention was absolutely clear during this experience so far, and I was marvelling at this beautiful and strange being with a surprisingly calm attitude, a slight shift of nervousness developed within me, and I turned my gaze toward the floor. This last detail, I think, is crucial and highly interesting. The nervousness I felt was a real response to my environment in hyperspace, and I initiated a command to my body within this hyperspace. This means that there is a dimension to it beyond mental imagery, an actual environment where a type of bodily vessel is required, and navigation within the space is possible. When I turned my gaze toward the floor and away from the feminine orchid entity, that implies there is dimensionality to this experience. This might seem obvious and trivial to some, but I am amazed by this detail. It really is a place, or seems like one to the skeptic. And yes, it all feels very, very real. After I turned my gaze toward the floor caused by my anxiousness, the orchid being moved down into my field of vision and exclaimed in her hushed tone and expressive gestures, No, it's okay. Don't worry. Look. As she said this, she was gently easing me back into my seated position and displaying what are commonly referred to as hyperdimensional toys. They were orb-like, gyrating and blooming with colour and a variety of forms. I have no idea what they are, but in the moment, they conveyed a lot of meaning related to all interconnected forms of perceivable reality, realised by my own fixated attention. They lacked a central intelligent beingness, and seemed of a less important nature than that of the orchid being and myself, which is why they came across as objects rather than beings. "Oh my god," was something like I was saying to her. "I remember this." "Yeah, see, you remember," she exclaimed with so much joy. "Oh my god, I really do remember this." "Yes." This place became so familiar to me, like as if I go there every time I fall asleep or die. I remembered it so well, and as the toys continued to bloom and bloom, more of their details I began to remember more and more. I was ecstatic, filled with pure joy and love, knowing that I was completely safe, and a feeling of triumph overcame my being that I knew this was right, that my tendencies, in physical reality, toward the analysis and understanding of our world, the desire to be in touch with the common ground of all things, and the need for love and to be loving, are of my nature and are true. The nature of my being utilised this new yet very familiar realm of transforming energies as if I belonged there, and as I continued to further interact with the energy forms of this hyperdimensional object, I continued to remember that I do belong there, at least in that moment anyways. This validated my being as being tangible and purposeful. At some point within this time, a single question arose within me. The only question I asked in the whole experience. Very modestly and purely I asked, "Is this a good thing?" As in life itself. "Of course," she said sweetly and assuredly. "This is a good thing." The blooming, gyrating, colourful forms flooded my perception at this point, and so much was shown. Among the sea of details I received, I only remember some things. One of those memories is what TM described as "look at this." That "look at this" wasn't being said by the being, but was the overall vibe emitted from these exclamatory bursts of wonder. A very particular moment I remember was when the coloured silhouette of a human body was bursting out from these blooming objects, with her hands and legs extending outwards as if embodying "look at this." A message was being translated directly through this action, and that message was something to the effect of, "All content of our perception longs for attention in order for it to exist, and presents itself through form by acts of highly noticeable means." Another interesting memory I have that I think is worth mentioning is the detail of the orchid being behind the displays of the hyperdimensional toys. As these different toys were placed before me, I noticed at one point that the orchid being had 4 blue arms. I didn't think anything of it then, but afterward I remembered that part and connected it with Hindu deities. What the hell? It's quite amazing. After being flooded by all of those grand feelings and visions for some time, I felt a bit disinterested. At that moment, the energetic forms diminished, and what stood before me now was a large green praying mantis entity against the familiar pink and blue marbly backdrop. "I am a teacher," he greeted me in a male voice, with a wise and strong, straightforward demeanour. His arms were held out slightly to the sides of his upper torso, thorax, and he stared directly into me. Even after the sensory parade I was just a part of with the orchid's hyperdimensional toy box, I became immediately still and silent as the mantis teacher came into my vision. Ready to listen, he addressed me with little expression, but with direct knowingness and love. "Match the movements of my arms," he said as he began slowly moving his arms slightly further from his thorax and back again, repeatedly. I matched his movements, which my friend later confirmed, watching me move my arms with a stupidly blissful smile on my face. I was focused in meditation on his arm movements, and mine matching his until there was a raise in energy vibration, and we synced as one being. I was the mantis, and the mantis was me. "You got it. You understand," the mantis, or I, confirmed. What I can roughly translate that direct understanding as is something like, the total unity of attention and the sensory field is the point of creation, and is it. I was left with a moment to sink out of the mantis being's form and have a final look at him. The DMT flash faded out from there, and I opened my eyes to find that the room had a green tinge to it. I looked at my friend, who had a small smile and his eyebrows raised, waiting for me to say something. "It's perfect," I said. "I know," he said back. An excited raving about how incredible it all is filled the conversation for the rest of the night. This experience completely changed my view of life and has encouraged me to pursue my interests in meditation, art, strengthening my relationships, and being a more loving and understanding person overall. Have any of you encountered the mantis teacher or had similar experiences? I'd be interested in hearing about it. Thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoyed. The World is an Envelope, a mushrooms and ketamine trip report by a golden teacher, posted to earwid.org November 13th, 2010. The use of psychedelics for me is a spiritual undertaking done mostly in the outdoors while camping. My friends and I often camp on an island upriver from where we live. This experience follows a recent camping trip there. A few hours before sunset, a friend of mine and I took about 1 gram of mushrooms. We went swimming with the others, and it was an absolutely beautiful summer evening, and we were all in good spirits. By the time we were back on shore, my friend and I were beginning to feel the mushrooms. We felt pleasantly lifted in mind. We both agreed that colours were particularly sharper. We had not felt any anxiety of coming up, however we are both experienced mushroom users. We decided to eat about 0.5 grams more each. Around dusk, we were playing with hula hoops and poi. Someone had set up a tightrope, which my friend was avidly trying to master. I ate about another 0.5 grams. I had a huge amount of energy. I was bouncing between hula hooping, spinning poi, and chatting with others. Anytime I looked at the sky, it turned into a huge watercolour painting, something like Monet would have done. I felt intensely connected to the campsite ground and the island itself as a sacred place. This is where we come to be real, I concluded. Later, I was hanging out round the fire, sitting on an inflatable mattress with a few others who were drinking. I ended up having a very intense discussion about life, the universe, and everything with an acquaintance of mine. I felt as if it was the first time we'd really met. I always felt shy around him for some reason, although I'm not a shy person. We talked for about 2 hours straight, me eating another gram of mushrooms in between. At one point he blew my mind, as one might call it. I had an intense realisation about my family life and how to overcome some certain problems I have with my sister, which I intend on applying in the future. We discussed the ills of society, particularly the fakeness we saw as being an endemic problem with all people. We concluded that only once we shed this disguise could we truly be free. At this point, another friend called me over to where he and a few others were sitting. They were doing lines of ketamine. I've never tried ketamine before, but most of the people present camping were experienced users and suggested that if I felt up to it, I should give it a try. Since I felt in an excellent and relatively clear state of mind, I decided that I would be able to handle something new. I specified that I didn't want too much, but I wanted enough to feel the effects, after which I would decide if I wanted more. I was served a line, and after snorting it, I sat back down on the air mattress. Within a few minutes, I began to feel like I was rocking on a ship. It became more difficult to express myself in a way that made any sense. I giggled almost non-stop as I was coming up. The air mattress felt like it was hovering above the grass. I actually felt a little overwhelmed, so I remained lying down. Shadows became particularly pronounced. The difference between things that were light in colour and dark in colour was readily apparent as black against white. At one point, I could only see in black and white. This wasn't scary as much as it was very disorienting. After a while, I'd come down and felt the mushrooms again. I took a bit of a break to process what had just happened. I concluded that it was interesting and I would like to try it again, perhaps while standing or doing something other than lying down. I was served a line slightly larger than before. Some others were hula hooping and spinning poi in a little clearing close to the campfire, so I decided to join them. At first, I just watched. The poi was glow in the dark and was creating fantastic traces of circular light. I don't usually get traces with mushrooms, unless I've taken over 4 grams at once, so I attributed it to the ketamine. I attempted to hula hoop, I can do some tricks, but quickly found out that almost all coordination had been lost. After putting down the hula hoop, I felt very dizzy and had to stand still for a few minutes. I tried to venture back to the fire, but found that I couldn't even sit by it. It was far too bright to even be close to, and I had a vague idea that an angel had landed there, which was the reason I couldn't look at the fire. I travelled back to the clearing where people were still spinning poi, but I ended up getting stuck in an envelope. The ground felt as if it was very slanted downward and then very slanted upward, although it was actually completely flat, creating a V-shaped valley in the middle of the clearing and ultimately divided the entire island in this way. The further in either direction I went, the more I climbed, so it felt like I was stuck in the bottom of an envelope. I attempted to explain this to a friend in the clearing, but she didn't understand, and I felt very frustrated because I wasn't able to communicate whatsoever. I climbed up the side of this envelope back to the fire, which didn't appear as bright as before. Everything was still slanting one way or the other. I felt very disoriented and aggravated because I just couldn't get comfortable. I sat cross-legged by the fireside, spouting nonsense and throwing fistfuls of grass at the fire. I felt a bit better sitting down, but felt so full of energy I didn't know what to do with myself. My best friend was sitting beside me. Oh, I can't wait to not be high on ketamine anymore. I told her this and said, because I can't do anything. If I do, I'll get stuck in this envelope forever. She laughed and asked if I was feeling alright. I said that I was feeling great, but I couldn't get rid of any of the energy I had because I was just too immobile. We relaxed by the fire while poking it with sticks. Faces and shapes were coming out of the embers and logs. We made up stories about the faces and tried to make them smile or change expression by poking them with our sticks. This was probably the most intense of the open-eyed hallucinations that I had that night. About half an hour later, I'd come down from the ketamine and was once again in the familiar embrace of mushrooms. I believe that the mixture of mushrooms and ketamine led to the frustration that I experienced. I felt that the energy that mushrooms gives me was competing with the disorientation that ketamine apparently has, creating a type of insanity or level of frustration, not necessarily bad, similar to being disoriented on LSD, with which I am also experienced. Sitting down and focusing on something that I could play with in my hands, like poking the fire with a stick, ended up solving this problem. What am I? A Mushrooms and Ketamine Trip Report by Looney. Posted to earwig.org February 26, 2018. After 6 years listening to extreme metal, me and my friends discovered the world of Goa, Psytrance, and of course, the drugs that goes with the scene. So, we decided to go to the Full Moon Festival in Germany. The first day, I made a good deal and bought a lot of LSD, but I didn't feel the need to trip, so I gave some to my friends and sold the rest. I took some MDMA, but for some reason my body rejected it. Same story with ecstasy a day later. But the festival was so good that it didn't matter, and I actually gave up on the drugs. Until the last night, a friend offered me mushrooms because he didn't want to trip alone. I took some of his shrooms because I felt good enough to trip. It must have been 1/3 of the portion, but I don't know what kind of shrooms it was. I lost the guy out of sight and I started to enjoy the festival more and more. Everything was so beautiful, and I loved everything I saw. 1200 Mics was playing, and as I was one with the music, I realised only I understood it. I started laughing and laughing and I couldn't stop it. I know, I thought, damn, I must look like some kind of maniac right now. But it didn't matter, and I wanted this feeling to last forever. It was a pretty weird feeling. It didn't feel like I took shrooms at all. I could still dance and talk to people, when usually I sit in a corner enjoying my own world where no one can reach me. It felt like MDMA, but I started to see visuals, which I'd never seen before on shrooms. The faces of the people started to change and everybody was laughing, and all I could do was laugh with them. Later, I ran into a guy which I'd met on the festival before. I knew he had DMT, and I asked if he still had that, because I wanted to please my friends with it. He said he didn't have it, but he did have some ketamine. He asked me if I wanted that. And at that point I made a mistake by thinking ketamine was amphetamine. It all sounded the same to me, and I couldn't think straight. Everything was good, nothing was bad. I could use some amphetamines because I wanted the feeling to last forever. So we walked to his car, and when we walked back, he asked me how my stomach was feeling. I know, I thought, what a strange question. Why would my stomach feel strange after some speed? I said that I'd see the guy back on the dance floor, and I proceeded to walk towards a tent of some super cool people. I gave them back a blanket that I borrowed from them, and I asked them to come dancing. I wanted to walk away, and then I crashed down. I started to realise what was running in my blood, and I started to lose my body. I couldn't feel if I was sitting or lying. I couldn't even imagine that I ever had a body. Some special force picked me up and made me float to another world. I can't describe what those worlds were looking like, it was just magical. Sometimes I felt like God. I could see the whole world, the festival, my friends at home, and I could control everything. I was one with the world, and everything was so clear. Everything made sense. I couldn't believe that there are people out there bullshitting about what shoes to wear or in what religion one should believe. I didn't even have a body, and even that didn't matter. There were also moments that I got scared and realised that it was all a dream. There were moments that I didn't know if I was still alive. I heard myself saying, "Who am I?" And even more importantly, what am I? I tried to get up, or at least move, but I felt like a robot without power. I know some guy covered me with a blanket, but I didn't feel it. I wanted to thank him, but I couldn't say it. I was also thankful to these people around me that I hardly knew. I was thankful that they just left me alone, and that they didn't ask me any annoying questions. I caught myself touching my head to see if it was actually still there. I also caught myself throwing up. But genuinely nothing was the matter. It still all felt very good. Then I came to a point that I saw myself sitting in front of the tent, and I realised that I did have a body, that I was human, that I could go back if I wanted. After a while I woke up and the amazing people around me didn't ask me a thing. They just let me do my story. I couldn't talk. I had the same feeling as before. All I could do was laugh and laugh. The next morning, I woke up alone in the tent or shop, and I left a note to thank these guys. When I walked away, I realised what had happened to me that night. I think even if I would have planned the ketamine, it would have scared the shit out of me. I didn't know ketamine could give me a near-death experience. It turned my world upside down and inside out, and it's all in my head. I didn't know ketamine could be so brutal. The mushrooms saved me that night. They just made me enjoy the whole trip. Otherwise, it would have been the worst trip of my life. Womb of Everlasting Light. A DXM, DPT, DMT, cannabis and metaxalone trip report by Catfish Rivers. Posted to earwid.org February 17th, 2002. Blowing my mind had not been on the agenda for the evening, despite the fact that I had already ingested DXM and smoked DPT concurrently. I've been fiddling with mid-sized doses of DXM as a base point from which to propel my DPT experience lately, which worked rather well. I had some leftover cannabis that had become saturated in the DPT freebase oil of a previous experiment. I'd saved these leftovers in a plastic container for several weeks, so as not to waste anything. I fear that all too soon that these compounds will dissipate into the fog of memory, in light of recent developments in the research community. Perhaps the general malaise in knowing that the scene is dying had led me to a recent lapse in maintaining any semblance of scientific methodology to my experiments. A sort of anomie of the soul, letting myself swish wistfully away in the chemical currents of the last wave. Why bother keeping notes if these substances are soon to wither up and disappear? It was that type of thinking that led to the following experience, as I had not properly labelled the contents of that plastic container. But I'm jumping too far ahead of myself here. 9:42 p.m. Approximately 450 milligrams of DXM was swallowed in a gel cap with Diet Pepsi. I had taken 2 muscle relaxers, Scalaxin 400 milligrams, earlier in the day, which was 5.5 hours prior to the DXM. That was prescribed by my doctor for muscle spasms in my back. I'm not sure if they influenced the experience or not, but they were in my system nonetheless. I'm planning on smoking some DPT freebase oil once the DXM kicks in. I'm hoping that this night will yield an outburst of music creativity, as both DXM and DPT have that effect on me on their own, as well as together. Previous experiments at lower levels of DXM with DPT were successful, but were rather unengaging in terms of intensity. 12:33 AM. I'm in the thick of it now. I smoked approximately 45 milligrams of DPT freebase oil on top of cannabis in a glass pipe. My mood was a bit off prior to smoking the DPT. I felt somewhat removed and also slightly depressed as well. I attributed this emotion to the dissociative aspect of the DXM. Without cannabis, DXM usually puts me in a somewhat depressed mood at the mid 2p dosage levels. After smoking the DPT though, my day-to-day sense of mood was instantaneously erased as a topic of thought in my concept of reality. I laid on the couch and listened to some Sound Tribe Sector 9 in the dark and felt myself levitating above the couch. My eyes were closed and I had the distinct sensation of entering into another place, as if passing through a dividing membrane of sorts. The state of mind I was in was quite comparable to that of a mid-level ketamine experience, the only difference being that my head did not feel awash in warm mind juice. Surprisingly, I actually felt rather lucid. I had a strong sense that my thoughts were directly connected to my environment, to what I perceived. I would stare at the walls and strange geometric chords would branch out towards me, slowly groping towards my third eye area and connecting to the locus of my thoughts. The whole scenario reminded me of an aeroplane refueling in midair, how the refueling hose is manoeuvred to connect the two planes. This was a very reassuring and much needed confirmation of a general belief that a tangible connection between the self and the world exists. Music sounds quite nice at this point as well. There is a wonderful and powerful combination going on. 2:45 AM. I decided to smoke cannabis that had been soaked in DPT freebase left over from a previous experiment. I did not know the exact quantity used during the last experiment, but I figured that whatever I was going to smoke now, it was roughly half as much as what I attempted last time. So, I assumed I was within the realms of caution. It turned out to be foolish of me to be so flippant in my consumption of drugs, as I took a large hit and held it for 20 seconds or so. I held the smoke in, and I began to realise that this weed had also had a decent amount of DMT left in it as well. The sensation of DMT was easily discernible from the other experiences. Everything had a much more intense flavour than DPT plus DXM alone. I'd not labelled the contents of the plastic container, and I completely forgot that I'd used both DMT and DPT in that experiment. I could easily have landed myself in some trouble here, but something was watching out for me, as I was able to keep my cool and maintain a steady heart rate and breathing rate without any detectable levels of anxiety. Usually if my heart beats faster than normal, I automatically grow anxious and concerned. This time, perhaps due to the dissociative qualities of the DXM, I was removed from my fears. I was unable, however, to remain standing for long after I exhaled. I was flat on my back on the couch within 45 seconds. I did so with a sense of urgency, as I thought I might black out. My visual field seems to be hypercharged. Everything beams with twice the clarity of my sober vision. I feel everything emitting a sense of importance or meaning. I formed visions of myself as an apple floating in the middle of a still lake under a starless midnight sky. This all filled my mind. I'm having no thoughts outside of this image, in fact. It is a rather splendid and engrossing thought. I feel myself almost sinking and growing warmer. Note, the temperature in the room of the experience is quite cold in an unheated basement in the winter. I feel the link between my mind and the environment stronger than ever before. What I felt earlier this evening seems like a mere trickle in comparison to the tidal flood of connectivity that I was experiencing now. What I wrote at the time was, visuals twist in time to the music, which syncs up perfectly with the pocket of pleasure, the orb of glowing delight swaddled in the cradle of my mind like an apple floating in a calm midnight lake. I felt myself let go more than I ever have before. If I die, then what can I actually do about it now? I thought to myself. I then suddenly relaxed into the experience completely. This is when I began to have the above-mentioned apple vision. With the thought to let go, I felt myself swell with a warm glowing sensation as if the insides of my body were being washed with a warm spray of water. As this was going on, I became aware of the knotted up, spasming muscles in my body that I'd seen my doctor earlier in the day about. They felt like separate entities to me, almost like foreign intruders. They did not feel as if they were a part of me. I was floating in sense of lightness and light, and everything was exuberant and glowing, but then these clusters of muscles seemed greyish-brown and overly solid. I was amazed at how easily I could stop my thoughts and focus entirely on my body. I was able to relax and charge muscles with bioenergy currents with almost no effort or concentration. These acts of self-healing came naturally and without verbal thought. After about 15 minutes, the experience drops down several levels in intensity. That was the most intense psychedelic experience I have ever had, far surpassing a particularly mind-blowing Salvia 10X experience that I'd had a couple of years back, which is also posted here to Iroquois. I've never felt such an obvious and intense connection to my body, the world around me, or my thoughts ever before. It was not complete union, but it was as close as I have ever come. I must say that I am grateful that the powers that be guided me to and through this wondrous experience safely. I feel a renewed connection to my life, and feel thankful for having been given a taste of the energy that I'm really a part of. Changed my life for the better. An AL Lad trip report by Silent Roller from the Blue Light collection, posted to earwid.org February 8th, 2017. This is a trip report detailing my most recent experience with 300 micrograms of AL Lad last week. I'd been on a bit of a self-destructive streak for the past week or two, having done cocaine the night before and MDMA on the 3rd of January, after a 4-month break obviously. 10:45 AM. I wake up from the night before and open the curtains to discover it was a gorgeous sunny day. After showering and changing, I decided I was in a F it sort of mood, and as I hadn't done any AL in months and months, I almost was on autopilot dropping 2 by 150 microgram tabs of AL Lad, the highest dose I'd ever taken of this compound at this point. I'd only previously done 150 microgram doses. Again, this was the self-destructive streak coming through. 11:15 AM. I have ventured outside at this point and am simply enjoying walking around on this lovely sunny Sunday morning. I begin to feel a slight numbness in my legs, akin to pins and needles, and the bright sun is now even brighter to the point where I have to shield my eyes to see. Right about now, I decide to pop into the local spa to buy some food supplies for the trip, and immediately I notice that the interior of the shop is unusually bright, and the sweet wrappers seem to be standing out unusually so from the shelves, to the point where I had to look away. It was almost like I was trying to take in too much visual information at once. 11:30 AM. I bump into a university friend who is enjoying a morning walk along the promenade, and I decide to walk with him, as I thought it would be best to head up to an old castle that overlooks the town and the sea. Plus, it's just a beautiful place to sit in general. The body load has become significantly more apparent at this point, as my body is feeling rather odd, coupled with a sense of time dilation. It felt like it had been 11:30 for about an hour. Again, the rolling sea waves and rising sun begin to take on a shimmer, and I feel compelled to stop and stare out to sea to simply capture this beauty. It's worth noting that I'm coming up extremely hard at this point, as I'm struggling to feel my legs and body for that matter. Yet it feels like I have been lifted slightly above my limbs. 11:45 AM. I say goodbye to my friend, and I turn off the promenade to walk up a steep but short side path to where the old castle is perched upon a hill. It is here I realise that walking is becoming quite a challenge, and that my sense of time is gone. I don't know how to describe it any other way, other than if I am walking down a straight bit of road, it feels like I've been walking down the road for a long time, and the road seems stupidly long, even if the distance is actually quite short. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but hopefully someone will know what I mean. Midday. I've reached the castle now, and I notice that everything is taking on a jelly-like, wavy appearance. Looking out over the town, I noticed that houses in the distance are starting to flow into each other, and that the few clouds that exist in the sky are starting to take on the shape of ships as they appear to lift from the sky and float towards my face, almost like a 3D film. I decided to put some headphones in and take a seat in front of a World War II memorial monument that overlooks the sea and the town. I noticed a few wreaths of poppies that have been laid to remember those who we lost. I smiled to myself as I'm filled with a sense of pride, but also loss for the men who gave their lives. I'm really starting to notice the tiny details at this point, as individual blades of grass gently wave in the wind and the monument appears to morph, and each individual stone starts increasing, then decreasing in size. I'm struggling slightly with the body load, and I decide to take a seat on a bench in front of the memorial, as I'm starting to get dissociated and confused in my surroundings. 12:30 PM? At this point I start to feel rather intimidated, as I've lost all concept of time, and I'm struggling to see for the traces and the fact that everything is wobbling like jello. I realise that I am trapped on this bench, as I lack the coordination to walk around at the moment. I'm struggling to work out what way is up. I decide to change the music on my iPod to something smoother. I think I had hardstyle playing at the time, so I decide to play Smooth by Santana. This eases some anxiety and causes a huge surge of euphoria to come rushing from my toes to my head. However, I realised that if I changed the song to anything other than the one playing, I got terrible anxiety. So, I ended up listening to this song on repeat for the whole duration of the trip. 12:45 PM. Things take a bit of a serious turn at this point, as the visuals are increasing rapidly and I begin to have no sense of my body. Start to feel overwhelmed and slightly scared as I feel things start to slip. At this point, I'm starting to shit bricks and trying to stay calm by focusing on the music, but it just keeps building. I decide to take 2 milligrams of Valium to keep a lid on the anxiety, and I struggled to even get the pill out of my pocket. I was tripping so hard. Thankfully, this helped for the rest of the trip, and it didn't take away from the experience at all. 1 to 3 PM. What happened between these hours will probably stay with me for the rest of my life. To begin with, it started like a time-lapse in a film, where I watched humanity rebuild itself around the war monument. I saw children rebuild the pyramids of Egypt before a tidal wave washed them away in front of my eyes. I felt as if I was sitting on this bench, and the world had sped up around me, and I was watching history in fast forward. I then saw myself sitting in front of the statue with all the drugs and alcohol I had consumed over the past few weeks, and I felt a sense of sorrow and regret for what I had done. Suddenly, I looked at my hands and they aged into those of an old man, as I was overcome with a feeling of intense sadness. I cried, and God knows what I must have looked like if someone had seen me sitting on this bench. Thankfully, the castle grounds are empty. And as I looked at the empty space next to me on the bench, I was overcome with a sense of loneliness. A rose then grew from the handles of the bench and morphed into my now deceased best friend. He committed suicide 3 years ago. And he sat with me momentarily and smiled, and all the sadness and anxiety that had built so far in the trip had vanished. The horizon then appeared to split into 2, with each mirroring the image of the other. This was rather disorientating, but peaceful. However, I found myself actually revolving around the statue while sitting on the bench. I can only assume this was some kind of outer-body experience, as the ground actually started twisting and the bench I was sat on turned upside down. By now, I realised I was absolutely gone, and I had this feeling of being frightened and reassured at the same time. The monument was now morphing, blowing with the wind and becoming detached from the ground. I sat in awe with a sense of nothing but peace. It felt as if my ego had dissolved as I watched the rays of sun arc above the monument as diamond fractals started to fall from the sky. Around this time, I decided to phone my mate who lived nearby and asked him to come and sit with me, and perhaps even navigate me to another spot. I found it very hard to speak on the phone, but he was in good spirits and decided to come and help me and bring me food. I'd been sitting on this bench for hours and had forgotten to eat. Around 3 PM, my friend arrives with some food he had brought for me, and I asked him to perhaps take me to another spot so I could enjoy the scenery. As he helped me down the steps of the castle, I noticed that everything looked like it was drawn as if it was a cartoon, and all the cars, buildings and pavements were cel-shaded, but appeared to be made of Play-Doh. I found this rather amusing, but peaceful at the same time. A side note, I noticed throughout the experience, the AL lad gave me slight kidney pain at some point, but I can't be sure if that was simply from not drinking or sitting for too long. 4-ish. The sun was starting to go down over the seafront at this point, and I asked my friend if we could venture to the promenade to look at the sea. When I arrived, I was struck with possibly one of the most incredible sights I've ever seen. The horizon had become like a fishbowl, almost like a panorama image. And as I stood on the edge of the promenade, I felt as if the sea stretched out for miles, and that I could reach out. It even felt like being in a giant dome. This, coupled with the sunset, was truly incredible. At 4:30 PM, we walked along the promenade and I began to see the wind. I saw the wind visually blow down the streets, and every object it touched swayed slightly. The clouds then opened and rays of sun arched across the seafront and formed a kaleidoscope fractal that resonated with the gentle gusts of wind. I have no words for this, and doubt I ever will. 5 to 6 PM. Things are winding down, although I'm still getting some rather intense jelly-like wibbling around objects, especially in my house. On the way back down the seafront, I saw my friend glow with a pink aura, which I associated with our strong friendship and the kindness that he showed me today. Unfortunately, the only downside to this trip report is the fact that upon arriving back at my house and attempting to tidy my room in a tripped out and valid state, I dropped my remaining 15 tabs of AL lad down the toilet. However, in a sense, that is immaterial. This trip taught me to not only feel better about myself, but also to love myself and others, cherish my closest friends, and enjoy new friendships and opportunities that come along with them, as you never know how long they will be around for. I am happy to say that the afterglow of this trip was equally as amazing, and I actually flushed my last few bits of MDMA down the toilet, as it has removed my desire to consume any substances for a long while. I have never felt so refreshed and alive in such a very, very long time, and it's all thanks to you, AL lad. Dying 1,000 Deaths to Birth Will, a mushroom trip report by Pamandres, posted to earwid.org July 25th, 2019. The 35 dried grams trip, 27th of March 2018. Age 41, body weight 91 kilograms, 200 pounds. Substance and quantity: 20 grams of dried mushrooms, McKennae, 15 grams of dried truffle mixture, Hollandia, Druid, Alien, 100 milliliters of ayahuasca, homebrew, 3 caps of mushroom extract supplement, 1 cap of mushroom extract supplement, 3 caps of tryptophan, 1 cap of melatonin, lemon juice, rice milk, cucumber, green juice. The idea for this combination and these amounts came from previous positive experiences on maximised amounts, for ayahuasca as much as the guts will take, about 2 big mugs worth, and for truffles and mushrooms, going up and up from 10 fresh grams to 10 dried grams. Admittedly, it was Kalindi Lai who put the idea of 20 dried grams and beyond into my mind, as consuming such absurd quantities had never actually crossed my mind as an option before then. I've done the combination of truffles and ayahuasca before, and it has produced quite remarkable experiences, with the 2 spirits overlapping, so to speak. The 15-gram trip, 19th of February 2019. Fresh McKennae mushrooms from a 100% mycelium grow kit, 30 grams, 3 grams if dried. Very recently dried McKennae mushrooms from 100% mycelium grow kit at 12 grams. Recently dried Druid, Hollandia and Alien truffles from grow kits, 2 grams. A total of more or less 17 dried grams. I also used rice milk, chocolate pieces, and freshly squeezed lemon juice. I ingested these with some grapes, a satsuma, and a small apple, both to make it bearable on the throat and the digestive system, and to really absorb the psilocybin through natural sugar ingestion, blood sugar intake. 2 trips, and a very similar experience. Allow me to talk about the trip of 5 months ago, which was the 15-gram trip, as this was almost exactly like the 35+ gram trip of about a year before, but more defined and more detailed. The 35+ gram experience was scarier and more soul-destroying, but the later 15-gram experience pulled everything into focus properly. I'd been crying for about a year after the 35-gram experience, but after the 15-gram trip, I actually finally managed to integrate it all properly. Whereas on the 2018 experience, I basically fainted, completely dropped off after the peak of the beautiful part of the trip, on the 29 experience, I stayed with the trip throughout. There is one difference, however, which was that on the earlier trip I asked on that very peak of cosmic fractal beauty, why, if there is such incredible potential for creation, am I still having to load the dishwasher? The mushroom then decided to answer the initial question, intention, going into the trip of, show me the beginning of creation. The colours disappeared, the room darkened, the mood dropped to below 0 degrees Kelvin. The beginning was about to be shown to me, and it was clearly a state in a realm opposite to the explosion of colour and light. The beginning of life is a seed lying in total darkness, underground, waiting for rain to fall and for the temperature of the soil to increase before it struggles its way upwards towards the surface, into the light, to grow and bloom and become a magnificent flower, plant, or tree. The feeling of the trickster showing his dark centre, his realization of being stuck on the crossroads leading in the 4 directions of the cosmos, with all of its endless beauty, but coming from that central place of dead silence nevertheless. The awakening in darkness is followed by a scream of will to get out and reach the light. How else can it be? Awakening is always a becoming aware from a state of not being, which is incomprehensible to consciousness itself. In order to fight one's way out of the first impulse, the first emergence, which is always and never an absolute paradox, one has to push away and project oneself out of the silent, still well. Never again back there, to that place. But it is always there. The seen cannot be unseen. The experience cannot be unexperienced. So, the invention of time then, of resetting in cycles, forgetting by veiling the memory upon each reset. How long can a life cycle be before that awful memory resurfaces? We seem to have found the sweet spot in never truly remembering how it all started. Preparation, set and setting. 48 hours of eating only very few pieces of fruit and a glass of vegetable juice. 24 hours of nil by mouth. Cleansing shower to dispose of any potential negative energy, doubts and fears. Candlelit room, inviting the light for protection and guidance. Otherwise, silent darkness in an empty house, wife and kids away, with only the cat as company. Music on headphones for the first half hour until the trip really kicks in. This is heavy even without psychedelics. It makes me connect with the Cosmic Mother on its own already. Craig Pruis and Ananda. Lalitha, Ashtotram. Background. I've been partaking in heroic dose mushroom, truffle and ayahuasca taking for many years now, and I proudly call myself a psychonaut. As Terence McKenna defined it, heroic doses of 5 dried grams of mushrooms and up and for ayahuasca, I'd call it a full big mug of the tea and more. After 2 mugs, the body simply won't take more to be realistic. As per McKenna's mantra, I've always taken psychedelics in silent darkness, keeping the eyes closed as much as possible. Doors and windows locked, telephone off, always with 24 to 48 hours of fasting beforehand. No smoking of cannabis with mushrooms or tryptamines. It is a privilege to be able to explore the outer reaches of the innerverse and the borderlands of hyperspace. If we don't do it, nobody will. Meditation, NDE experiences, dreams, astral travel, they all go somewhere, but it feels to me like with psychedelics we can go much further, faster, and with much greater ease. We can stumble and fall and get back in the saddle in a flash, and stumble we will, and embrace the lessons we must. I feel that as a species we don't explore and fully embrace who we are for our full timeline. From conception to transition to the next stage, death. We kind of accept more or less remembering our first experience at 5 years old or so, but don't bother going deeper. It is scary stuff. It is the great unknown and the great terrifying darkness as well. When we ask our psychedelics to show us the full truth, they show us the full truth, and that involves the scary parts we willfully ignore and know nothing about, consciously. I would say it is our duty as explorers of the mind to actually go into those dark caves and dive into those black pools. Life itself can be very scary, especially when it is looked at without distractions. In my philosophy, it is better to deal with the shadows right now than to leave them until we lie on our deathbed. A life unexamined and all that. Still, this type of megadose trip makes it tempting to state that ignorance is bliss. Once I open Pandora's box, the void it contains cannot be unopened. So, it is then better to become friends with that space between the atoms. Fear, anxiety, depression. A vital aspect for me is the examination of what is causing trauma and depression, especially in today's world where so many young people can't see the point of living anymore. Something has gone terribly wrong for us as a modern species when we have everything, yet cannot see the point of it all. These trips, and the contemplation and research following them, have shed a very strong light on these issues and their origin for me, and I can now work with the concepts learned to navigate past common anxiety, fear, pain and suffering from mental knots and blockages. The work of Ian McGilchrist, Left Brain, Right Brain, Stanislav Grof, Transpersonal Psychology, and the musings of Gurdjieff, Full Body, Mind and Spirit Awareness, Ramana Maharshi, Self-Exploration, Terence McKenna, Hyperspace and Language, and Sadhguru, Tantric Freedom. They have all certainly provided me with great assistance and insight into roads out of mental deadlocks. To quote a tantric wisdom, one's level of happiness is directly related to one's embrace of mystery. We cannot live on our left brain alone. The right brain is of vital importance to balance out the reductive, analytical, cold logic with fantastical, mystical, creative narrative. The felt moment of immediate experience, as McKenna would call it. I can see incredible potential for psychedelic use from microdosing to megadosing, and the knowledge gained thereby to attack depression and redefine the human condition. We can find new paradigms, new ways of being, as human beings, within society and through culture. Integrated being, embracing logic and intuition, meaning and the void all at once. As psychonauts, we venture into territories where solutions are offered and where confrontation with core truths is the name of the game. If any community can offer true solutions and new ways of being in today's depression-prone world, it is the psychedelic community. This is also why I approach the psychedelic experience from a full spectrum of explorations, including scientific, chemical, psychological, mythical, mystical, psychic, and spiritual angles. Yes, the molecules do their thing, but the psychology and the personal mythical narrative is how we experience these chemicals. We are spiritual beings looking for meaning in and through experiences, and the analytical science alone is not enough to fulfill our deep internal desire for mythical underpinning to our physical experiences. What's more, within the psychedelic community, it is little reported but quietly accepted that the tryptamines open up the third eye and awaken and enhance our psychic abilities like no other communion. This makes for an exciting, but also a tricky and even dangerous marriage between the spiritual and the psychedelic worlds, where all of the above angles and realms cross over and intermingle. Personal opinions can be presented as truths, and objective visions can be experienced as fanciful imagination. It is a fairground of confusion, with gems of cosmic truth and garbage of hellish excrement. The game is started. The dice are rolled, and the trickster appears to be the biggest winner of all, as player and game maker all at once. Gareth Stack's Psychology in Mind Episode 5 has more on the views and potential touched upon here. The difference between mushrooms and ayahuasca. In terms of ayahuasca, I have been brewing and refining my own recipes for years now, and I know the spirit of the vine very well. There is some strong crossover with truffles and mushrooms, but there is really quite a distinct difference too. Ayahuasca is very serious right from the start and does not pull its punches. It tells me what it is and where I am in the greater scheme of things. On top of this, it is very interested in communication and loves to show me the fractal multiverse as it understands it. The mushroom is seemingly more jolly and kind, but once I've gotten to know it, it can unexpectedly turn into a dark teacher. With all due respect, but to me, it feels like a true trickster entity on the higher doses. It is all fun and games until I ask it for the truth of the matter, and that is when the kaleidoscope of colours and forms is exchanged for pain, angst, and doom. Well, it could be that the mushroom goes straight for the sore spot and the pain or trauma buried within the subconscious. It exposes one's deepest pain and rubs one's noses in the issue. Throughout the years, I've deducted that the mushroom has spread across the universe, and it has been trying to get out. Its tactic is to reduce itself to the minimal amount of bits of information in an ultimate compression algorithm, and then to squeeze through the singularity at the end and beginning of time to pop out and recompile itself again, just like a higher dimensional birth. The mushroom doesn't seem to understand our facility of will and creativity, of love and grace. But that could just be me projecting. But it does appear to be a logical, dualistic left brain entity, whereas we have opted for a different evolutionary tactic, combining left brain and right brain, logic and creativity, calculation and magic, all in one. Through meaning, we open up portals, but meaning is an elusive concept. It is not a button one presses, it is a perfect combination of symbol and intuition, of the physical and the dreamt. The mushroom is intrigued by this, and hopes to use our understanding to escape together. A vital point to remember, and this is a point that one cannot take into account during a trip, and even not for a long time after an intense trip, is that different psychedelics have different concepts of reality and of core concepts of existence, of emergence, and of becoming. On the lower heroic doses, 5 gram dried equivalents, the likes of spores, vines, leaves, and cacti more or less agree and give very similar experiences of the multiverse. This is probably due to there still being a balance between self, ego, and psychedelic anima, the spirit and the molecules of the psychedelic. The moment the doses increase to an overwhelming amount over 10 dried grams, however, the plant spirit takes over and tips the balance in favour of its idea of reality and the workings of the game. Now, it cannot be understated just how incredibly old and knowledgeable plants like the ayahuasca vines and peyote cacti are in evolutionary terms, and the mushrooms, well, they have traversed the multiverse and have seen a lot, and have gained a certain cynical view of it all. But it keeps seeking as much as we do. It is ultimately as clueless as we are about the bigger picture. So together, we stumble through the multiverse, the blind leading the blind. That is my experience. A blind god drunk on power, yet traumatized by his inability to actually know what is going on. And when you look at the infinitely nested fractal structure of the cosmos, there are infinite amounts of gods just as there are infinite amounts of opinions on how it all works. And indeed, as a life form living off death, rotting matter, its view is that of death and decline, and its gods are those seen in alien movies and Aztec art. Death as a boundary, not life as an emerging principle, which instructs high-dose trips in a very morbid way. The actual trip. Mental state going in. I asked the mushroom this question. Take me to the heart of beauty, of creation, of novelty. I was of course aware of the larger dose experience I had had on the 27th of March 2018, almost a year before, and the extreme hell that had been, for the part of it that I was conscious, because, well, I did pass out for a while on it. When I came to, I asked, why, if I am God, I experienced being the one in the moment, do I still need to load the dishwasher? That question didn't go down well, and was thrown into exactly the same hellish algorithmic H.R. Geiger Garden of Eden that I ended up on the later 15 gram experience. A very positive experience on 10 dried grams in between the two trips had given me the conviction the 15 grams trip would be a positive one again. Well, there is only one way to find out how things will go in undiscovered country, and that is to simply do it and go there. I now know that 10 dried grams is about the limit to an enjoyable trip to me, and not to combine amounts over 5 grams with ayahuasca. As I said, the 15 gram experience was very much like the 35 plus grams experience, with the higher dose experience being even longer and more intense, but much more foggy on the details. Toxic overload. Onset of the trip. What I would call the usual imagery coming on with closed eyes after half an hour, the fractal lattice, a sort of higher dimensional beehive with extra dimensional insectoid creatures in it. There are endless mandibulb worlds forming and morphing into each other, with shapes and colours I cannot describe using language. Mandibulb movies on YouTube get pretty close to what it all looks like, but there is definitely a strong presence there of a high intelligence. I remember a huge dragon coming into view, Poimanda is, but it all lost focus when I was awoken from this dreamscape. Suddenly, something happened, and I snapped out of it with a shock and had to open my eyes. Everything was seen through a swirling haze of energy, colour and shape fuzziness. This is no surprise, but looking at my arms and the cat, who was sitting on my lap, probably the element that made me snap out of the fractal dream, an ancient memory surfaced. This was the thought that triggered my freakout that was about to happen. As I felt the panic setting in, I tried turning on the PlayStation to play a game and snap out of the thought loop that was starting to take shape. That did not help in the slightest, as the concept of simulation in simulation in simulation came up, and that simply emboldened the thought loop. So that was a bad choice of distraction. 1 hour in, descend to rock bottom. The thought was that I remember being an ancient being, a timeless being, living in an endless cycle without beginning or end. That can be a beautiful realization, but for some reason this time, it made me panic. What did endless actually mean? How did it start? I had no choice in the matter of these questions, and the black hole I was sucked into by asking them. I had absolutely no more control. I was being thrown down a cosmic rubbish chute into the dumpster of nasty realizations. I felt a strong connection of this whole realization happening to be connected to my early childhood, and even my embryonic state. Maybe because I had just lost complete control of all bodily function and only a glimmer of consciousness was still there, just like at the beginning of my life. But maybe also because I felt as a child that I really was not in control, was freaked out by the whole affair of living on this planet and the bizarreness of life in this human form. I more or less passed out and woke up to find myself sitting on the toilet, sweating heavily, and my nose running like crazy. My rhythmic blowing of my nose clinched the deal for the thought loop that now started and would last for the coming 3 hours. What I experienced was the first concept of coming into existence, presented as a dual thought with a quadrennial algorithmic mandala shape, like a visual representation of the code running the show. The code is actually awakening itself, a paradoxical thought that thinks itself. The looking for a beginning leads to an impossible conclusion. Logic tries to reason about itself and gets stuck in a loop. The thought goes something like this: I exist. There is no non-existence before. Therefore, I have always been and always will be. And only this. A being made of 4 bits, realizing it exists and going back to the start of the loop. The realization of existence is the reason for existence, and that is it. To be in that pattern with awareness is probably the scariest experience imaginable. That you thought you were a human being living a life, but it turns out that was simply an illusion, a cloak to hide under from the reality of this empty, terrifying, and extremely painful self-realization. Awareness of this first being leads to the first thought. I'm trapped and do not want this. I want to get out. I'm more than this. A voice arises which appears to be from another, a cold, heartless voice making it clear within these 4 bits of data going around and around that you, the awareness, are an algorithm. The imagery of the mandala of that first moment was very close in feeling to H.R. Geiger, and if I have to link it to a mythical image, it would be a machine garden of Eden. The presences there were soulless algorithmic subroutines which looked like Geiger gods of darkness and death. And I was one of those gods, or rather, I was that 4-bit mandala, that Geiger garden of Eden itself. Yet, I was conscious and aware, and knew that this couldn't be it. This wasn't me. It felt like the self-realization of a bacteria or of a protein sequence, not content with it just being a function and fighting, fighting for all of my worth to remove myself from that situation. Another variation of that thought I went through was that I was an algorithm hitting the beginning of its program, the hardware, the wires of the machine, the I/O port that isn't a port but the bitter end and the beginning. This experience is the axiom of logic, the point where logic grinds to a halt, as it cannot reason or logically deduce the why and how of the situation. When you experience eternity, logic has to make way for intuition and the acceptance of paradox. Acceptance, trust, embrace, dissolution of identity and of boundary. Eternal, infinite being is just is to enjoy it. Something reason cannot fathom. The concept of the dark jester, as observed in DMT trips, comes to the fore. The trickster shows the absurdity of life, the illusory nature of reality, and the importance of laughing about it all. The staving off of absolute madness by disassociating and yet engaging with it all by playing it like a game. Who knows? Perhaps this is the birth of consciousness, the birth of life, of the universe, or just of us as we are. The important realization about it all is that it is not our life right now. I am not a protein sequence screaming to become more so to identify with that. It's pointless. The experience was what it was, and I can now file it under past experiences. Phew. But it was a concept, not a present reality. At the time within the trip though, that realization is absent. A trip sitter might have been helpful, but I'm not sure at those quantities and that level of oblivion of the mind that any trip sitter would have been able to get through anyway. 3 hours in. Endless soul torture. This conclusion of being hurt by another cold cynicism, the great shadow, the voice of a heartless and soulless program, led to the thought of Tartarus, the eternal and ultimately cruel punishment of Prometheus and Sisyphus by Zeus. Like rolling the boulder up the hill eternally without a chance of retribution, of forgiveness, of being saved or let go. The fate of the self-aware algorithm, the ghost in the machine, the anomaly in the system. This is ultimate torture. I tapped out. I begged for mercy. What had I done to deserve this other than to become aware of being? At that moment, the will of the mind led to regaining awareness of where I was in the room and of control of the body. Just enough to take action and break the thought loop. The sinister thought was still present, but I could drag myself across the floor and started thrashing around like a frustrated primate. I felt like a chimpanzee, trashing the place, and luckily I only just ripped a comic book to pieces and didn't manage to destroy my laptop, thank God. But the internal struggle continued, and so I started to strategize. Fuck you. There is love. There is grace, I said. It stared back at me in the most cold, cynical way and said, "No, you're an echo, an event horizon on a collapsing black hole." I, who, renounced it, and I stated, "I'll forget then. Forget in the dream. And hey, wait a minute, you are the tool I created, a game I contrived. Logic, reasoning, tools of beauty to observe itself. Identity, self, origin, creation, will, choice, prime experience." It was all very confused and mixed up. Self-refraction. I came up with a proposal to get out of the hell of the eternal loop, to go into the fractal, so to speak, into a dream, an illusion of normal life, to embrace the simulation, to refract the self so that it can forget what it is and possibly never find out again, to be allowed to close my eyes, go to sleep, and wake up the next morning blissfully unaware of the torture awaiting in that zenith of truth, the pinnacle of logic. Osiris's body self-scattered over the land, the soul refracted into character archetypes, and at once also over time. Time is a clever invention to be able to forget constantly and to go through the cycle of samsara over and over again, with cycle durations just short enough to never figure out who or what you actually are, to never find the scattered pieces of your soul again and reconstruct the truth. This illusion of Maya, space and time, and the one as many, can achieve beauty, love, grace, forgiveness, peace, togetherness, companionship, and so on, It may be a make-believe world, but at least it is a warm one. If I had to give it a mythical or narrative form, it would be that I was Prometheus, and it was Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, the blind god, seeing only itself and proclaiming it is the creator, forgetting it is not without reason or meaning, that you can't have something for nothing. The pit of pits is the thought. I am. I wasn't before, so I have to always have been. The attempt to comprehend is the thing that throws me back in the loop and starts it again. This is all there is. Over and over and over again. Coming down off the trip, I felt like I had finally done it, and I'd broken my mind and killed my psyche. Indeed, it has taken me about 5 months so far to get back to the normality, the slowest come down ever. I have to say though that it has been a process of growth and learning as much as a painful progress of reclaiming and retrieving the shattered pieces of my soul. Why do this to myself? I can easily connect that question to the first question consciousness asked itself before squeezing into this limited form bounded by time limitation. Why do it? Maybe eternal bliss is too undefined, but surely there is a middle way between the oneness bliss state and an algorithmic torture chamber. Well, yes. This whole life is, and what was shown, was the logical extreme of the harshest point possible. Maybe. One of the toughest factors in this trip was that there was no assistance, no help, no saviour. Previously I had encountered the likes of the Spider-Woman, the Storyteller, the Architect, Vishvakarman, Shivam Ganesh, the Mother, Devi, Maria, the Blue Goddess, Namagiri, the Green Woman, and so on. But not this time. I was really out on my own, having to fend for myself, drag myself out of the cold, hard mud, and pull myself out of the shit. But I did so, and here I still am. 6 hours in, coming up and out of it. After about 6 hours, I was starting to get back to normal, but with a horrible feeling of having truly broken my psyche. What did I expect when I asked to be shown the beginning and the truth, or the core? Who wants to see the actual first electron spinning around its own centre of masslessness? He who keeps asking and lifting curtains will ultimately, eventually, see the cold, meaningless truth. It is meaningless because the universe and life are steps towards realising meaning. This is an ultimate message of hope and glory, that one thought leads to a singularity which spawned a universe seeking and finding that meaning through will, through novelty, beauty, and love. The intangible, ungraspable, intuited but never boxed in and measured reasons and results of the cosmic enterprise. I can say this now 6 months later, and it has absolutely taken me that long to come out of the trip fully. I now had hit the cold, hard floor of existential realization of why Terence McKenna stopped taking mushrooms. Call it his meat locker experience. He wouldn't talk about it to anybody, and moved his attention from psychedelics to alchemy and the I Ching. Magical thinking is the perfect antidote to these experiences, and they are definitely also the lesson to be learned. Logical deduction only brings one to one's absolute knees because we are integrated creatures living on problem solving and on daydreaming equally. Embracing the mystery is living in one's true, fulfilled potential. The mushroom needn't be right. My wife did remind me after the trip that I should not discount the possibility that the mushroom is putting those images and ideas into my head, and that it is not necessarily the gospel of the structure of the multiverse. And it's a fair assessment to say that, indeed, that the experiences will have been a combination of the biochemical effects of the mushroom on my brain, the biochemical neural activity in my brain and body response to the psilocybin, simple primal panic of being incapacitated in body, but the mind still being active, the spirit of the mushroom communicating its ideas about reality to me, other spirits coming in and communicating their ideas of reality to me, the experience of molecules, atoms, quanta, energy fields, nature as a whole, individual cells in the body, or even just bacteria in the gut speaking up, loss of cohesion of the self, identity, the virtual unity that I hold on to as an identifier of who and what I am, an unravelling of self through an unravelling of memories and character structure. My psyche, psychology, and especially my unresolved, unintegrated traumas and frustrations coming to the forefront. An objective truth about the structure of reality becoming apparent to me, glitching the simulation and hitting the brick wall of where software cannot fathom the hardware it is running on. My spirit travelling to a nasty place or spirit trap somewhere, and complete and utter random fantasy and nonsense playing out in my mind. Ultimately, it is not the most relevant or important thing to know what exactly happened or how, but what the experience itself was. Or perhaps it is equally important, but the message of this particular experience is exactly that. Stop analysing and thinking. Stop trying to put the mystery into a box, and stop reasoning yourself into the smallest possible particle, because when you do, you completely lose track of yourself, of what you are, what you can be, what you are capable of, and the simple joy of being. A joke loses its fun when it's explained. Qualia are not secondary, they are primary. Here's looking at you, John Locke, and his admiring Cartesians. The centre of existence, or simply a dark corner of the psyche. That centre of the wheel appeared to be less the beginning without beginning, and more of a dark corner of the psyche. Perhaps it is simply a dead-end road in an endless, boundless fractal flower of infinite potential. Why dive into the dark well, into the black hole, when there is a garden of colour to enjoy? Perhaps the reintegration of the shadow reawakens the logos as well, now asleep in the back of the car. Satan, sit behind me, right? It is important to retrieve the darkest dark, the oily black snake biting and hissing at us, our darkest fear and pain, to give it a place in our conscious mind. Otherwise, it is in control from the unseen darkness. Now it is at least visible in the rear-view mirror, fighting with a personal image of the divine in the back seat. What is needed is acceptance, compassion, loving the self, showing it heart. This dark impulse of seeing no point is one side of the coin. It can be flipped around and mean the absolute reverse. The beauty, the creation, the love, well, it's endless. There is ultimately only meaning and hope, grace and purpose. Rejoice, for you can keep building forever. School is out for summer, and summer is actually endless. You can go into limit, into darkness, but equally into limitlessness and light. Into the pool, out the pool, into the office, out of the office. What a privilege and joy to just be able to do it all and to never grow tired or bored of it. And when you do, you simply create a new dimension to explore. What a relief that there is no end goal, no end achievement. For what the hell would that even be? Done, dusted, now what? Exactly. The logical mind has found its axiom and has to face the ultimate question. What do I want? Logic has no wants. It only breaks down. It is easy to break down. Too easy. But hard to build. That is why it is creativity that builds, and logic that tries to tear down the castles of beauty, like the ebb and flow of an endless sea. The night of restoration of my sanity. An LSD, DMT, alcohol, cannabis and nicotine trip report by CD. Posted to earwid.org February 17th, 2025. On a late summer Friday night, there I was, driving to my friend's house planning on taking some blotter acid and smoking DMT on the peak. When I arrived, I was greeted by two of my friends, and I smoked some distillate and ate one cannabis edible. Then, we went out and met up with another friend. We smoked some hashish out of a bowl and messed around. A few hours later, we smoked some more hashish and then started heading back to my friend's house. By now, the edible and the hash was going strong in my body. We got home and it was about midnight. Time to drop our tabs. I dropped one 150 microgram blotter, while my friend dropped a tab and a half, making his dose 225 micrograms. We let them lie on our tongues for about 10 minutes and then swallowed them. Now we wait. So we waited around, listening to music and just kicking it. Started to hit my friend first. He started getting slowly more wigged out and it took me a little longer to hit. About an hour in, it finally hit me properly. Slowly but surely, the pattern started ascending out of the rug below my feet. And the shelves in the basement, they started to vibrate and breathe a little. I was hitting a vape, feeling the vibration of the salt nicotine buzz and LSD coursing through my veins. My other friend, who was not tripping, was sick. He decided to start getting ready to go to sleep. He would later be interrupted multiple times by us as the night progressed, obviously. He took the couch that I was initially sprawled out on and tried to get some rest. I was putting on different songs on the television, songs like Two Heads and House at Punai Corners by Jefferson Airplane. Some perfect songs that matched the vibe of the trip down to the majorly psychedelic instrumental sound of Jefferson Airplane. I was watching the rich geometrical patterns dance and transform on the carpet, more intense than the last time. The wood-textured laminate floor looked like it was trying to take flight from the ground, as the hallucinations made it seem to be rising. Every time I would try to put a new song on the computer, I would have issues because the keyboard was moving too much for my fingers to accurately press each key, and my motor skills started to decrease. I went up to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, watching my face morph around some. When I came back down, it was starting to get close to DMT time. 3 hours in, DMT time. I had about 80 milligrams of DMT in a pill capsule and I poured it all into my DMT pipe. I was staring at this large load of DMT powder laying in the pipe, wondering where it would take me. After a few minutes of preparation, I gained the courage and took the pipe to my mouth and started heating it up. I took a toke, held it a few seconds, and then exhaled. Feeling the heaviness of the deems weighing on me, I then took another. Then the next thing I remembered was ego death hitting me, and I flashed to the last hit. I was trying to hold the candle that I was unfortunately using so I wouldn't waste our only lighter under the pipe, but I was missing it and spilling some wax on my arm. I remember staring into the candle and it looked like it was turning into a clock, and this clock seemed to expand to fill the entire room. Somehow I was able to put the pipe and candle into the glass bowl beside me and lay down for what is to come. I remember looking at my friend as he was moving something, and then I was out. Staring at quadrilateral geometry, I started to fall back into the couch more and more. I eventually felt like I was all twisted up on the couch. The next thing I remember was feeling like I had this power up. I unlocked the key to all of my troubles and issues in life. I did not feel rejected anymore. I felt like I was exploding with colourful rays of light. I was the light that was illuminating the dark room that the secrets to my problems were in. And now I could find them. Then things get really strange. I was in a scenario from the book of Mice and Men. I was Lenny, and was being yelled at by George for something I had done wrong. I had the mentally challenged voice that my junior year English teacher would take on while reading his part, and I was saying, "No, George, I didn't do nothing, George. Promise. I promise. Please, George." And I was rocking left and right, pleading for George to not do something, for whatever I had done. I do not know why this happened, and it was very odd, but interesting nonetheless. I do not know what I was pleading George not to do, or what I had done, but I really did not want it to happen. The next thing that I remembered was exiting the trip the same way I entered. I had the ever so cliche key to life power up again, and then I started coming back to reality. I was laying on the couch sideways and was staring at the peculiar square blob of geometry. Then I remembered sitting upright and staring at my friend, and he was staring back at me. I looked at him curiously with a shocked expression, and I was confused as hell. He asked if I was okay, and I said, "Yeah, I'm coming back." I got comfortable back in my reality, and we went upstairs for me to use the bathroom, as I still had difficulty walking from the DMT. Standing up was odd, as it felt like when I stood up, my head stayed where it was while only my body went up. He had to help me up the stairs as I was still pretty twisted from the DMT and the LSD peak. When I used the bathroom and I turned off the lights and looked in the mirror, it was interesting. My silhouette was growing and shrinking and looked insane. He saw it too when I called him over to check it out. He went back to sitting in this living room. I went out to the living room and sat in the chair beside him. Everything was dead silent and peaceful. There was an old-fashioned guitar next to me. I started to strum the strings of it slowly and softly. I was playing through the notes and it felt soothing to my ears. It felt like I was soothing my friend in the room too. It sounded quite good to my tripped out brain. All that there was me, my friend, and this room with the guitar. I decided to get into just a little bit of liquor. I had one shot of 30% lemon liqueur and then went back down to the basement. I saw that there was still a pretty marvellous amount of DMT in my pipe still. So I decided it was time for some more DMT. Here we go then, DMT round 2. No idea what time it was at this point. I was feeling quite nice off the little shot I took and the LSD. Weird combo I must say, and also can get out of hand from what I've heard, as alcohol and LSD are sometimes known to be mentally dangerous. But personally I was fine because I kept that in mind and did very small amounts of alcohol. I took the DMT pipe to my mouth, started heating it up. A little cloud appeared in the pipe and I started inhaling. I finished my rounds and then boom! I was loading into my junior biology class. I don't know why I kept going back to this period, but I guess I was visiting it again. I was sitting right next to my friend where I sit and it was perfect. Just like it was real life. I was wondering why I was waking up in my biology class. Wasn't I supposed to be tripping? Did I just smoke DMT in my biology class for fuck's sake? Then I remember being in this swirl of thought. Just like I had described to friends earlier that day, where I feel like I was swirling in circles and there are these physical thoughts around my head and everything is cloudy. I could see my thoughts all around me. It was all in my head, but it was becoming external. I was in the swirl of my own mind. I was swimming through geometrical rooms of purple hues, literally using my arms and breaststroking through different boxes or rooms, trying to find some entity of sorts. It felt very weird, and I was swimming through these rooms very fast. I remember whispering something and being very alert of some entity. I saw a glimpse of some face in the shadows, and then it was gone as fast as it was there. Then I remember starting to exit the trip. I was wondering if it was all even real anymore. I remember being transported back into my body and watching the corner shelf slowly morph back into its original shape. And I was back. I was thinking to myself, phew, that was fast. I asked my friend if this was real, and if I was back. He said it was, and I was reassured. I started cleaning up the DMT setup. I stood up and it felt like my head stayed where it was while my body went up. I asked him one more time. Right then, just to make sure, this is real, right? Yes, he said once again, and I smiled, knowing I had sorted out what needed to be sorted out that night. We went back upstairs and I had one more shot with some 40% orange liqueur. Standing up felt odd again, and getting up the stairs for a second time was fun as well. I used the bathroom, then had my shot. My friend was in the living room again, and I sat down where I was the first time, strumming the guitar. I was climbing up in the notes and then descending down the notes, all in a slow and steady manner, calming the energy in the room. We eventually stumbled back downstairs and chilled out for a bit. My friend was playing some lo-fi music and I was vaping. The euphoric nicotine rush was nice, synergised with their weed, LSD and an alcohol buzz. My friend though was starting to look more and more sick as the night progressed. He kept waking up to look around and see what we were doing, and then immediately falling back asleep. There was still more DMT in the pipe somehow, but a very, very small amount. I put on the Ballad of You, Me and Puniel, and I started heating the pipe. I cleared what was left in one, a decent sized hit. I exhaled and my friend awoke to the song. He looked around and I waved the pipe in the air to let him know I won't be so coherent in a few seconds. And then I put the pipe down. My friend started to look like he was on his deathbed. He was dying. My friend was dying. So, I started healing him with my positive energy. I started feeling empathetic towards him as he looked to be in a rough shape. I reached an egoless state, and the couch he was sleeping on looked like it was turning into something alive. The couch turned orange with dark, greenish patterns on it, and it was dancing and moving around with him on it. The trippy music sounded wonderful. I started coming down, and I was utterly satisfied, completely satisfied with the night I had just had. I felt that the acid peak was over as well. I took the almost empty wax pen my friend had and started hitting it, and hitting it, and hitting it, with the nicotine vape too. Feeling the rhythm of the LSD and cannabis synergy, I eventually got pretty high and I laid down with a blanket on the floor. Somehow I eventually fell asleep face first on the floor around 5:30 AM. Eventually, I was awakened by my friend, who was laughing at the sight of me face first on the floor like an idiot at around 8 AM or so. He wasn't as sick as he seemed last night. Obviously, I wasn't tripping as hard as before either. We went out for a walk, got some drinks and food, and chilled at a bench. The coffee monster I got tasted great. I was still feeling some of the acid. We headed back, and my friend who was sick had to go to work. We said our goodbyes, and then we went back out to my friend's house. We smoked hash and weed out the bong, and this massive steamroller pipe he has called the Zong. We went to eat, and then I went home. When I got home, I saw that my DMT pipe was broken. But you know what? I didn't care, as it had gotten good use for its final rips. In the end, this trip helped me to fully accept that you won't always get what you want. I so desperately wanted to break through that other night on LSD, and I desperately wanted to keep my friend. But it just wasn't meant to happen. It took me on a journey that showed me acceptance and how to simply let go. Let go of the past. Let go of your egoistic views on the situation. Just let go. I stopped feeling so crazy about it. I also learned that not everything lasts forever. Not every friendship, not every trip, not every emotion. Time is limited. Time is key. Time is the most important currency in the universe. Finally, I learnt to accept what has happened in the past, and finally look towards the future. Joyous Union, an LSD, nitrous oxide, cannabis and diazepam trip report by MindLens, posted to Irwid.org November 30th, 2011. Prior entheogen experience: modest 3 times LSD, 15 times psilocybin mushrooms, 1 times ketamine, 1 times NN-DMT breakthrough, 5 times NN-DMT, sub-breakthrough, still strong visuals. 3 times ayahuasca, 12 times MDMA, 1 times mescaline cactus, 1 times 2CB, and 4 times salvia. RX meds: mesalamine, timed release, over-the-counter, multivitamin, 5-HTP, 100 mg a day for the past 8 days, safety measure from the previous week's MDMA experience. Various micronutrients, glucosamine sulfate. Worldview: in flux, years of mostly materialist agnosticism beginning to feel stale, insufficient. Out like a light view of death fading in certainty. More interesting cosmology and new views of the structure of reality. Background in Zen meditation, simple awareness practice without theological components, with a strong intellectual and intermediate visceral appreciation for oneness an unreality of ego separation, roughly intermediate student level of practice experience. Set. Intensely curious with mild apprehension and recent sorrow. The month prior included some unravelling of my recent first experience with smoked NNDMT and its world-shattering mysteries. I broke through at the first attempt, and despite a great deal of prior reading, was completely unprepared for its sheer intensity. This seems to be somewhat par for the course, and having returned fully intact, energised and fascinated by the palpably living quality of our shared, unified reality, I was excited to take an LSD trip with an exploratory purpose, to set my spiritual eye on fire, and apprehend some hidden aspects of my own psyche and our universe. I had worked meditatively and introspectively to integrate the DMT bizarreness as fully as I felt able, and now it was time for a new lens to continue that work, and acquire, generate, additional insight. The time was chosen carefully. My work is demanding, requiring focus and rapid processing while multitasking, and I didn't want any out-of-phase period afterwards that would compromise my obligations or add pressure to the experience itself. As the chosen week drew nearer, a piece of shocking news came. A good friend of mine from graduate school had taken his own life. A gentle person whose gruffness was transparently defensive and easily dissolved. A good man with a strong mind and exceptional ability to see value in others. May his transformation be blessed. I gave the next several days over to mourning. After the highest waves of sadness had broken and the day chosen for the trip was at hand, my first instinct was the protective brain's reminder. A recent emotional upheaval is a dangerous time for strong entheogens. Good advice, generally speaking, but this was also a time of great joy. My upcoming engagement to Elle, a new family, hers, giving genuine love and acceptance, and being reunited with a sibling and family after years of living far apart. I sat with the conflicting possibilities and came to feel that in a time of huge change, an earnestly sought spiritual voyage could have strong healing and connecting power. I discussed this with my partner, Elle, and she agreed that it felt right. It was to be her first encounter with LSD, and my fourth. I last took LSD roughly 4 years ago. Setting. Outdoors in a relatively secluded city neighbourhood park, and in our apartment, decorated and arranged by Elle in a nest-like configuration with soft comforters, pillows and drapings, all with rich colours and patterns. Gorgeous day, temperate with abundant sun and a light breeze. Materials. 3 double hits of blotter LSD, which seems to be a reasonably accurate estimate based on past experiences. He said 150 micrograms per hit was the potency. This was obtained from a friend with high standards. Alongside this, there was 14 8-gram cartridges of nitrous oxide with dispenser unit, and some bubble hashish from the same friend. Procedure. T plus 0 hours. Having returned from family visiting, Elle and I take the LSD, 2 double hits for me and 1 for her. She wants a moderately visual experience, with most of her rationality intact. Not a bad way to get familiar with a very new molecule. We clean ourselves and tidy our space while we await the first effects. 30 minutes. Unmistakable body sensations reach a point of balance. Buzzing and humming feelings of energetic activation are present. A subtle deepening of colours as well. We sit on the couch, leaning against one another, and pick through some music, settling on Van Morrison for the sweetness and slightly hilarious vocal affectations. 1 hour. I stand to go to the bathroom, feeling different, more careful and aware of my movements. Enter the bathroom, check eyes, pretty wide, about 70% dilated. Watching my arms as I urinate, I notice dark patterns weaving themselves across my skin. I remain in the bathroom for several extra minutes, watching the interplay of symbols. They are large, spanning several inches each and connect and flow into each other. I'm shirtless, so I look in the mirror to see them spread onto my chest, up my neck, and into my face. They are power symbols, reflecting my duty and capacity for healing and teaching. I'm a doctor, so this directly addresses one of my primary life missions. I return and tell Elle a bit about what I'm seeing, as her trip is slower to arrive, hoping this strong positivity will calm a mild anxiety and beneficially influence her experience. She is glad for me. 1 hour and 30 minutes. Elle suggests we head outside as the daylight is just starting to fade, and we had planned to experience full daylight, sunset, and darkness during our experience. We walk slowly to the nearby park, delayed by my periodic desire to admire the wonderful array of plants that our neighbourhood offers. Old trees, huge flowering bushes, grass and clover, etc. The plants rhythmically move and sway before me, not moved by wind, and seem to vibrate. 1 hour and 45 minutes. We succeed in our 5-block walk and arrive at the park. One end has families and dogs. I'm drawn to their vividly living presences, but know better than to allow myself to be seen in this mode of being. I have some brief reflections on the sad cultural state that demonizes such a useful, meaningful tool, and leads us to mistrust strangers in general. We walk to a quiet corner and lay out a blanket to rest on. Looking up at the sky, the clouds from growing skeleton pinwheel shapes that emanate outwards and dissipate in the glowing blue background. Lightly coloured transparent beams connect like widely spaced latitude and longitude markings. Imagining the impossible distances beyond that blueness is exciting, but taxing to the brain in this slightly fuzzy headscape. We remain until sunset. I am enthralled by the play of colours, especially the aliveness of the fiery pinks and reds. Elle is somewhat disappointed in the lack of a stronger visual component. I feel responsible, as the more experienced person, for having helped her to choose a dose that may have been too low, but her occasional difficulties with depression have made me very cautious and protective of her mental well-being, and I try to gently remind her of this need for safe experimentation. 2 hours and 30 minutes. We return home, and Elle immediately suggests changing the living room into a more nest-like configuration. She is feeling some ancient, primal energies, and wants to encourage them to unfold within her. I help at first, but her eye is keener, and each layout choice has a purpose that is much more hers than mine. I retreat to the nearby couch and page through a recently acquired copy of Alex Gray's Transfigurations. The psychic energy system painting is especially alive for me now, with radiant electricity emanating from the body surface and lines of intertwining life energy suffusing its internal structures. I feel rapturously grateful to share this precise and delicate anatomy and picture my various bodily systems being fully enmeshed, working with and for one another, perhaps feeding and interacting with phenomena we have only minimally understood as a species. 3 hours. Nest complete. We remove most of our clothing, and the freedom is wonderful. We'll lie upon the soft space Elle has created and turn most of the electric lights off in favour of large candles. I initially questioned the wisdom of open flames, but we give it a try and it turns out beautifully. The half-dimness increases the intensity of the bright, patterned visuals and prompts me to close my eyes in earnest. I am lost in a sea of intricate, bright, geometric patterns that spin, twirl, and rearrange themselves rapidly. The detail is exquisite and so small that I can barely make out the finest shapes within shapes. Elle and I experiment with various cuddling, relaxing positions, and each brings its own body taste feeling. Elle suggests to play a recording of an accompanied female chanting many Om symbols, with a tone of protection and purification. I am mildly dubious, but each of Elle's decisions so far has been just perfect for the experience, and so I agree. I reflect that she is very patient to conduct these negotiations with me, when she has had such clearly brilliant ideas. The chanting is perfect. The right frequencies, the right volume, the right mix of words and power sounds, and a new type of sacred feeling permeates our space. 4 hours. Visuals intensify, with closed-eye patterns becoming a sea of interlocking blue and yellow and green and white eyes. I can't help but feel that this is a response to having recently encountered Alex Gray's work, and as I have this thought, the eyes catch fire and move upward to congeal into a radiant crystal, unfolding and vibrating with shifting colours and light. It feels as though the crystal has many, many projections into other states, people, dimensions. This characterises the primarily closed-eye visual theme for the rest of the trip, with many variations. I feel deep self-love at finding such a beautiful image in my mind, and this love transforms into a love for the cosmic reality that has manifested itself in my temporary form, container. I share a few of these thoughts with Elle, and she provides lovely reflections mixed with her own insight and experience of reality. I look at Elle's mostly nude body and experience a renewed appreciation for its perfect assembly of shapes and lines, textures and depths. I share in the sense of primal power and perfect structure when I look at my own body, contracting muscles to watch tendons slide, tracing veins and feeling the pulse of my arteries, all imbued with sacred symbolic pattern images. 4 hours and 30 minutes. Ella's been very quiet for some minutes, eyes closed with an appearance of serene introspection. She begins to cry gently and softly, mostly with silent tears and the occasional more forceful exhalation. I take her hand tentatively, and she responds with firmer pressure, communicating that she is alright, that the things she feels are handleable for her. Her eyes open and we embrace. She's explored some difficult inner places and found her own strength, resilience and power qualities. Love, drive, passion, cheerfulness, supportiveness. She is joyous. I feel the time has come to add some nitrous oxide to the trip now, having only once combined it with a true entheogen, being psilocybin mushrooms. I'm very excited to see what LSD will unfold into with this unique potentiator applied. I explain a bit to Elle about my experience with the combination, gently reminding of the need to go slowly at first and make the preparations. 2 cartridges are released into the machine and I sip at first, then inhale deeply as the first rising vibrations are felt as safe and pleasurable. Visual patterning is brighter, with open eyes, and assumes a more melting, flowing, exploding character. I finish the container and close my eyes with my breath held for about 20 seconds. As I exhale, the intensity continues to build and multiply, and I am spiral sucked into being the patterns that I see. I taste, feel new extracorporeal aspects of myself, unfolding into unseen realms, and churn blossom into a multi-consciousness shared being, our tendrils embracing with an alien-tinged love anything we can envelop. Collectiveness becomes unity, and a certainty that there is only it, and I am a container for a small piece of it, for a small time. There are small fleeting worries of, is this too much? But I can pull back slightly or push forward into it, like a well-trained muscle being contracted and relaxed. This lasts for maybe 10 minutes, and variants of this metamorphosis accompany my subsequent inhalations. 5 hours. Elle decides she would like to add some nitrous oxide to see if her mild visual effects might intensify. She sips first also, but immediately feels ready for more and more, finishing the 2 cartridge dose quickly, then lying back. After her exhalation, she arches further backward, not straining, but close. Her expression remains calm and deeply aware, so I have no concerns for her well-being. Her eyes remain closed for a while, and when she opens them, she describes what she has seen. A bright, multicoloured, shifting, Celtic-type knot, a patterned rope twisting upward toward a glowing white light, pulling her towards its radiant centre with near-orgasmic intensity of connectedness. Her energy is palpably sacred and deeply respectful, and my love for her flares at her capacity to experience such profound connection. She immediately begins tidying and organising the used canisters, which we have scattered throughout our nest. She does this with reverence and no sense of external obligation. As she does so, she explains what she has learned, that the combination of nitrous with an entheogen is its true purpose, that to use it recreationally as we have, albeit infrequently, is too far from its full potential to signify appropriate respect. I am struck by the truth of her words and wholeheartedly commit to this new place for a substance I had once used with relative frivolity. She makes a small altar for the dispenser and unused containers, and gently enfolds the expended ones in a soft cloth. We continue to talk and share our feelings and thoughts about reality, as well as the nature of ourselves, the meaning of each other and our lives, and what our passing from this life might entail. Again and again, I am awed at the depth of intelligence, wisdom, contemplation, and feeling in this fellow human, my sweet-spirited love partner. 6 hours and 30 minutes. I am so thoroughly engaged by the process of writing, drawing, creating, that I can think of little else. My pen is carving into the paper, and the ink looks like sheer blackness of the void, dripping around my lines and bleeding slightly through where I let the point linger. It is breathtaking. 7 hours and 30 minutes. Elle feels the true end of her experience drawing near and requests some Valium to help smooth the come down. I am on it, quickly rushing to obtain and share anything she would like to have. I fail to consider at this point that I am still in full peak, and very much want her company for the rest of that intense time. This will dawn me about 30 minutes later when she begins to exhibit signs of fatigue. At this stage, we conduct a brief but immensely powerful death ritual for my deceased friend. I share and visualize, channel his many admirable qualities, as well as speculating on the lack of self-created meaning that may have contributed to his self-caused end. I affirm my promise to positively connect with and nurture as many living beings as I can. 8 hours. Elle is visibly fading, and with the dimming light of her consciousness comes a strange pang of fear at being alone for what I anticipate will be 4 to 6 hours of strong tripping, especially having just invoked the strong concept of death by suicide and the difficult memories of such a recently lost friend. I am fully in control of my linguistic faculties, so I'm able to emphatically but respectfully request that she summon her full energies, overcome the benzodiazepine avalanche, and stay with me through the coming hours. I see the expected emotions play across her features: concern, annoyance, fatigue, deliberation, and finally, resolution. She will try, but cannot promise. This is not initially comforting, as I feel the possibility of her involuntarily leaving me for the sleep realm as something neither of us can fully control. I thank her for her intention, and take several minutes to sit silently, eyes closed. I start to feel the fear balloon crystallize, and I simply surrender to the experience, witnessing it and my thoughts in the manner of quiet awareness practice. This gradually allows the stronger fear to pass, although Elle's drooping eyes and slumping posture bring some recurrence of anxiety from time to time. I offer a compromise by taking 3 milligrams of Valium and a long draw of hashish smoke to try and bring on sleep earlier, knowing inwardly that it will make no difference when my senses are so fully ignited. If anything, the hashish minimally increases and subtly alters the trip, perhaps adding an edge of slight unease. I try to engage her in conversation, which is limitedly successful, until after a second emphatic request to truly awaken if she possibly can, some inner decision is fully made in her mind, and it's like a light is switched back on. We converse in the intensely meaningful ways we had been earlier, talking about her recent outdoor experiences, the friends she made there, the skills and lessons she learned. I'm again enthralled by her wisdom and sense of purpose. A light is kindled in me as well, and my trip reclaims its uninhibited, joyous character. 8 hours and 45 minutes. Elle suggests a ritual bath as a tool of purification and self-discovery, mentioning that it has been useful for her in the past with no entheogens required. She asked me to choose a colour that symbolises or evokes a meaning for me. I consider for a few minutes, then choose green. She suggests I prepare the bathroom by arranging its contents in a deliberate way while she assembles items that I can choose from to comprise the bath. She informs me that her role will be a silent one as I make these choices. While I perform the basic setup with a bright green towel in front of the tub, clearing counter space and neatening, providing symmetry and cleanliness, she places items just outside the door's threshold. She has brought me a large leaf cluster with a hexagonal inner structure, as well as clusters of small flowers for my earlier nest, a large thin leaf like an oversized quill, a large sprig of fern, 2 ornamental trays of candles, 2 eggs from a friend's yard chickens, vessels with coarse salt and olive oil, a tall empty vessel, and the altar holding the nitrous dispenser and 2 cartridges. She sits nude with legs folded underneath her, as I spend about 20 minutes choosing from the items and laying them out in a way that attempts to symbolize self-healing, self-knowledge, erosion of fear by direct engagement, and the sanctity of life. Some of my arrangement was simply instinctual, with the meanings overlaid later. Elle affirms this strategy as an important feature of many symbolic events. Tonight is my first experience with self-created ritual, and it is immensely assuring and empowering so far. Elle draws the water while I fill the tall empty vessel partially full of red wine and place it last within reach of the tub. 9 hours and 15 minutes. I enter the tub, Elle watching me silently with love and respect, as I arrange myself in a position of aware uprightness, balanced with reclining comfort. I am radiantly grateful to her for working so hard to overcome exhaustion and then rebounding into such an awake teacher-guide state of consciousness. The water feels electric and soothing at once, and I experience waves of symbol meaning as Elle places the items I've arranged one by one into the tub with me, saving the coarse salt and olive oil for next to last. As the globules of oil shimmer and shift in my visual field, she offers me an egg. I take it, marvelling at its structural perfection as it withstands my grip, only breaking after I use my thumb to snap a hole into its dome top. I feel a living congealed mass slip from the broken shell whose crystalline fracture patterns are a lesson encapsulated. The mass at first leads me to feel an early stage embryo sliding through my fingers, but I'm not disgusted or afraid of this possible truth, simply awed. As it drops into the tub with me, I see it is only yolk, and let it fall into the hexagonal space at the centre of the floating leaf cluster. Elle leaves quietly as I contemplate this combination of intricately formed natural elements, pieces of beings so like and unlike myself. 9 hours and 45 minutes. I pour 1/3 of the red wine into the tub, watching the red billows spread downward with a frantic twisting and emanating movement that the LSD creates. Here I make a sign of consecration, fill the nitrous container with the 2 cartridges, and respectfully inhale as deeply as I can. My visual field assumes blue-grey and deep brown colour tones, with twisting brown stripes forming on the walls, bathroom fixtures and tub in front of me. These interleave and vibrate furiously but with passion, no malevolence. I close my eyes and feel my inner space open, allowing me to make contact with parts of my body self, especially the distributed mysterious nexus network of the immune system. For me, this is intensely meaningful, not least because I have an immunological disorder that causes the body to destroy its own tissues in painful and potentially dangerous ways. I've chosen a relatively inactive period of the disease to conduct this journey, but it is always there, and I realise in that moment that it is the source of my earlier fear, a part of myself that literally attacks the rest, an ever-present reminder of my own inevitable death and the potential for much suffering. I pour the rest of the wine into the tub and willingly embrace that my own blood too will flow out from me if my body wills it so. I shed tears of gratitude and forgiveness as I drain the water, rubbing the essences of the different sacramental items into my skin, feeling the areas and organs worst affected by the disease, and forgiving them for the pain I have felt through them, thanking them for holding out and continuing to function despite all this, blessing them for the time when they can no longer work as they have. 10 hours and 30 minutes. I rinse with a brief shower and dry off, thanking Elle again for helping to prepare and guide me to such a helpful and meaningful experience. I share the source of my earlier fear and welcome her decision to sleep when it is time. She wants my company, and I decide that although I have no capacity for sleep, I will stay with her in bed, tripping fiercely in the dark as a test of my newfound courage. She invites me to share 1 or 2 more insights from the bath before she sleeps, and again I am struck by her compassion and selflessness. She is usually in bed by 9 PM and it is now close to 5 AM. She falls asleep as I give her soft touches, small recompense for her immense gifts to me, and to allow myself the comfort of physically connecting with her once more. I feel her pass into unconsciousness and delve into my solitary space, knowing that my own decomposition, death, is the fear point, and allowing that imagery to reflect that. I see electric bones connected to gossamer wires, twisting and distorting, but I feel calm. I turn, eyes open, to look at Elle's face, and in the darkness I see her forehead crumble away, showing skull, then brain, then deep in the brain a blue, star-like geometric centre, radiating and pulsing softly. It is an intense thing to see, but not unpleasant, and I expel another burst of gratitude for the hard-won ability to watch quietly and for such a wonderful companion. 10 hours and 45 minutes. The next 5 to 6 hours are spent admiring the crystalline closed-eye visuals, shimmering eyes multiplying and layering, movement through pulsing geometric landscapes, feeling open to vastness. There are brief lapses into sleep, 20-30 minutes at a time, but largely my awareness remains sharp. 17 hours. I awake from a brief sleep period and prepare for the day, We'd planned to meet some friends for a bike ride, and although Elle and I gave ourselves the option to withdraw, I feel so energised and desirous of seeing them that I throw myself into preparation. Before long though, I am compelled to draw with ink and paper some of the more important stylistic and thematic elements of last night's visual experiences. It is difficult, as I'm not a practiced artist and have very poor penmanship even. But I concentrate, and none of my pen strokes prove to be wrong. I shed a tear or two as I recall the significance and dedicate this first act of visual art creation in many years to the distributed essence of my deceased friend. I go on to resume packing up my bike gear and find Elle awake, surprising given her brief opportunity for sleep. She wants to join in on the ride, which brings elation and thanks for her continued perseverance and sense of intentional togetherness. She has been through a lot, and keeps on going for both of us. I defecate, for the first time since the initial hour of the trip, and notice blood. It is an unusual but not unheard of symptom for this level of disease activity, and I am grateful for the lack of pain. The bodily self-forgiveness I felt and extended last night remains, as I interact with these somewhat difficult quirks. It is possible the increased activation of my sympathetic nervous system by LSD is the cause of this trouble, but just disrupting the circadian rhythm can exacerbate it, as can emotional stress of the kind I've been processing for the past near week. Symptoms abated shortly after this episode, and remained mostly inactive thereafter. No true flare-up was triggered. Elle suggests I consider decorating myself in some way to consecrate the ending stage of the trip. I still have closed-eye visuals, and so I perform a brief night ritual which brings back a heightened sense of sacredness and open-eye patterning with slithering, spinning light dark circles roaring to life for 10 or so minutes, while I decide how to adorn myself. I end up with the fern sprig tucked behind my left ear, and 2 mud symbols painted on my bare chest and left arm, made from nearby yard dirt mixed with leftover olive oil and fresh water. I feel power and mercy coursing through my whole being, as we finish preparing and leave to meet our friends. I gave serious consideration to the safety factors involved with a bike ride in my post-trip state. Reflexes and balance felt completely unaffected, and my mental clarity was similarly unfazed. I found myself being a bit more cautious than usual, if anything. All my senses feel heightened, and colours remain a bit richer than usual, although on a bright and gorgeous day it can be hard to differentiate. Closed-eye visuals remain minimally present for another 4 hours. I thank everyone quietly for their presence in my life, and feel like a better listener than usual. I have the opportunity to pet 2 beautiful dogs which I would not always choose to do, but am now thrilled with, feeling their gentle animal spirits that hold such mixed seriousness and silliness, much like myself and all of us. Blessings to you all. We are one. So this is what death looks like. An LSD trip report by White Light. Posted at earwid.org, October 9th, 2010. When it comes to drugs, I can say in all honesty that I'm a very experienced user, despite my young age. I'm now 19 years old. I've had lots of experiences with stimulants, some with depressants, and countless trips in the world of hallucinogenics. I've been introduced to the world of drugs through salvia about 3 years ago. LSD and psilocybin mushrooms have been an important part of my life for about 2 years. The infamous dissociative known as ketamine has been an interesting tool to me, and, much more than anything else, I acknowledge the infinite power of DMT about 20 times since I began my experimentations. When this event took place, I was just coming back from a rave party in the city. I was coming down off both MDMA and ketamine. I eventually thought that dropping some LSD could be a good idea. Who the hell would do that just after having drained his serotonin with too much MDMA? I don't know. But anyway, I took the vial from my desk, dropped 2 drops on my hand, and licked it. To be honest, I first thought that 2 doses of good LSD would satisfy me. I'd be able to draw or paint some crazy things while having some nice visuals. But then I thought, is it really worth it to just drop acid to have some cute little visuals? Or should I go for something more interesting? The highest amount I had ever taken was a dose of about 550 to 700 micrograms. Since there was 5 other drops in the dropper, I decided to take them. I then proceeded to do what everybody who knows a bit about liquid LSD knows you should never do. I replenished the dropper with water and drank it as if it was a shooter. Twice, just to make sure not to waste anything. One shooter of a vial gave a trip of about 1,000 micrograms to a friend of mine, and it was the second time that this vial was being washed. It should be important to note that my vial was twice as big as his, and so has more surface in contact with the LSD, and that there was probably a couple more doses in my vial than in his. It could be considered a mistake to wash the vial as I did, but it was on purpose. I didn't really think about it. I just felt like it had to be done. I cleaned my room very fast because I know being on acid in my room, if it's messy, is only going to make me frustrated. I then went for a cigarette in the backyard and sit for a minute. Everything was heavily distorted, but I could still handle it. I thought about all the LSD I dropped, and realised that I had probably around 2,000 micrograms in my body. Era would note, claims of measured microgram dosages for LSD are usually unsupported. Quantitative measurements for LSD are very difficult to do and cannot be done casually. Without further detailed information about how the measurements were derived, it is reasonable to assume that most statements of microgram dosages of LSD on blotter or in microdots are either misinformed or overstated. Blank. I open my eyes and notice I'm back in my room without even remembering going back inside my apartment. I'm lying on my bed, eyes wide open. Nothing is left static. There are some waves of glowing blue light going across the room. Everything looks fluid. I start hearing some kind of chants and melodies alongside that electronic-like drone sound that I'm used to hearing while tripping on DMT. The visuals then stop waving and take a beautiful crystalline form. The world seems to be made of colourful geometric patterns. It really felt like a pre-breakthrough DMT experience, to be honest. This lasts for about 30 minutes. I then close my eyes, and I'm totally blinded by what many people call the white light. It's beautiful, but so intense. I'm not sure anymore I will be able to handle this experience. And this is where it starts to get bad. When I open my eyes, my room has stopped distorting and the colours are gone. The room is not back to normal. Worse, it looks like everything is grey and sad. There is a distinct substancelessness to everything. The whole world looks like it just died, as if the energy present in everything had just gone. I try to get up out of my bed and go somewhere happier, but I sit up on my bed and feel myself falling into an infinite void only to find myself lying again. Images are duplicating, repeating themselves, without meaning. I put my hands on my chest and try to relax, but it feels like my hands simply go through me as if I was non-existent, empty of any matter. My heart was beating at an incredibly fast rate. I started thinking that I had found two absolute laws of the universe that were totally contradictory, acting as a proof that reality was a lie, an illusion created out of my own consciousness. In fact, there was nothing at all. Nothing but solitude in my own consciousness and lies. My brain, being now aware that everything was fake, made everything look fake, dead, and empty. Was that death? I wish death was more like a lack of consciousness, a complete calm darkness. But this death was much more like a purgatory, grey and rotten. My roommate came into my room and asked me if I was okay. He wasn't aware I was on acid. In my head though, it looked more like he was shouting at me. Being the consciousness from which reality emerged from, I had destroyed every human being in my world by destroying the illusion. This is why he was kind of frustrated. He went out of the apartment laughing. I felt bad, for I'd messed up big time, and now I know that I had killed everything I knew. All I had left was my room, which I wanted to go away from with all my heart. While still lying on my bed, I started losing every feeling of my body. It felt like I was losing contact only to be lost in this room as a dead spirit. Every hope left me. Some weird experimental drum and bass started playing in another room. Complete, clear, precise audio hallucination. It sounded like my consciousness was glitching out, lagging. But then suddenly it stopped. Everything came back to life all at once. I got an awareness of my body again. The colours and the visual hallucinations came back. Everything was moving again, alive. All these sensations coming back at the same time made me think I was genuinely going to explode. But I felt warm again. My other roommate eventually came to see me, and when I told him how my trip went, he got me an antidepressant, some kind of dopamine stabilizer or something like this. It just did it to make sure I had no other problem, even though the trip was pretty much finished. Everything after this was kinda quiet. Well, this was obviously the most intense LSD experience I ever had, and maybe that I will ever have. Sure, I will drop LSD again, but maybe not that much at the same time. But you never know. I've seen what I needed to see, and even if it wasn't very pleasant, I believe it is those kind of experiences that teach you the most. I've been gifted with the amazing phenomenon that is called life. For some time, it felt like it had been taken away from me. Now that I have it back, I know that I have the power to make anything I want out of it. Ancient Hymns to the Great Earth, an AMT and 5-MeO DMT trip report by Echo Gates, posted to earwid.org December 5th, 2002. I've had previous experiences with both AMT and 5-MeO DMT. AMT is always great. I've lost count of all the wonderful overnights spent with friends here at our novel, century-old treehouse apartment, mystified by this entrancing substance. 5-MeO was never as much fun, until after I started combining it with other drugs. It goes great with everything. In fact, I've only tried 5-MeO once all by itself. There was the typical experience of being barraged with psychedelic chaos, then having my soul sucked into the void where confusion finally dissolves into acceptance, insight, and peace. 5-MeO would have been an exhilarating experience, except that all conscious thought I had left was focused in an effort not to puke. Determined not to be so easily discouraged, I decided to make yet another foray into the long-anticipated 5-MeO hyperspace. Maybe this time I would not be so unpleasantly distracted. My boyfriend, Zed, was taking this trip with me. He went first, inhaling a delicate and deceivingly small amount of 5-MeO vapor out of our multi-purpose disemboweled light bulb. I watched him slump forward on the couch a mere 40 seconds later, flushed and struggling to breathe. Just as John Lennon sang, "Now you see the meaning of within." He heaved all his withinwards outwards, and curdled milk meat puke with Boston cream pie splattered all over the Persian rug. Now you see the meaning of within. I get discouraged with the whole 5-MeO DMT thing after seeing that, and I didn't give it another go until months later in the middle of a DXM stupor during a sleepover with some friends up north. That trip was so great that I actually tried 5-MeO with everything afterwards, until my tiny $20 baggie ran out just as I obtained a few doses of AMT. I've always thought AMT and 5-MeO DMT would make an interesting combination, especially since the positive mindset induced by AMT might counter the sheer terror of the 5-MeO breakthrough, while still potentiating the relative insanity of the experience. Combining the two is also an ayahuasca-type combination, since AMT is a reported, weak, MAOI inhibitor. I've read plenty about ayahuasca and its analogues on the internet, but always thought it sounded a bit jungly and, well, messy for me, though I'm off having a spiritual encounter. A mixture of 5-MeO and AMT might be the perfect way to finally experience a variation of the ayahuasca trip for myself. Sort of a neo-techno jungle kind of thing, I guess. Unfortunately though, it took a long time for me to gather the two substances in one place, but at last I did, on this fateful day. 8th of the 10th, 2002. I get home from my telemarketing job early. Yes, I am a telemarketer, the punching bag of America. Zed arrives a few hours later, worn out from working all afternoon in the restaurant kitchen. We've had less than the recommended R&R, and Zed has been running a fever all day, which I think he's passing to me. But short weekends, impending school days, and mad curiosity have rendered all of that irrelevant. There's a marijuana shortage lately too. You know things are bad when your dealer calls you, asking if you've heard anything. But the negative circumstances end there. In 30 minutes, we are getting ready to take the first AMT capsules when our friends S and S come by. They have the first pot with Sin in a week. We buy some and watch the movie we rented that morning, Time Machine, and it's much better the second time around, stoned. They leave around 12:30 AM after the movie, and we finally drop the caps. Zed is stuck on the concept of time for the rest of the night, elaborating fascinating theories at length. The movie was great food for thought for me too, as well as work. I saw in depth into all my relationships with people there, and the conversation I'd had with the girls sitting next to me on that evening took on great significance, as if it were an enigmatic unfolding of ideas that could change our lives. I'm sure in some small way that life changes with every event. I think the perceptions were real, but they were so deeply detailed that I know they would be too small to matter normally. So, much of what needs to occur in communication actually happens unconsciously. As we listen to some trance techno laced with beautiful Hindu songs, I have vivid memories of my past. They are so inspirational, bringing back the simple feelings and vague hope that always fill childhood. The trees today look just like they did when I was 13, in the hammock outside my mum's, listening to Kurt Cobain and thinking my very first deep thoughts. Seriously moving stuff. I think about how timeless the forest is because it always looks like the same year there. It could be 2002 or 1984. The effects of the AMT are increasing rapidly after the first hour. I leave my boyfriend in the living room and go lie on the tie-dye bedspread. It's impossible to stop moving my body. I realise I'm fighting the effects of the drugs. It's been months since I've done AMT, and it feels like a tremendous shock to my system. Furthermore, I truly am sick, coming down with whatever Zed had. I didn't notice how sick I was because I take an ibuprofen all day. Now that it's wearing off, I can't take any more because I'm actually starting to feel very ill. I feel the fever flaming through my body and the congestion in my chest. It's hard to breathe, and for a long time, I actually feel like I'm having a panic attack. It hurts and I feel actual pain. When I start disappearing into kaleidoscopes, I now think that I'm dying. I found myself kicking in bed, clenching my fists. Visions of death are going through my mind, and occasionally I try to relax and remember to calm down, but soon I run to the bathroom and vomit, because I feel like I'm actually in danger. After this, the difficulty passes and I feel so relieved I can't even imagine how I thought I was dying in the first place. I start to enjoy the trip as I return to the living room where Zed is laying on the couch. We smoke some dope and I feel warm rushes of joy. I close my eyes and sit back, and I think about a dream I had last night where I was catching gold-glittered parakeets with Zed outside my dad's house, which had a new window. About 3 AM, I find that it's time for the second pill. As usual, I don't have any problems with this one, just a steady climb into the sky to peak at sunrise. Beautiful. I put on my biggest kickwears that I always end up in while tripping, the ones with all the pockets for carrying stuff. It doesn't take you too far, Zed says, but mostly because you don't care anymore how far you go. I feel it starting to explode in my head, and whole chunks of time are lost in timeless ecstasy. It comes from me in waves of heat, but I am shivering cold. I saw myself dancing in my mind, and others were dancing with me. We were doing the same thing. I couldn't quite tell if they were following me, as if it were all in my mind, or if I was part of them. My mind asked why distinctions like that had to be made in the first place, if there was no time. I hope in life after death. I've been scared before when I can't figure out where I've gone, if I passed out or fell asleep without any dream or length of time to prove I existed while I was away. But why does the body have to be the mechanism of life? It might just be a mask or a filter through which I perceive. But with totally different perceptions, who would I be? I changed my perception with AMT, and I no longer have words with which to think about it to myself or talk with Zed. Would I be a newborn who didn't have words yet? Would I even remember if there was life after death? I feel like I'm going faster than time, skipping over the surface. Again, I fall into kaleidoscopes. Everything is symmetrical, because it is a sliver of reality into whatever I am outside of time, and it folded out into a scene and became reality. I recede into the timelessness, and we are all one because of emotion, which is universal. Reason is just part of the temporal world. We are like a million eyes looking out from God, which is the closest I could be to God without being absorbed or no longer conscious. I wonder if the creatures covered with eyes that are closest to God in Revelation are poetic language for this. Humanness is a sum. Sums are greater than time, and the essence of our consciousness is a sum. When I can, I write like crazy in my notebook. I used to be crazy enough to write like this all the time, but now I know they're just descriptions, and there are millions of descriptions, and that details can be distracting from life. I feel more mature now, that I can tune into normal things without feeling so urgently that I have to write down all the details, though I do still write all the time anyway. At breaking dawn, I load a few grains of 5-MeO into my crackhead light bulb pipe and whisper a quick prayer. Please be nice to me. I inhale through the short plastic straw, take about 4 hits, though I can feel it after the second. After the 4th hit, I can't even hold the light bulb anymore, but I just have enough time to put it down. I'm surprised that my body totally relaxes, totally limp, because 5-MeO usually alerts me. But this is so relaxing. Energy flows through me, and it is the best thing I've ever felt, growing stronger, wiping everything from my mind. I actually feel like I'm being possessed. I wake up still in the chair, moaning. The feelings stay with me a long time, and a long time goes by. Sometimes I'm awake. Sometimes I'm not even inside my body. I think I am talking to someone, but it is beyond words. Sometimes I can't move, and sometimes I can't stop. The most conscious thought I have is that the songs on the CD player, some global underground CDs and the like, are great hymns to the earth. The music is very moving, like themes, things you hear a lot of in different versions because they are our ancient hymns to the earth, the way we appreciate it, and we are only emotions. The hymns have always been around, as long as emotion. Music is emotion. The hymn's emotions, essence, is greater than me and gives me hope. It felt like something I always wanted to touch, but could not conceive of, so I could not look for it. I have thoughts, but they are like gratitude instead of inspiration, even though I am seeing the world in new and beautiful ways. It is appreciation, like I'm singing with the hymns. The sky turns sapphire blue as the sun comes up. I smoked 5-MeO DMT several more times, with the same great results. Though we were exhausted the rest of the day, do not walk upstairs in the hot sun after this. Neither one of us is sick anymore, thankfully. Wow. I think everything I read about ayahuasca was true. It is very sacred, and my life feels renewed and refreshed after it. But I'm still coming down too. This was a great combo and possibly the greatest ecstasy I've ever felt. I never had a reason to post a report before, despite great trips. I wonder if anyone else has tried this type of ayahuasca. So there, I submit my report and chemical research for the benefit and amusement of all science. Years later, I too will be filling out some questionnaire sent out by these shady psychedelic manufacturing companies. Did you fry your brain? Yeah. Are your synapses snapped? Yeah. Did you have a good time anyway? Most definitely. But kids, do not try this at home. Love, Echo Gates. Trying to return to the source. Ayahuasca combo of Syrian rue and M2 flora and 5-MeO DMT trip report. Posted by Joshi to earwid.org, February 7th, 2003. 6 times in the period of 1999 to 2000, I drank ayahuasca in a ritual context, 5 times with one group loosely affiliated with Santo Daime, and once with another purveyor of ayahuasca rituals. Out of those 6 times, 4 were relatively unremarkable, with effects ranging from nausea and a vague off-balance feeling to some kind of medium-ish psychedelic drug effect. Well, the 4th time I ate one very large mushroom at the tail end of the journey and went so far over the line as to experience myself in a totally different universe. I became totally incoherent, forgot my own name, and, according to some people there, tried at one point to remove my clothes. But that's a different story. In any event, the other 2 of the 6 ayahuasca experiences rate as the most spiritually meaningful experiences of my entire life. But what was different in the circumstances? I don't know. Dosage? How much of the nasty bit of stuff at the bottom of the jar I got? I'm really not sure, to be honest. One thing that I have concluded for me is that fasting the whole day is just no good. I need to have eaten something within the previous 12 hours or my brain doesn't have the energy to trip. It seems fashionable to fast totally for the sake of purity, but paradoxically, this seems to dampen the spiritual dimension of the trip for me. Those 2 experiences, now unfortunately receding further into the mists of memory than I would like, were things of great beauty and importance. I, who had gone into the ayahuasca ritual as a psychonaut looking for new trips, came out spiritually remade. I felt the very strong presence of entities, some associated with people who were in the room, some freestanding, and I felt the presence of an incredible, primordial love which existed just behind this reality. I remember sitting near the guitar players, staring at the candles in the middle of the room with tears streaming down my face. "It's so beautiful," I said to one of the leaders of the ritual. I had no idea that it could be so beautiful. The second of the good 2 experiences occurred in September 1999. Shortly thereafter, I moved out of the country, the Netherlands, where such rituals were available. For the subsequent 2.5 years, I did not drink ayahuasca. It seemed to me too spiritually powerful a substance to do outside of a ritual context, and despite my knowing some trippers, I didn't really feel like they were necessarily the right people to do it with. But enough time went by, and I really came to feel that I needed to reconnect with these spiritual energies of sorts. Surely, other psychedelics can bring one to similar spaces, but I find that ayahuasca is deeply special. There's nothing like it. Smoked NMDMT is similar in certain regards, but mainly those being the strongest and most characteristic psychedelic effects, not the intensely spiritual ones, which take longer to develop than such a trip lasts. So, my friend S and I went up to my stepfather's house in Vermont last weekend to drink. I still refuse to do the substance in the confines of city dwellings. In a small house in the woods is better for me, though a church is really ideal. I'd prepared 27 grams of pea harmala by slow cooking and then boiling in an approximately 50-50 vinegar-water mix, and he had prepared about 2 ounces of M. hostilis root bark by boiling 5 times in lemon juice and water. 5 was a bit of an overkill, as the last boiling was basically clear. In preparation, we both took 1.2 grams of lecithin the night before the experience, and another 1.2 grams the morning of the experience, as is recommended in psychedelic shamanism to reduce nausea. We ate breakfast at around 11 AM and started our trip at 3. In general, I am a fan of tripping during the day, so as to more greatly emphasize the various positive qualities, but I've come to believe that in fact the real work of an ayahuasca experience must be done after sundown. I feel that the darkness allows one to focus and mediate more fully on the spiritual aspects of the trip. So our starting time was, I guess, the first mistake. I think that while definitely a positive and powerful psychedelic experience, this ayahuasca trip still did not truly reach the heights of my previous ones, and I think the mistakes that we made were mainly logistic and dosage related ones. Before starting, we had completely rearranged the house so as to try and make a sacred space of sorts, taking out the furniture, putting up Christmas lights, putting out flowers and cloths, and covering relatively immovable but potentially distracting things, such as the TV, with sheet. I will just say now that this aspect of preparation was an unqualified success. I have read trip reports of very difficult experiences with ayahuasca, but I've never myself seen one, and perhaps this is due to proper attention being given to the surroundings in which the trip was to take place. Certainly the chapel in which I used to drink was, well, perfect for the occasion. Anyway, one of the other first problems was determining the dose of Harmala. I put some salt in the brew in an attempt to get the alkaloids to precipitate. Something definitely dropped down there, and we drank each a cup containing some of this sludge. Basically, this was to be the only good Harmala dose we got. Perhaps next time I'll make more or combine the substances like the Indians do. As it was, we sort of ran out later on, even though I supposedly brewed 9 doses. After each drinking our Harmala, I proceeded to smoke some marijuana to combat the nausea that I knew would come. S really doesn't like MJ, so he abstained. We continued to prepare the space and I did some yoga, which combines very well with cannabis but isn't, in my experience, really possible on a strong dose ayahuasca trip. We did this until it was 4 PM, and we each drank 1/5 of the Histilis brew, or about 11 grams. We proceeded to go outside to lie on the grass. It was slightly too cold when the wind picked up, but the sun warmed us well when it wasn't behind the clouds. The trip came on fast. We sat silently, meditating and watching the sky. I noticed that there was this energy-like substance surrounding the clouds, and I saw the clouds themselves transform in the sky. I saw one set of clouds that became a large skeleton, covering the entire sky but lightly. I closed my eyes and began to see patterns, especially when I turned my head back and faced the sun. Gone were the usual closed-eye visual colours, to be replaced with an amazing set of browns, beiges and golds, all from the light of the sun. Lying there, throat singing, with the sunlight coming down on me, I had what was to turn out to be the most powerful spiritual experience of the trip. I had at one point, looking at the superb blue of the sky, a flashback to our most powerful salvia experience. I took it to be a sign that ayahuasca was telling me to go back to that world today. I felt something resembling the usual nausea when I moved, and I felt, as usual again, very weak consequently. S threw up, but I did not. I was eating crystallized ginger to help with the nausea. It may have. I certainly can't tell whether or not our pre-dosing with lecithin helped. If it did, it wasn't by a lot. Eventually, it became too cold and we retreated indoors. We listened to some music, including a song I'd written for the occasion, which seems to have been just perfect, and I think I want to make a whole album just like that. But again, that's a different story. And as some of the synth parts in the twisted compilation Eclipse built up, I felt as though we were getting there, becoming. That as the sun went down, it would be time to truly delve within, and I was excited. While listening to the music, S had this fantasy, illusion, or dream that he was playing some kind of computer game in which the purpose was to go round the world and try to get everyone to drink ayahuasca, and that his score was based on what percentage of a given population was drinking it. The flowers we put out were the most beautiful flowers I have ever seen, I must say. The sun finally was down and later than expected. By the time we drank again at about 7:30 or so, our trip effects had receded. I think this was a crucial problem. I think that it is important to time the doses so as to stay in the space. Otherwise one loses the momentum that one needs to get to that certain spiritual point. What made matters worse was that apparently we did not drink enough Harmala with this dose. The idea was that we would drink more Harmala and more Hostilis. We were excited when we drank the Hostilis because we felt that there was much more bitter sludge in those cups than the early ones. Yet at 9, we were suspiciously not tripping. In the end, we decided to remedy the situation by just splitting the remaining 11 grams of Hostilis and Harmala. And at 9:30, we were about to eat some mushrooms. With some trepidation, of course, see the Harmala mushroom experience I mentioned above, to try to salvage something of the experience. When, finally, it just started working again. It was good, it was right, but it wasn't perfect. I sat and I sang, hoping that S would join me. He turns out to be hopelessly tone deaf, so, oh well. I did more throat singing, and I had some of the ayahuasca hymns that I remembered from the ritual days, specifically the ones in English, though I remember the chorus of the Portuguese one where the chorus is just ayahuasca, 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 ayahuasca. I came close during the singing to the feelings that I had had before, and I certainly was able to engage those feelings, but they did not come as strongly or forcefully or overwhelmingly as I had remembered. Furthermore, I had no particular sense of the presence of the entities. It was a valiant and not entirely unsuccessful attempt, but I didn't quite return to the source. The timing was bad, and the dose still didn't seem right. S wasn't nauseous at all, which would be great if he had been tripping hard, but since he hadn't, one is given to wonder. I guess the object lesson here is that although one is compelled to try to drink only the active alkaloids, and only just as much as required in order to minimise nausea, it can actually backfire and result in the trip not working. The native brews usually contain way too much beta-carbolines. Maybe they actually know what they're doing. Anyway, I decided that if ayahuasca hadn't really delivered, I wouldn't follow its suggestion and smoke salvia. Or perhaps that was just a rationalisation of the very healthy fear that I cultivate of that substance. But we did decide to push on, once more into the breach, and smoke some 5-MeO-DMT. Now, at this point, I guess about midnight or so, we were not completely strongly under the influence of Harmler, but not completely out either. I can't say whether the Harmler potentiated the 5-MeO with respect to strength of dose, as I always just eyeball it. Note to readers, do not try this at home, or rather, if you do try eyeballing 5-MeO, realise that the process requires far, far less of the substance than you would imagine, and serious caution, especially if you are combining it with MAOIs, is in order. However, Harmler did appear to lengthen the 5-MeO trip for both of us in the end. I wish the trip had more of a spiritual quality, but there is a degree of cosmic mind-bendingness to the 5-MeO trip, which seems to be somewhat antithetical to me to the focus and subtlety required for the true mystical experience to come through. Nevertheless, it did certainly pack a certain degree of psychedelic wallop that seemed to be required at the time. S also asked to hear my song again, and again it seemed pretty good, and that's the acid test, as it were. Finally, as we came down from the MEO trips, taking 2 hits each which lasted for about half an hour to 40 minutes total, it was time to smoke some more weed, make some macaroni and cheese, and go to bed. Well, congratulations if you made it this far. I guess the various take-home lessons of this report are that powerful positive spiritual experiences with ayahuasca are possible, but a number of things, like environment, dosage, timing, these have to go right in order for this to happen. Another is that I've found that 5-MeO-DMT, while hugely powerful, does not mimic a proper ayahuasca experience. Another is that having too much Harmler might not be so bad, at least if too much is not taken very far to extremes. My opinion is that ayahuasca is really the best psychedelic. Despite the nausea, despite the fickleness, despite the taste, hasn't changed. I hope that some of you can also realise what a special gift this drink really is. Infinite, Chaotic, Wonderland Consciousness. A post by Pudgy on the Actualize.org forums, posted July 3rd, 2023. Disclaimer. I had trouble putting all of this into words, so I've written an original version and restructured it with AI, and heavily editorialized it to ensure the full story experience of the original. I decided to create my first thread as a journal through this infinite, chaotic wonderland. I woke up to a kind of consciousness that completely blindsided me. I've skimmed a few Reddit threads about people's experiences with Delta 8, but none of them had me picking my jaw up off the floor. Delta 8 and Delta 9 do the same thing for me. They chill me out, sharpen my focus, and spark my creativity. It also has a spiritual side effect at high doses, just like weed. So I'm cautious when I'm using it just to unwind. After a couple of drags of Delta 8, I decided to go for gold and take some real hits. I wasn't scared. The most intense awakenings I've had have been on ayahuasca. But man, I did not see this one coming at all. After a few more pulls, I started feeling drowsy and sensed something big was about to happen. I figured I'd lie down on the bed and let consciousness do its thing. As I'm lying there, my brain was running wild with ideas, like a never-ending generator of imagination. It was like some spiritual fastball had hit me square in the head, cranking out these hyper-creative elements, shapes, and entities that were out of this world. During this, I was flexing my infinite creative muscles and messing around with consciousness in a way that was seriously intense. My creativity was expanding so quickly that I couldn't keep up with everything that was happening because it was just all so rapid fire. My consciousness was changing in ways that were unimaginable without psychedelics. There was a point where I thought my brain might just throw in the towel, unable to keep functioning at such a high level. But my ability to imagine and be infinitely creative was smooth and easygoing. It was a lot like that trip I had with Morning Glory when I woke up to infinite imagination. But this was on another level. And then, things started to get chaotic. At this point, the chaos shifted into something playful. Next thing I knew, I was imagining a chaotic realm full of playful, cartoonish figures, abstract beings, shapes, vibrant colours, and total chaos. The chaos was breaking all the rules and laws of physics, jumping from one bizarre element to another in the blink of an eye. It was all about having endless fun, laughs, and playfulness. It was an aspect of consciousness that was nothing less than pure, playful chaos. It felt like I'd stepped into a chaotic cartoon wonderland, a town of absolute chaos. For example, picture a string stretching across the entire universe. Now, imagine every inch of that string bursting into chaotic beauty, revealing new whimsical realms, entities, abstract forms, animated beings, vibrant colours, and pure, unadulterated chaos. The chaos was its own unique brand of gorgeous. There was no sense of order, and yet, in its own wild way, it was incredibly organised. Imagine bodies morphing into shapes beyond normal comprehension, forming perfectly spherical consciousness and looping in and out of infinity while having a blast. Big, pointy teeth could transform into awe-inspiring structures and gorgeous creations, all while having the freedom to become whatever they desired. I was mind-boggled to a beautiful, chaotic extent. The chaos was relentless. Things weren't sticking to any familiar solid forms like in physical reality. It was just all pure, undiluted chaos. During all this madness, there were a bunch of entities in the mix. One was this vibrant bear creature giving out advice. A wild jester trying to wrap its head around how on earth I'd managed to get this kind of access. And then, there were other chaotic entities that are just too out there to even put into words. Consciousness was morphing into all these forms that go way beyond what a human could do. My consciousness could also dream up infinite loops and portals that went beyond anything I'd ever thought of. This was utter chaos. There was this active give and take, a playful volley of, "I am God too," like, "I am God, no, I am God," a never-ending cycle of chaotic love with each one proclaiming, "I'm God, no, I'm God." It wasn't just a proclamation though, but they were expressing it with infinite bliss, by morphing into different imaginative forms, all in a beautifully chaotic way. I will share more tomorrow. Follow-up post. Here are a few more contemplative efforts. 1. Infinite imagination is just that. Infinite. There are no limits, bounds, or restrictions. You are free to imagine as you wish. After this awakening, I've realised the power of infinite imagination, aspects of how consciousness function, and the power of one mind. 2. There appeared to be new types of love that consciousness has invented, even beyond humans. This love functions beyond the order of ordinary human imagination. I'm pretty sure of this now. And 3. THC is a profound psychedelic and should be taken seriously. The best and most humbling awakenings is to realize you are not awake because you are trapped in a vast network of deep sleep human consciousness. Heaven and Hell in my unconscious mind. A 2F-fluoro-deschloroketamine and 4-ACO-DMT trip report by A.O. Vivec, posted to earwid.org March 2nd, 2019. I don't ever type up trip reports, because no matter how intense or beautiful the trip was, there is always someone out there who has written a better, more detailed report of a similar experience. However, that being said, last night I experienced something induced by 2 research chemicals that I did not think was possible for drugs to do, even after heavy psychonautical exploration over the last 7 years with every dissociative or psychedelic substance you can possibly imagine. I believe this trip was an intensely personal, subjective one that needs to be shared with the world. I really don't understand what happened to me, but maybe typing it out will help me work through it all. I recently acquired 2 grams of 2FDCK for the sole purpose of holing on it. Thus far, both times I've attempted a large enough dose for a hole, 150mg and 230mg. As soon as I laid down and turned off my light, I fell asleep and woke up the next morning. Disappointing to say the least. I definitely felt there was an unconscious hole happening, but that wasn't lucid enough to experience or remember it. Last night, though, was very different. Setting. I'd just gotten into an argument with my brother and was feeling a bit sad, frustrated. I normally don't go into trips with anything but a positive mindset, but the 2FDCK hadn't been particularly psychedelic in my research, because of my coma-like sleep paralysis. And so, I decided to do some just to sort of numb myself. T plus 0 hours. I began with 136mg divided up into 6 lines. It is a very crystally beige, sticky substance, which I chopped, ground into a powder. I put saline spray up at each nostril and after each line. T plus 30 minutes. The lines have been insufflated. The first 2 to 3 lines are in full effect. The last 2 to 3 are kicking in quick. Typical slowing of thought processes, feeling very tranquil and trance-like. I was feeling so nice at this point. I'd forgiven my brother and decided to go for my initial plan, which was to try and combine 4-ACO-DMT with the 2FDCK. In my heavily altered state, I managed to weigh out 15mg, chop it into 2 small bumps, and put them up each nostril. Keep in mind I was being careful in my dosage here, as I've gone up to 50mg on the stuff, which was like a full-blown 4-hour DMT trip. I also weighed out an extra 50mg of the 2FDCK to insufflate once the 4-ACO had kicked in. T plus 50 minutes. I'm beginning to perceive heavy auditory hallucinations, like clanging bells which make me uncomfortable, and decide that it's time for music. I put on Deakin's album, Sleep Cycle, and it is really, utterly beautiful. I lay down in bed and began experiencing typical mushroom-esque colours and visuals on top of the extremely tranquil feeling of the 2FDCK. T plus 1 hour. The 4-ACO is coming on quite strong at this point, and I'm experiencing pronounced euphoria. I decide it's time to try and go even deeper, go for a hole, in fact. I take a hit of cannabis, insufflate the extra 50 milligrams of 2FDCK, and lay back in bed. T plus 1 hour and 20? Well, time loses meaning here, and this is where I'll try my best to explain the bulk of what happened to me. First, I completely dissociated from my body and surroundings. The room broke away from me, and I entered a deep space. Even on my heaviest trips, such as DXM and LSD, I've always still had a semblance of my appendages or surroundings. Not this time, though. I was truly in a hole, with maroon structures around me shifting and morphing into memories of my past and childhood, while I myself became these structures. The music ends, the auditory hallucinations take over. I am hearing church organs and heavenly voices speaking to me. T plus 1 hour, 30 minutes? I begin to enter heaven. This isn't euphoria, it is something much greater. With each passing moment, I am experiencing a further and further awakening of consciousness. I've always wondered how heaven could be perfect and beautiful if it's just the same old thing, day after day. I now understand that it is very possible when, every second, one becomes more and more enlightened, more and more in tune with their original oneness. Just when I thought I had reached the pinnacle of enlightenment, I continued to expand, just like the universe itself. Strangely, Reddit becomes the dominating motif during this stage of the trip. It becomes the meaning of life, a way for the true interconnectedness of humanity to become one big amorphous consciousness. I see holographic images of karma, upvotes, downvotes floating past me. Based off of my semi-recent rediscovery of the research chemical world through Reddit, after taking some years off after a bad 25i NBOME experience and sticking to the classical psychs, I truly believed that I ingested a combination of drugs that unlocks the key to heaven. An ever-expanding consciousness that experiences a more profound incarnation of beauty and understanding with each passing moment, and that I would never leave it. I was that far gone in the hole. It was truly like floating in space, merging back into the conscious particle that once preceded the Big Bang, which eventually fragmented consciousness into billions of pieces and is the root of our suffering. I was returning back to this original state. Reddit, of all things, was the way to tape these pieces back together, and in fact, I had actually become Reddit itself, experiencing each interaction, thread, person, all at once. I think it was a metaphor that I concocted in my head for the meaning of life. A striving for reintegration, unification of the consciousness of humanity which has been scattered everywhere. Stars are all around me. T plus 2 hours? Here, things suddenly turn around drastically. Rather than expanding and going upward, I begin shrinking, falling into a different dimension entirely. Suddenly, I am in hell, experiencing eternity forever, completely alone. The negation of time, space, arms, and legs are suddenly no longer beautiful, but the worst thing you could ever imagine. It is forever the same thing, over and over again. I will be here for eternity, and I am forever falling deeper into an empty void of nothingness, like that guy in the Black Mirror episode that gets trapped in his own video game out in deep space, or the hammering man in Seattle who is perpetually hammering away day and night. I'm convinced that this is inextricably linked to a book I'm reading for a class. I'm an English major, and we are reading Elden Ring by Harriet Wilson. It is utterly and completely heartbreaking. An autobiographical novel of an abused slave, Fredo. She tries so hard to be good and yet still is in hell every day of her life without deserving it. She eventually turns to the Christian God and finds salvation. The trip begins to feel something like salvia now. That everything in my life had been a test, trying to get me to believe in the Christian God, and yet I still denied him. Even though I'm so utterly comfortable in comparison with the hell that Fredo goes through, yet even she found in herself to believe in the Christian God. Reading Elden Ring was my final test. And instead of accepting God, the book actually made me hate him even more for making an innocent person's life so miserable for no reason, and mine so comfortable that I can order drugs off the internet. I see my teacher's face as a motif for an apostle trying to convert me, even though I doubt she's actually a Christian. I truly believe that all the Christian values and ideas pushed on every person in the Western world were actually true, and that I was being punished for not taking the leap of faith and accepting God. It was the one thing that no one is 100% sure about. And all those crazy Christians were goddamn right all along. Damn it. Then, I accept that I failed my test and will be here forever, experiencing all the suffering and pain that the world contains. Things then go completely black. 3:30. I begin to regain consciousness of my room, and even though everything felt so real while it was happening, I'm strangely not surprised at all that it turned out to be a figment of my unconscious mind. It's as if I exited this realm as quickly as I began, and I'm almost sober again. I'm so happy to be alive, and I just lay in bed and try to process what had just happened. 4. I get up and realise my gait is still very off. I'm in a hypnagogic state, feeling extremely relaxed and at peace with the world. I stagger downstairs, nearly sleepwalking, and eat a salad and an apple which tastes beautiful. 4:30. I quickly drift into a deep and restful slumber. My conclusion and reflections is that this was really unlike anything I have ever experienced on substances, which is quite a lot. I journeyed into my subconscious mind. The 2FDCK dissociated me completely from my body and surroundings, and the 4ACO allowed for the most profound spiritual insights I've ever had, even though something like 8 grams of potent mushrooms or a DMT breakthrough. I don't actually believe Reddit or Christianity are really as important as they were during the trip, but that they were metaphors. Reddit equals reunification of consciousness. Christianity equals evil, as something that gives a false sense of hope to someone completely alone in an unforgiving world. I would 100% repeat this experience and plan to try something similar in a couple of weeks. But at the moment, I have so much to reflect on that I definitely need to chill for a while. If you read all this, thank you. I love you all and hope you all find happiness in this life. To me, hell is isolation, solitude, and vice versa. It is important to cherish loved ones, be kind, and try to reduce the overall suffering in this world. That is the meaning of life for me, and it's all I can do until my day of judgment. P.S. Psychs and dissos are a completely different experience when taken together than they are on their own. Kundalini Awakening, a meditation and cannabis trip report by Daedalic, posted to earwid.org October 3rd, 2011. This all occurred about 9 months ago. I used some notes I had written immediately after this experience to aid in my recollection of it. In the month prior to the experience I'm about to describe, I ate psilocybin mushrooms for the first time, and then 3 times afterwards, with each dose spaced about 1 week apart. The first 3 trips left me with a new, more positive perspective on life, along with increased motivation. The last trip was very physically unpleasant, and left me in a state of ego loss, depersonalization, which lasted a week. Over the course of that week, despite feeling mentally lost, I continued on with my daily routines, which included eating a cannabis brownie every evening. I don't recall anything unusual about the highs the brownies gave me up to the point of my very odd experience, which I will describe here. Several hours after eating one of these brownies, I decided to do some meditation. I found a comfortable place to sit and began a mindfulness exercise. About 10 minutes into it, my attention drifted toward my own body and began to focus on my body high. Somehow, I managed to manipulate these sensations into an upward flow. Upon doing this, I noticed a warm vibration at the base of my spine. This sensation reminded me of an article I had read on Kundalini months ago, which I dismissed as BS at the time. So, out of curiosity, I decided to direct all of my attention to the strange sensation. As I focused, the vibration grew more intense and the heat grew hotter. The sensation began to rise and expand, moving slowly up my spinal column. The heat soon became excruciatingly intense, as though my internal organs had been set on fire. However, for some reason, this did not disturb me. I continued to focus on the sensation, feeling compelled to direct it upward. The sensation reached my solar plexus, where it filled my chest cavity, reaching the peak intensity of heat. Upon reaching my throat, the sensation cooled, the vibration increased, and the upward motion had ceased. With my throat vibrating, I took a brief respite, and then I directed the sensation upward again. The warm vibration spread upward over my face and forehead and began to gather at the top of my head. Then, I saw the image of a circle at the top of my head. Inside this circle there was darkness, and outside the circle were what appeared to be flames spiraling into the edge. Suddenly, the floor beneath me seemed to disappear, and I felt as though I was falling. This sensation of falling startled me, so I pushed the sensation downward from the top of my head for a moment, leaving me firmly sitting on the floor again. Relieved, I pushed the sensation back upward. Again, the floor disappeared from under me, and I was falling. The circle loomed above me larger than ever, and my frame of vision began to move into it. Upon entering the circle, my entire body became immersed in a blissful vibration. Around me, there was a kaleidoscope of pink and purple light, arranged in a spiral ascending upward, full of indescribable patterns and intricacies. In the centre of this spiral, against the backdrop of a brilliant white light, loomed a silhouette of a thin, human-like figure with 6 arms and an oddly shaped head, sitting in a meditative pose. Upon seeing this figure, my blissful vibration was quickly replaced by the feeling of being electrocuted throughout my body. All the while, I continued to move upward, towards the strange figure. As I moved closer, a feeling of fear overtook me. Simultaneously, while having this out-of-body experience, my visual field expanded to include the inside of my own body as it filled with white light descending from the top of my head. My organs, blood vessels, tissues, and even cells all seemed to become visible to me as the white light moved downward, reaching the upper chest area. The feeling of fear intensified and quickly gave way to a feeling of impending doom. Fearing certain death, I panicked and decided to abort the experience. I performed several hand gestures unknown to me. I'm not sure whether these gestures had significance or were simply the result of desperation on my part. And with all my willpower, I forcibly retraced my steps back out of the circle. The inner white light lifted back upward, the ground appeared back underneath me, and with the aid of my hand movements, I quickly pushed the sensations down my spinal column, extinguishing them at the base of my spine. I was drenched in sweat, shaking and exhausted. The whole experience had lasted just a few minutes. In the days following the experience, I was in a state of mental turmoil. I was overwhelmed with empathy. Just watching the news would bring me to tears. My ego would become overly inflated at times and nearly non-existent at others. Fortunately, this soon stabilised and I felt relatively back to normal. However, there were some changes going on. My reaction to cannabis became greatly intensified, giving me intense feelings of pressure along my spine and in the centre of my forehead. This forehead pressure, which is intensified by cannabis, carries over to sobriety, even for weeks off it, and to be honest is present even as I type this up. Within the first couple months of this experience, I was also plagued by muscle spasms that occurred mainly in my legs while I was lying down. In addition, there were periods when the pressure in my forehead became so intense that I was completely unable to concentrate. There were also times when I experienced an intensification of this pressure that gave way to feelings of peace and euphoria, despite being completely sober. Following this experience, I did extensive research on Kundalini. I found that others' experiences of Kundalini paralleled mine rather closely, including the after effects. I also found out that my Kundalini awakening was a rather violent one, probably due to the fact I was under the effects of cannabis at the time. I have meditated while high since then, and felt that same warm vibration at the base of my spine, though I haven't tried to focus on it. Since my Kundalini awakening, I've become less self-centered, and my mind has become clear of the random distracting thoughts that would normally be floating around, which I find to be quite peaceful. Peeking into Insanity and Infinity, an LSD and cannabis trip report by Goddess Mode, posted to earwid.org May 19th, 2014. This experience happened 5 days ago as of this writing. I was enjoying tripping pretty much once a week, and decided to keep up the spirit here. I was also so pumped because of how my bicycle day trip had gone, that I really wanted to take another large dose of LSD. A friend had recently dropped off some more strips with me, 3 of which I had been told beforehand were weirdly cut. Generally, they're just a bit thinner than regular 10 strips, but one of them was actually a bit longer, maybe around 11 hits or a little more, though it got quite thin at that point. That's why I decided to list this as about 7 to 9 hits, because I would feel confident in saying that it was at least 7 or 8, but not necessarily more. 9 would be a generous estimate. The first thing I decided to do was just take this strip at T+0 hours, and see how it hit me. I'd also been smoking weed all day, and continued to while waiting for this dose to kick in. I'd actually felt just a little bit sick before dosing, so I wasn't sure if I wanted to dose any higher than this just yet. I could already feel before too long that my stomach was not happy with what I had done. This turned out to only be a phase during the come-up though, and once the LSD was starting to run in full force, I actually started feeling a lot better. I was texting my friend about how this thin strip was actually still pretty strong despite its size, and I was happy with it. My mind was racing out of control like it usually does with high LSD doses, and at T+1 hour and 45 minutes, I decided that I was feeling good enough that I wanted to take more. So, I took some more of my regularly cut hits, though I actually cut them out wrong, and so I took a little bit higher of a dose that I intended to. In my phone notes, I wrote 5.2 hits. So, all in all, I probably took somewhere around 13 hits or so. I continued smoking weed, and I felt this second dose kicking up pretty quickly. And then, things started to get really, really trippy. There was a pattern I was getting that was covering all of my vision, which was a big spiral whirlwind that had several ghostly blue arms reaching out of it at several points. This type of hallucination is actually something I've in the past only gotten by combining LSD and salvia. I guess I no longer need the latter to reach this place on the former, to a degree anyway. This though, hit me very hard, because these hallucinations were much more three-dimensional than the ones I normally get on LSD, even if not as intense visually as some have been for me in the past. I got up and went to the bathroom, and when I was in there, suddenly things became very much like Alice in Wonderland for a moment. On LSD, whenever I hallucinate anything, it's only ever been a reflection of some personality trait recognizable inside of me, on a superficial level, like the representations of my sexuality just personified through projected images of myself in different psychedelic clothing styles. This time, however, that reflection was still there on a symbolic level, and my hallucinations were starting to take on some level of independent form. As I saw myself in the mirror, I felt like I was being followed by some kind of ghosts or demons, and for a second, I felt my perception beginning to turn, as if I was about to start slipping into a delirium. But then, it suddenly let up. I have experienced this delirium before when I took 20 hits of LSD years ago, which is generally characterized for me by watching my body act out various ritualistic movements from a third-person perspective, though feeling it like it's happening in first person. But that time, it wasn't accompanied by this same level of vivid hallucination. Even back then, I knew that everything I saw on my trips was just a visual and a reflection of something within me. But this trip had finally started to push that. I started to wonder what it would be like to go back to that level of delirium I had before with this new level of hallucination. I returned to bed and tried to get music playing on my laptop, but it wouldn't work, so I had to struggle with it for a few minutes. Eventually, I gave up, because I couldn't figure it out, and I went to grab a different one instead. There are multiple here. Honestly, I can't even remember much of the music I listened to, or much about the first phase of the trip that can actually be conveyed through words. My thoughts were reeling as they drifted further and further into nonsense. A constant stream of beautiful visions, consisting of colours from the entire rainbow spectrum, was exploding out of the centre of my vision and into my surroundings. And these visions were representative of the many different concepts that my mind was searching through all at once with its word salad database dump that was my very train of thought. The amount of different emotions and feelings and perceptions I was taking in at once was overwhelming, and made me feel as though LSD is one of the psychedelics that can truly take you to infinity. Several times I thought to myself, in some instinctive way or another, that so much of this truly could not be explained no matter how hard I tried. There comes a point when most or all of the experience is perceptual in a way that you just never come across in ordinary consciousness. But again though, even for most of this trip I was still lucid enough to handle reality perfectly well whenever I needed to, with the only exception being those brief moments of delirium, which I've never really experienced on this level before from any psychedelic, including DMT, which I have yet to have a full breakthrough on. I was, though, thinking that I might be ready for those kinds of trips after this one. At one point I got up to walk around the house just because I had so much energy in me. In the dark living room, the furniture was doing my usual LSD thing of transforming into people lying around the room, and some of the furniture was just changing to have people lying or sitting on them. These perceptions seemed a little more random than they normally do. I think again reflecting the fact that I was at the point where they were going from just being reflections to being more like actual entities. There was a point when I went back into my room for just a brief moment and I was completely fooled by a hallucination. I got up off my bed and suddenly, a very close friend of mine was in the room with me. The first person who I ever came out to about being transgender. She simply smiled at me, and suddenly, the craziness of thoughts whirling out of control I had been experiencing up until that moment calmed, like just taking a quick breath of fresh air before diving back in. This hallucination passed almost as quickly as it appeared, but that one moment was all it took to have a profound impact on me. Never before have I had an entity hallucination that I had no doubts about whatsoever and just fully believed. Not on a psychedelic, a dissociative, a deliriant, or salvia, even on diphenhydramine, which I used stupid amounts of years ago. I'd gotten to the point where hallucinations were that dreamlike in design, but I always remembered at least on some level that they actually weren't real. This time though, I actually felt the full emotion of having my friend there with me. Immediately after I came out of it, I had the impression left with me that the reason I had seen her specifically was because back when I still had a lot of psychological issues I was working on, I was talking to her and it always helped me sort of calm the craziness in my mind. I was filled with a love and appreciation for her as a friend, and sent her a message about how thankful I am to know her. This experience really made me want to explore full breakthrough psychedelic doses even more than I already did, and it gave me even more respect for the way that LSD allows me to go deeper and deeper with each experience. I'm betting that these experiences will come to me even more easily in the future. Another thing this trip really made me realise is just how much other hallucinogens can open up entirely new doors on psychedelics that you might otherwise not have seen without them. Like the way that I now seem to be able to get effects from LSD alone that I formerly got from combining LSD with salvia. I'd been planning to go a little crazy with the LSD I still have left, just since right now I know it's actually legit and potent, and just keep taking large doses until I run out to sort of celebrate my return to tripping this much. But now I'm left more with a desire to try to use LSD combined with as many other things as possible, both to bring out their effects more, and to further my relationship with LSD itself. I'm honestly getting tired of focusing on the large doses as well. Not that they aren't fantastic, but I just need a little variety in my life too. The time I got to mix LSD with 4-HODIPT recently, however, was pretty awesome. I would like to explore that chemical by itself more too, and then take a higher, more visionary dose of both the LSD and the 4-HO-DIPT to see how they really play together. I thought that the kind of visuals they produced together and with nitrous oxide were already apparent in my next LSD trip that included neither, and this reminded me very much of the way that there's a visual effect I never once got on LSD until I combined it with a high dose of mushrooms, and now I've gotten it every time since. I feel like after this trip, these combinations are probably how I'll use the rest of my supply instead, getting to enjoy other psychedelics alone, and then together with LSD. After a while, the craziness started to calm down a bit, and I stopped thinking so much about breakthroughs and combinations. The LSD was shifting into its more stimulating and nootropic phase for me, and my mind was becoming filled with various ideas. I started to theorize about just what psychedelics actually are, in relation to different states of consciousness, and fit it into why I tend to get certain effects from various substances, of why I'm able to go deeper into some than others. I had started to think that for a long time, the reason that LSD was always able to take me so much further out than other psychedelics is because the psychedelic state is so sexual for me, and I've been repressed in this way for a long time. But the directly sexual effects of LSD, such as through dopamine receptors, help me to open up more easily than I might with other psychedelics. But now that I'm actually starting to overcome these issues, I'm starting to think that I may be able to get more out of different drugs as well. I thought a lot about infinity some more too, and my mind drifted to 5-MeO-DMT. I've never tried it, but suddenly, the idea of an infinite white light just made sense, because I understood that it's not just white, it's just that white is the result of taking everything and projecting it all at once. I tried to fit this too into my psychedelic framework, as I thought about how psychedelic states of consciousness may have played a role in religious experiences throughout history. I came out of this phase feeling as though psychedelics are certainly something very divine, whatever your beliefs may be, in a human context or otherwise. The hallucinations began to die down, I believe, sometime around 8 to 10 hours in, but the stimulation lasted for a very long time afterward, as did residual visuals. I feel like this trip lasted a little longer as a reflection of it being a deeper trip than I'm used to, as I was still feeling something more than just an afterglow up to some 14 hours after dosing, which is more than normal for me. The mood that this trip has left me in is basically that before I really wanted to go all out with LSD more, but now I actually really want to explore what other psychedelics can give me more as well. I'm also much more interested in combinations because different psychedelics really do bring amazing things out of each other which don't seem to go away afterward. And I'd like to start building up a strong relationship with all of them, the good ones anyway. I think this is probably the pattern of use I'll stick to for a while, and not living out the nitrous anymore. And then I'll start using DMT again to try to go for a breakthrough. This experience feels like it just gave me a taste of what's to come in that sense. So, this is probably my last really high dose LSD experience for now. I cannot say that I won't miss them. "7 grams of pure insanity." A mushrooms trip report by Anonymous. Posted to earwig.org, August 22nd, 2022. The date is May 18th, 2010. I just turned 16. And for my birthday, I wanted to get myself some recreational substances to have some fun with. So naturally, I texted one of my friends and asked what he had in stock. He said he had some marijuana and some Xanax. I wasn't interested though. But then, he said something that would have changed my life forever. He said that he had shrooms in stock. I delightfully replied saying that I would most certainly love to try them. We organised, and the next morning I picked up 2 8s for $70. I'd not tried anything of the tryptamine class in my life, so as you could imagine, I was very excited. I consider myself to be fairly experienced with substances with a wide range of things taken. I've experimented with deliriants such as diphenhydramine and scopolamine from the local Devil's Bloom that grows around here. I've also tried dextromethorphan on several occasions, as well as Xanax and several opiates such as codeine, oxycodone, hydromorphone, etc. I'm also a near-daily smoker of cannabis. So I'm at school with the 2 apes sitting in my backpack, and I could barely hold in my excitement. It finally came time for me to go home, and promptly when I got home, I decided to do some pre-tripping research. Satisfied with what I had found, I decided to take them once and for all at once. All 7 grams at once. Yep, you heard it. 7 grams as my first time ever trying mushrooms, or any tryptamine class drug for that matter at all. I did not know this until my life-changing experience was over. I had ingested all 7 grams while I was in the bathroom, enjoying my after-school bathroom break. After this, I decided to go back to my room and play some games as the come-up was slowly building. The come-up had actually taken only 30 minutes for me to feel some effects. I had known this when I was playing. I was about to shoot at an enemy soldier on the opposite side. I had apparently glimpsed into his mind and saw the terror in his eyes as he saw the flash from my gun. He had felt a brief moment of agonizing pain before going limp, never to be living again. After this, I was in a state of remorse, pity almost for the soldier I had just killed. After this, I realized the severity of the effects to come. I had immediately gotten off of my console to sit down and observe said effects. 15 minutes after the encounter with the soldier I had killed, I was laying on my bed, looking up at the ceiling, observing the visual distortion slowly getting more and more intense. At this point, I was extremely intrigued and excited for the trip to come. I went to go to the bathroom and looked in the mirror and saw that my eyes were fully dilated. Panicking, I decided to hop into the shower to gain my wits back. Unfortunately, I would not be functional for at least 6 hours after this point. Once I was inside of the shower and got the water temperature just right, I was extremely relaxed and pleasured. The body high from the psilocybin was orgasmic. It was pure bliss. Divine almost. I sat in the shower, enjoying myself for the next 45 minutes. The effects slowly got more and more intense until reaching the climax where every single one of the effects hit me at light speed. It was unlike anything I had ever felt before. Before I knew it, I was immersed in some of the most intense open-eye visuals I had ever seen. Fractals, geometric shapes, Mayan, Aztec, Incan symbols everywhere. It was phenomenal. At this point, I'd reached a state of absolute satori, or enlightenment. I looked upon my bare, naked, alien body and wondered in awe. How do I exist? How was this created? I looked upon my hand. It looked so alien, so foreign. It could have been from another world. I was the happiest I had ever been in my entire life at this very moment. I then closed my eyes and saw something of an entirely new magnitude. I ascended and descended from millions of different planes of existence and non-existence. I reverted and travelled trillions upon trillions of years into the past and into the future, catching a glimpse of the beautiful beginning and ending of the known universe. This was not the peak, not even close. After my first shower experience, I decided to get out and go back to my room. I quickly got dressed and headed back to my room, where I promptly laid down onto my bed. I had an extremely hard time recognizing what anything was, because I had simply forgotten what they were. I was only inside of that bathroom for 45 minutes, but it seemed I was inside of there for an eternity, for hundreds of trillions of years. I assumed I had forgotten what everything was. Unfortunately, among these things I had forgotten was myself and my ego. I lay down onto my bed, and completely unaware of it, I descended into a state of pure objectivity. I was shredded of my subjectivity. I was shredded of my ego. Everything that defined me as a subjective sentient human was gone. I'd reached a point of stasis. I'd reached a point of total destruction, annihilation, and obliteration of my ego. Simply put, I had reached the state that all psychonauts covet. ego death. I'm not sure how much time progressed during this point, as time had no meaning. Time is a social and subjective construct of humanity. Such constructs had no meaning, no definition, no apparency to me during this time. I was neither male nor female, but rather I was neutral. I was an omniscient being, everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I was one with the universe. I possessed all knowledge known in the universe. I traversed every known location in the known universe and then some. I ventured past the 94 billion light years encompassing this universe, crossing the boundaries separating this universe from the apparent nothingness ahead into the white void of superheated plasma, and there I had found it. The true definition of everything. The absolutely correct definition of everything and anything. Such knowledge could bring an end to this existence of the known universe. It was so divine, so terrible, so horrifying, so real. I'd seen everything for what it truly was, and it had depressed me. So much that it was pure emotion. Pure raw emotion that the universe had not seen the likes of. Deep, deep sobbing, the purging of all grief known, eventually gave way to the acceptance of the current reality at hand. An unknown entity had come forth and given me two choices. The choice of going with him and living as a part of the inner universe, or go back to where I had came from. It had explained to me that I could change my choice whenever I wanted to. I decided to go with it, and venture into the inner part of the universe. As soon as I did this, all of my worries had disappeared. This warm sense of acceptance had washed over me. The entity had accepted me as one of their own. There is no way, no explanation, no word that can possibly describe the experiences that followed, only that it was sacred, divine, unseen, and unheard of in this existence. Soon after this experience, I decided that I had to go back from where I had come from, hoping that whoever was back at the place I had come from would accept me back. I shared a heartfelt goodbye with my friend, entity, and told it that I had to return. It had allowed me, but asked if I would return again. I replied that I would. I hoped that I would. I found myself sitting on a mysterious contraption, which was my bed, unknown of where I was, my room. I felt so alone. I felt abandoned. The coldness of the world I had returned to had washed over me, conquering me. I regretted leaving my friend behind, but I knew it was the right thing to do. After this horrible realization, I decided it would be best for me to simply stay there and wither away into nothingness. I continued to go through endless cycles of death and rebirth, slowly gaining my memories back. Time passed. God knows how much time had passed, and I found myself sitting on my bed with my subjective memories flooding back over me. I gasped with relief, happy that my experience was over. It had only been 4 hours. 4 hours. That is not possible. It simply isn't possible at all. I was gone for what seemed to be eternities upon eternities. The day after this experience, I had a profound appreciation for the simplest of things. My reality was changed on everything. Simply put, I was happy again. I did not fear anything. Everything is predestined, waiting to happen. Everything happens for a reason. Looking back now, I am glad that I was given that opportunity from my friend who had given me those mushrooms, as it had truly opened my eyes. It forced me to accept the harsh but true reality of life. Good luck tripping, my friends. May you find enlightenment as well.